on here with rookies, with a roster that had no expectations to make it now to a grand final, to have a chance to beat Sentinels and lift a trophy. It would be an incredible moment for their league, for their country, and for all 5 members on that stage.
Oh boy, I hope you guys feel it. The electricity in this room is palpable. Everyone, basically the seats are packed. This is going to be a banger, and the wait is over. Today, someone's walking away with the trophy. It's Gen G versus Sentinels, a best of 5. The Masters Madrid Grand Final starts right now.
He's gonna hear this. Did he spot him? Did he see him? 2 already in the round, a 3rd would be needed.
Mind Freak's not stopping. He's gonna check.
And he does! Sentinels are going to the grand finals! It's good to see them back as well.
It's been a while.
Looking back at my career as a whole, things don't always go your way. It's not always a perfect road.
Hopes and dreams of building a dynasty this year left in tatters. The Sentinels are sent home.
They only win a single map in the entire stage. Super disappointing.
That's been the story of their year, really, hasn't it?
Sentinels are out of LCQ.
But I am thankful for the opportunities I've been given. Just the path that has allowed me to be the person, the player I am today.
Sentinels are going to be your kickoff champions.
Tens. It has been 3 years.
Sentinels take down Newton on map 2 on Haven to take the series to move forward to the grand finals. Newton surely got rocked here by Sentinels.
일단 건강 문제로 되게 힘들었었고요. 힘들었고 포기하고 싶었던 순간은 당연히 엄청나게 많았지만 네, 결국에 끝까지 제가 프로를 시작했었던 첫 이유가 이제 엄청나게 큰 무대에서 우승이었기 때문에
History for Korean valorant as Gen G starting to 3 Sentinels. They booked their spot in the grand final.
Estamos aquí en directo en Masters Madrid. Los fans acuden del mundo entero para apoyar.
For my premier team, I'm the IGL.
Are you planning to make it a pro? Is that
Yeah, that's the plan.
I actually came here from the United States to come see Masters. First Korean team in the grand finals.
진짜 너무 팬이에요. 공부하러 왔다가 원래 한국으로 3월에 가려고 했는데 급하게 꺾어가지고 경기 전부 예매했습니다. 이거 원치킨 선수 신발.
신발을
이거는 나는 라키아 선수 옷이랑 서 선수 옷백이 안 가져왔다가지고.
진짜 개꿀. 감사합니다.
일단 저희가 팀 창단 첫 초기에 되게 저희들끼리 친목을 중요시했어요.
특징을 잘 살린다.
저희가 운이나 그런 게 아닌 진짜 피땀 나는 노력과 그리고 마음속에 쌓여져 있던 응어리들이 를 전부 다 해소하면서 여기까지 오게 된 걸 알아주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
I always kind of dreamed about having Kaide at an event, being able to watch me win it. Just the fact that she's present here now, it means a lot to me. This match is redemption for us.
I've been a fan of 10 since 2021 when I watched him in Reykjavik. 3-0 Sentinels, I'm calling it.
Go Sentinels, Sen City.
Go Sentinels!
Gen G, they changed their setups to be specifically against what Sentinels does to entry. So meticulous.
젠지 화이팅 대왕제.
아직 자랑스러울 순 없다 생각하고요. 트로피를 거머쥔다면은 어찌됐든 자랑스러울 것 같습니다.
It's not always a perfect road. I'm just really thankful. May the best team win.
Hello everyone, hola a todos Madrid. Es
Es un placer estar aquí con todos vosotros. Aquí, a Madrid, llegaron los 8 mejores equipos, los más en forma, representando a 4 regiones. Y ahora es el gran momento. Es el momento que todo el mundo esperaba. Y la pregunta, ¿estáis listos? Bienvenidos a la gran final del Masters Madrid. ¡Campeón de América Sentinels!
It's been a difficult road for both of these teams, from failing to make an impact at the start of the VCT era to now being in the main event. Only one will hold a trophy over their head, and it's now time to determine who walks away as the inaugural champion of the season. Is it the America's #1 or the Pacific #1? We're ready for war.
It's been over 1,000 days since Sentinels and Tens hit a grand final stage at an international event. After grinding it out, finding opportunities for year after year, they've made it back, but they're up against Gen G, a team that has already made history, the first Korean team to make it to a grand finals and a chance to win the first trophy for their region.
And here is your Omen map select, and we're gonna see what we're playing in here, and a smart decision for Gen G. They have both of the bans. They decided to get rid of Lotus as well as Sunset. Good maps for the Sentinels.
And to start things out on Breeze as well, maybe looking for a little confidence booster if it's even required to start this series off.
It was 13-3 that Gen G won that map last time. Their double
Landslide.
controller, Jet, Yoru comp ripped Sentinels apart.
This is going to be an epic battle between two teams that not only have crossed paths before, obviously, but for both of these squads, they're really trying to see where are the margins of victory, because neither team, I'm suspecting, is going to be giving anything up. But I'm really looking at that Breeze to be the tone setter of this game, just like what Sentinels did to Paper X yesterday on Lotus.
I think the tone setter, but then you've got to look towards Split. The question marks that have arisen recently around Sentinels. Actually, this doesn't even feel front-loaded for Gen G now. Can they ride on that previous victory once again?
Kaplan did say that Sentinels were ready for anything, that give them Breeze, give them Icebox, they just want to play. They're trying to focus more on their own game today, and that's the same focus that Gen G said thereafter. Still, it's going to be brutal. Back-to-back BO5s, game after game for the Sentinels, while Gen G has had time to study their opponent and prepare for this rematch.
But one has to wonder, though, that lower bracket run, right, gives you the confidence, especially taking out a Paper X team that I think were just shooting out of their minds in this tournament, especially toward the later end. One has to wonder if that kind of warm-up, if that initial battle could actually pay off for them here in the grand final.
I mean, scorelines aside, it's an exhausting series to play against a team like Paper X, but whether or not that now, kind of puts them in a position to be ready for what Gen G is going to pull out here in the grand finals.
You really have to focus on how incredible it is that Sentinels even made it here right through that BO5. This is John QT's first international event as an IGL at this level. He played Ascension before, fell flat there, but now he's managed to keep up the calls for so many matches on end. Is it enough today, though? That's the question. We're into the agent select, and there's no surprises. Both teams returning to their same comps, but I imagine Sentinels gonna have a new game plan today, Mike.
I mean, the other thing being there's some tape now for this Gen G composition. There's an opportunity to go back and study where things went wrong, where there's some possibilities or opportunities to really make some impact on the side of Sentinels.
So we know that the Pacific teams really do like this Breeze. They like to play aggressive. They like to catch you off guard. Very loosey-goosey.
I think the strong suit for Gen G in their last match was how disruptive they were in their post-plants, fighting forward, not letting Sentinels play the set structured retakes that they love to play. Sentinels, honestly, I feel like have a chance to kind of get dragged down into the chaos here by Gen G with this comp. It's going to be tough for them to take home Breeze, though.
Well, this is it. It's now time for the Madrid Grand Final. And let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's your boys, Bren and Sideshow.
Thank you very much. Let's get this one started in the Madrid arena. What a stage that's been set up, man. The scintillating Sen City trying to pave that road for a bit of redemption, but they got the pride of Pacific on the other side and a hell of an advantage waiting for them. That double map ban looks brutal to try and get through.
And it starts off here on Breeze. A rematch of our upper bracket finals, and this was the decider. Instead of to close, it's now to open. Side swap though. So what can Sen learn? They barely played any defense the last times that these two teams clashed, but there is footage out there. And another thing to note, Bren, Gen G won all 6 pistols last time they played. That's an almost insurmountable advantage.
Something that's got to be turned around if you are Sentinels heading into these series. They've mentioned that they're putting a lot of focus on themselves, not too much on the counter-stratting. I think that might be wise as well. Breeze is going to be a map that really comes down to a bit of form factor. Can you hit your shots? Can you try and take down the big dogs that is Gen G? Because they got some heavy hitters. Munchkin now setting up for the wall. Looks like a bit of an A split.
Going straight into John QT's setup.
John QT just crouched behind this one, still flash. Molly coming through, Trip as well, and the counter play in order. There it is, deleted him. Trip kill. Never seen that one before, at least on the big stage. Here it is, though. It slowed down Gen G to a crawl. Lakia in through the back of the site, though, and there's the response, the return of firepower. Zelsis have to pick up those pieces, but already a site has been gained and granted. Shock dart kills, 2 versus 2.
And now, as Gen G have to return to grab this spike, Zekan's gone to make the play, wrapping all the way around. He's got a Sheriff favored for long-range fights. And that Shock not quite as successful as the prior. Sassy's been locked out and has given away his position, and Caron, new to the big stage, so aware, but he's missed the timing.
Just barely. From ranked to rookie to tier 1 stage to the chance to lift the trophy, Caron looking like he might take that first contact. Dart, supportive util. Sassy finding it difficult to really get himself into the position. Second, walking wide. Now the Dart finally ready, clearing it. At least onto one position here, but time's starting to work and tick against them. A face from all of them. On top now, Sassy versus Lakia. And they're all players against one another. It's Lakia who cleans it up for the pistol.
And another one of those pistol rounds going the way of Gen G. The individual skill on this team is so high, even after you see this ridiculous opener for John Cutie. Clearly anticipating an A-split from coming through, Sentinels simply couldn't capitalize on it. Lakia, one of those players with a lot of focus on him, was there to open up global events in Valorant, and is here now at our most recent, looking in incredible form.
Looking like he wants to have that second shot of revenge. I mean, he's already got it the first time in the upper bracket. Now a chance to really knock them down and deep. Now there's a flash play here with a util. Still is happening on multiple sections here with Meteor falling
the
down.
push down holes, push down holes.
Trying to squeeze them now with the drone close quarters. Combat might be in order, but again, there's that long sight line and teams finally coming through with the right clicks. Finally, left clicks getting it done. Shot does pulled out, maybe a bit frantic in terms of that approach. Sassy getting ahead of himself. Zelsis doesn't choose to peek his cranium out wide. Still going to be playing his life now.
It feels a little bit like a comm was missed there because the spike was dropped, and yet TenZ is going for a repush elbow, almost anticipating that Gen G would pick the timing to rotate, but they had to recover that spike and had to be cautious doing so. Has TenZ read this play perfectly though? Guardian in hand, and the rest of Gen G are coming towards him.
Can this be something here? And he's going to be hearing it. Again, the rumble of the footsteps. He tries to take the timing just before anybody was set up for it. And they run him down. All grouped up now, 3 players. Munchkin taking that forward angle. What could have been a possibility now is just looking just more unlikely.
Zelsis with the Outlaw. Everybody dies in a single shot, but it's a 1v3.
He's already been spotted out. Beautiful work from the IGL. So 3 players surviving. Making it nice and clean here for Gen G off the back of that pistol round. A map that, again, have to iterate here that they are favored in this situation. They've already played Sen on this map here. They absolutely trounced them.
That was a dismantling. One that had Dappling claiming full responsibility for the choice to end up here. Had no choice whatsoever when it came to the grand finals, with Gen G having a double map back. Heading into the bonus round. Meteor not too far away from being able to get close to his Yoru ult, which is super effective to be able to get into these sites. Even the information alone, little jump up, Zekken.
Yeah, he's pushed up deep here. Not too much to support him, not too much to trade him, but he sees it, hears it, and there's the kill. Collected onto Munchkin, but it's offset. Immediately onto the other side of the map. No fast pace increase here from Gen G. Happy to just play for that pick, play for the orb, and now slow it down once more.
And not prioritizing the orb on Meteor, as I suspected they might, to try to get the Dimensional Drift online. Instead, just going for texture. And Sen have been picking these kind of timings in the first 2 rounds to go for little explorations to see if they can get some more info. Instead, though, Zekken and Zelsis doubling up over towards A, anticipating that this would be a re-hit, just confident that John could hold down the other side.
Just that, though, massive map control that's been lost here for Sentinels. You can feel it just through the positioning of Sassy. He's having to watch halls in case that lurk comes through with 40 seconds left. Gen G now fully grouped up. Starting to hit into this side. The John QT is going to be sitting side by with his rifle. Might have to try and put a stop to this one, but it's difficult. A lot of adversaries to try and overcome here. Still not showing his hand. Dart, potential there to set that one up, but finally a few shots fired, and Rattle Texture's been creeping and crawling up onto the angle. Finally there, and releases it. The trigger straight to the dome there. Sassy dropping into the back of the site. 2 left standing here for Sentinels. Disadvantaged position. Gotta watch that one though. ADS second. And that's 8 seconds left. A round-winning play perhaps, but now a safe plant position for Meteor, tucked right behind the pillar. We'll be able to get the extension into the round, but can he survive the 1v2? Already through, and second. Nasty work there.
Zekken got shut down completely in the upper bracket final when these 2 teams played against each other. but you can't keep Zekken down for long. What we saw him do to PaperX, he tore them to pieces. 3 out of 4 of the maps, he was clearly the best player in the server. Dominating not just on Raze, as he has been doing all year, but also finding his form and his footing on Jet, especially with rifle in hand. The timing on the Cloudburst dropping, just giving him the perfect moment to deny the plant. And grabbing 2 on the back of it as well. Enormous play, and also demonstrating once more, Bren, that Sen are looking to play this defense aggressively. Not at the beginning of the round, not trying to force the fight, but looking for those mid-round timings to soak up a flank or a bit more info. And Zekken is going to be crucial to that.
It's a good adjustment as well, something to just upset those timings. But Gen G, they play pretty close together.
Look at this. Drone into elbow really makes it feel like Zekken could be pushing behind this. So everybody on Gen G scared. Instead, the double push coming down halls. Great distraction play from Sassy.
Meteor, though, potentially getting some of that information over towards the one side with a nice Blade Storm. Running them through, and the IGL dropped. But now a scurry and scatter. Everybody running over towards that A site, seeing if they can at least reinforce Meteor's position. He's going to be tucked close.
Can they get a double face going with Zekken updrafting? Instead, just choosing to face it.
TP with a gate crash, not going to be baited out from that one still. Lakia is also getting a move on through halls. Could be that late lurk play in that position. Meteor going to be cleaned up there with the trade still. A tap. No one forced out wide. Lakia, though, gaining that kill and closing the door in front of him. Neural theft. Giving the info. Texture. Now the emphasis placed on him. A dash to the side here, but a pull on line, not half. Onto the spike. Could be a big difference maker. Could be a massive one, in fact. Gen G have got them surrounded on almost every single front right now, picking them apart, the threads unraveling, leave it at just John QT, but again, the time ticking away. It's just far too late for it. Gen G find themselves up nice and easy onto that third.
John not even able to secure the rifle, which could have made a huge difference for Sentinel's economy. If he had been able to keep it, perhaps they would have still been able to buy into the next. I love the play at the beginning of the round from Sen. I think it's really smart. Fake leg seconds pushing in one direction, get the pick over towards halls. But they also just allowed Meteor to run in with his ult and get the plant down. And he essentially did that just all on his own.
Yeah.
And once you're in an afterplant situation and Gen G are walking all over the space, it's much more difficult to clean up. And Sen's retake protocols do not look as good here as on some of their other maps.
Definitely tell it's a map that's just been, less honed over time. From Sentinels, just missing a jump there. I mean, a deep dart, I believe, broken early, so Zekken didn't want to take the peak timing. So they're just holding down towards elbow. For Gen G again, happy to play this one nice and slowly.
I believe Texture's positioning, he would have heard John Cutie use the aggressive cam over towards B. And that info may well get relayed to the rest of the team. Yeah, you can see it being pinged out here, actually, on the mini-map. And so they're expecting the stack to be over towards mid and A.
Incredibly deep positioning here. Hunter's Fury going to be offloaded from this particular position. That's Lakia returning it, see if he can get a kill, but only to one tag, spotting out the positioning of Zelsis. Interesting usage of the ult, but with 50 seconds left now, Sander make their way and meander over towards that B side. Cosmic Divide will cut this one up nicely.
Paul aimed for where John Cutie has been anchoring in previous rounds. And this composition has so many different ways of getting into B. The Jet and the Yoru, very difficult to deny, especially when you have so many smokes online. That pit did not cover the spike.
Oh, and a lot of respect as well being showcased as well to a weaker buy of Sentinels, but Zekken, see what damage he can do here. Still with the rifle in his hand. They found the first one, but again, a lot to get through. It's murky territory, a blight onto the B site with that pit, but they really wrangled control of this one. They found Charon, but again, Munchkin is the player that needs to fall to really stand a chance into this one. Yes, it doesn't cover it. Texture alive and kicking, working his way around, but he's being found. Sassy drops him. And one player left to stand as Lakia, crouched, cowering, fear in his heart. He cannot face them. A thrifty win for Sentinels.
That is a bizarre one to start us off with. With a pit being invested as well, you think Gen G have just got that wrapped up. It's a gorgeous flash recon play that catches Meteor, but then there's just a lot of timing plays all around the spot.
Oh boy.
All of these Gen G players dying whilst looking the other way. Not being able to use the eco advantage that they had, and actually the pit there ended up hurting them. Not something that's that replicable, but certainly one that Sen can take to the bank.
They will be moving forwards now, plenty of money left waiting. And A lot of equipment comes with it, full weaponry. Zekken, so damn aggressive. Now, seems to have an inkling that maybe Karon's there, possibly from a cam aggressively getting broken.
Yeah, for sure. John Cudy's cam got broken in that spot. Now he knows where Karon basically is. The rest of Gen G working their way up mid. One of the things that Sen said in their press conference was it was difficult playing against Gen G, hard to isolate your ones when they travel around in such a pack. But Gen G are running a 1-3-1 D4 here. Smoking it up, looking to take a little bit of mid. But TenZ has gone walking all the way down halls here, getting good info for his team.
That's fantastic info. He's going to be hearing the scurry of the footsteps from Munchkin, maybe even seeking to punish, but he's going to be calling this now for his team. Look at this.
Sassy starts to go.
Yeah, good maneuvers all around the map. Can really follow those sound cues and follow them well straight towards the B side, but it's going to be setting up for that B split. Out through tunnel.
TenZ has got to be careful here not to overflank. He just needs to play to contain. He grabs one,
No
grabs
way!
two.
And the heads will roll before that space gains. And guess what? Gen G just sent rattling now all the way, man! The movement looking clean with it. Texture's got something to say still. Only one blade left. Rest of them finding it into the back wall, but there's the refresh and shut down. Traded time. Really, really quite low. Only 11 seconds left. It's going to be barely able to get onto the side, but Karon has to clear a little bit. He might just have some time spare, barely a second. And yes, we'll be able to get it here, but Sentinel surely don't let this one slip for 1v3.
Karon, though, is going to be able to reposition slightly, and TenZ is weak.
Really weak. He's gone so wide. Zelsis needs to be ready. Karon! The movement impeccable, the aim on top. And he's brought it to a 1v1. Yes, damage has been done, but this guy, from rank to superstardom all the way on the grand stage, he does not seem phased at all. Zekken to face him now. Again, slow walking onto the angle. The noise and information just being cut away entirely. It could just come down to chance. Cloudburst straight up into the air. Zekken diffusing. Drops down. Fight taken at one. Karon! A menace to him. The scourge of Sentinels rips away the chances of that round.
That's an absolutely monstrous, heartbreaking 1v3. And the aim and the precision is pretty natural. It's just, you do not see that. With a Phantom at long range, on Breeze, ripping off heads. Yes, the timing on the trade is not perfect. It's not a double swing from Sen, but they don't expect the guy to be holding that and winning that.
Karon is just that guy. I mean, he just seems unshaken throughout this entire tournament, throughout all of kickoff. Doesn't matter the obstacles that you've thrown at the guy. The entire team as well have just been persevering. Sassy, he's gonna have a hell of a lot to deal with here. Drone gets all the info he's looking for, possibly seeing multiple targets. Now the Hunter's Fury of his own. That is gonna be let rip, and look at the targets! It just cleaved right through them.
What a perfect counter to what Gen G were going for. Immaculate stuff from Sen. And still throughout all of this, they're looking to go aggressive in other places. TenZ has gotten deep. He's going to be able to hear rotations. I think that's such a pivotal part of Sen playing in this finals. Gen G love to rotate around the map on their attack side and their defense side. Getting people into good positions like that for info. Impeccable.
Seems like a clear game plan, just disrespecting them.
But also Sassy, really, the playmaker there.
Of course.
I thought he was going to get overwhelmed. You saw him get the tag onto Meteor, and I thought that Sen were going to get baited into the fact that there was only one there. Clearly, a better read than it appeared. The Hunter's Fury obliterated them.
A few layers too. I mean, Celsius, the bodyguard, playing inside the smoke, making sure
30 seconds left.
There was no punish in sight when Sassy was ulting.
Yeah. It's very solid stuff. And Gen G are just going to go for a save here after Karon got them a 1v3 to start their economy flourishing. Sen making sure it dampens just slightly. I don't know whether they saw Zekken's operator this round. They didn't really interact with it very much because he went for the peak double doors at the beginning. I have a feeling that Gen G don't know that this is online. You can see he hasn't even shot a bullet. So that could certainly be another twist in the tail as we head into the next.
They're not revealing the hand that they have purchased that one. They might be able to check the money, at least in the follow-up now into this round, but yeah, here's that play before as well. I mean,
it's so lovely.
Vulnerability as well.
Yeah, especially with Celsius throwing the snake bite.
Real nice.
Zekken is going to be here to try to receive this hit if it comes through A.
taking a gander through double doors, at least looking like he wants to. Wall.
I feel like this is going to be so difficult when Meteor has his Yoru online.
5 tags though. 2 found. Deep control of mid. Now Karen is playing a really far back position here. Just seeking to contain. Oh my god. Against the wall. Could just be walking straight into it. Shot missed though. It's a jiggle. And guess what? The entirety of the site has been gained. Given up entirely here just from that dimensional drift. Out of it now. Meteor with the plant.
And this is
securing
brutal.
it for texture.
This is brutal. You're going to end up having pulls on this. You've got people running, you know, Munchkin's got lineups that he can throw. Off-site post-plants buy time for post-plant lurks to come through, and this is the game plan for Gen G. Sen are not in a position to play this quickly. They have to clear so many areas and then put pressure so deep to punish Karen and Munchkin.
Already the lineup sailing across. Dart not quite broken. Reveal onto multitudes of targets. Again, this all causing issues, and it is too much to overcome, too much to clear. Ults are being rattled off here. Texture from the high ground, eventually traded, and now the flash, pop flash, round the corner, Tens, it was all dodge. Meteor! Massive play. Second sticking inside the cage, broken. Destroyed and dropped. Gen G finding that 5th, but you're right, Josh. It all began just how long it took Sen to really get their ground, get started onto the retake.
Frankly, the push into main, I have no problems with. Ten's doing a great job, but how is Meteor turning this and still getting a double kill out of it? If you remember back to the defense side pistol that Sen ran on this map against Gen G, they flash peeked second in, Meteor dodged it, got the kill. I'm just getting flashbacks of that again. The Gen G players are so skilled and have demonstrated that all year. You think you have them dead to rights, you simply do not.
Slight edge being held now for Gen G. Rounds have been oscillating wildly back and forth. It follows the trends, it's Sen's turn. Gen G playing quite split up though, 2 players. Texture and Karen. A dynamic duo, been making waves. Let's see if they can do any damage, at least focusing on that. That was a potential reclear being called there by Sen, and let's just go even.
And no flash peek being used there, so that was just a dry double swing. 1 for 1. And Munchkin's wall not going to be available to them if they hit A, so that puts more pressure on Karen now. But he still has the ult to be able to work with, so not a major problem for Gen G.
Aggressive Tens is holding this angle. Not a far back position, he wants to hold them before they can even get themselves into the choke. Locking it down, deep dart, potential setup. Waiting for the sound cue, doesn't get broken.
Yeah, I think if that dart had been broken, he was looking to flash peek in there and make the play to win the round. The time is getting so low. If they can play in front of the Cosmic Divide, oh, Sassy goes down.
Head rips clean off, dart through into the back Cosmic Divide. Gives him the perfect exit strategy here. Pop flash through, but Texture, he was aware of it. Facing away or at least dodging it. And any chances for Sentinels into this round crumbled once more before our eyes. It's again, Gen G in astounding control.
Commanding position there. Having lost the Viper early on, to still be able to deal with that A-main aggression and come out on top is pretty excellent. Gen G, we're talking about the fact that their composition, honestly, they're happier with it on the attack side, or at least people expect them to do more on the attack side with this comp. And that was what blew us all away when Sen played against Gen G last. Now we're really seeing how comfortable they are in these spots. It doesn't all have to be fast execs with the Jet and the Yoru. Celsius would love to keep the weaponry.
Oh, no way. Flash through.
He spotted Texture.
Plenty more players though. Texture spotted him. QT, last one left, slowly being hunted. We'll push back the enemies and adversaries, so they do keep at least 1 gun into the round, but already you're looking at almost similar scenes here. Here's that opening when they try to re-clear out through.
An unbelievable shot onto Munchkin, but the trade's still coming through. The level of quality in terms of the rifling in this match is unbelievable. But we didn't get to see it in the upper bracket final between these 2 teams. Sen talked about, Kaplan in particular mentioned, the atmosphere was bad when they began that game, and they crumbled on split. It set the entirety of the series off on a bad note, and Sen, though they tried to recover it on Lotus, ended up going out in a flop. Now we are actually seeing Zekken, Tens, hitting really nice shots, bringing it to the Gen G players, making it more of a game that's about how they play the macro and how prepared Gen G are rather than just running over them with the individualism.
Because that's the first step, right? To conquer Gen G, you kind of just need to be matching them pound for pound with the aim.
And man, how difficult that is, because Texture, Meteor, Karon are all up there with the best players in the world right now. In terms of form, they might be like all three in the top 5. I don't know who else you would put up there, because you watch Texture, Meteor, or Karon in a 1v1 against anybody else in this tournament, you have to favor them.
Yeah, you do. I mean, they're just cerebral. The way they move, instinctual in nature, really. The way they tackle and handle a lot of those clutches, and just the aim and the movement on top of it. It's all there, perfect package for a lot of those players. So that is the first obstacle that Sen have to remove. Getting that confidence back, at least. Making moves now towards mid, though, here. Creeping once more and crawling.
It's a kill trip, but with no one really to play off it here.
All given up, so Meteor once more building up towards Dimensional Drift. On his way through, he'll be able to clear out most of this side as well. Basically, the human drone just spotting out these trips. Kill trip, lucky. Oh. Wait a second, John QT is there onto the angle in time. Gets the punish onto Lakia. Karon, the chance really for him to clean up, but no, the crosshair placement just wasn't expecting that one. The deep contact play and push out from Sentinels. One of the first times it feels like they're in a really advantaged situation.
Yeah, definitely. They're realizing the fact that Karon and Munchkin are going to be playing in very passive positions. They found them both. They even isolate Munchkin, who's so far away. And yes, this has taken a lot of time, but it's set them up in a great situation to win the round.
Chance of playing the lineups anymore for Munchkin. Meteor, Texture have to go absolutely massive, but he instantaneous there with the trade and shut down in time. So the Sentinels are willing to make it that repeat of what happened last time these two teams clashed here. That 4th one on the board, steadily, slowly but surely, chipping away, trying to make it at least even at the half.
Look how John gets at it. It's after the kill trip came through, but it's this repush, not looking to try to go for the retake at all, fully waiting to try to flush out Karon and Munchkin before they ever go towards site. It's a great adaptation. It shows that they understand how Gen G are playing the post plans. This is the kind of stuff that made Sentinel Split so scary. You know, we'll forget about the last 2 times they played it.
Yeah, I mean, they've had their confidence knocked there as well. You can tell that just from the way that the map veto ended up shaking out. Wasn't the first map that they ended up picking. Deep dive here, Texture want to take advantage of this one, but it's broken. Sassy using it. They did miss second. Hello, spots it. Up in the air. It's all about the reactions. Follow through there. Just a clone, but a shorty. Defending the area and teammates flooding back in. All to his avail. Munchkin, though, has managed to get himself a gap into the A site, but the spike has been dropped down into the center of the mid, and it's all down to the individual plays. You can see Karon also thinking about the same thing here, and Munchkin. Full territory gain down into mid for Sen, but they need to keep their eye on almost every single angle here, and guess what? Plenty of backs facing away from them! Karon! It's majestic! And just like that, turned away, ripped away. What should have been a slam dunk, Sen left looking in every possible direction, barely able to get it, but they do in the end.
Karon with another one, another death blow, a dagger to the heart of Sen. Another round where Sen getting themselves into a hugely advantaged position, but because they played this specific style of using second as bait and everybody flooding through from tunnel and double doors to try to help, they gave up the sights, and Gen G are just too smart with it. They read it, they react so quickly and get into positions where their players can pull off magic like that. Final round, Zekken glass cannon operator. You're watching here as he tries to take contact.
Dodging that initial wave of utility. Won't be too many targets.
Now, once more, Brent. Sassy drones out through B main, making it feel like perhaps there's some level of aggression happening over there. They're trying to prompt the reactions out of Gen G. But this team is so smart. They wait for a full commitment before they decide to do stuff like that. And Munchkin's the playmaker actually here, making his way all the way up through halls. It's not a full commitment on the A split just yet.
Not quite.
Trying to make a play or get some info.
He does like to take the initiative, though. That player to watch for here, Meteor. Holding. Kibi's a util, potentially the flash there, I believe, in his hands, but thinking twice about it. And again, it's just pure silence. They're letting Sentinels stew, hoping that they make a mistake.
No real reaction, though, from Sen. They're not going to get baited into defensive aggression.
Now the drone At least should trigger that reaction with the knife. Down, cancels it! Reactions there from Zekken. Repositions there with a dash, but might want another go. I think still with the door opened wide, he realizes it is back. He's open to two different directions, and he's really got to try and watch this one here, at least get some help from the rest of his team. Genji are moving into the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, they're going towards Zelsis, who's reinforced with John Cudy's utility.
The players haven't budged, snared into space. Zelsis hearing that one broken, now wants to take the fight to him. Out wide, onto the wall here, Keron. He's worked and wiggled his way into the back of the side again. Back to it, reload! Oh my! 7 seconds left with the spike drop down. Sentinel surely a favourite, and yes, indeed they are. No chances here in the final round of this first half. Not for Munchkin. So maybe, gotta think it's a better look for Sentinels here on Breeze.
A much more competitive opening to this game on a map where most would write them off. Genji dominated this map when the sides were flipped last time we saw it. He had great awareness, dodged the drone, used the knife to cancel it, punished the player coming in. There was a trip there onto texture. He had to kind of adjust in mid-air, and Zelsis caught him, plucked him out the air like a butterfly.
Absolutely insane stuff for the first half. Guess what? Plenty more left to go in Breeze. Let's send it down to the analyst desk to discuss everything so far.
Thank you so much. Wow, what a way to start things off. But let's just jump right into it. Our Verizon high-speed moment of the match came in the first half. We had multiple, as a matter of fact. It was kind of, you know, your choice, pick of the litter here, Hypoc, because Zekken, this kid's putting on a show today.
Yeah, I mean, just looks so clean time and time again in these high-pressure scenarios as well. Last alive here, like back against the wall to try and find a bailout round to really try and recover this. We're so used to seeing him now in this scenario.
Yeah.
And it's ridiculous because this guy just turned 19 in his first international final. He had that birthday while he was here in Spain. And the journey for this guy has been long. When we first saw him internationally, he was only 17 years old, playing with Exet on stage. At the time I talked to, his parents were there with him, going along to Istanbul, but they've been with him the whole way. This is a picture from Americas of his grandma out with him, supporting in the crowd. He's a young guy, but he's had his family all the way behind him throughout his journey here in Valorant. And now he's at a point where he's in an international final and really in that discussion for best player in the world.
Yeah, what's so impressive here about Zekken is just not only does he carry himself like an absolute pro, but the man is just so meticulous in the server, Hypoc. But he's going to need to continue to output more if this team wants to get back into it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Josh was leaning on this in the cast as well. You've got people on the other side, Texture and Meteor to really overcome. Karen obviously being the clutch master on that controller role. Zekken's definitely going to have his hands full today if he wants to continue frontline versus this Genji roster.
Genji's post plan's got them a great half here, but their comp also excels in the retakes. They have a lot of util to bully Sentinels out. Genji looking strong in this first map.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult here for Sentinels. And for Genji, hey, it ain't going to be a walk in the park either. I'm expecting some fireworks in this second half. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
The pistol round is where it really needs to start here for Sentinels. I mean, we've already been highlighting the real importance of it. Genji winning, was it 6 out of 6 when they last played each other?
So now 7 out of 7. And heading into the 8th, Sen need to be able to get some of those online. And this is the half where we saw Sen have no success. Kaplan said that they came in with an anti-strat that they thought would work, but called it wishful thinking in hindsight.
Always Meteor just taking that fight straight up.
Good punish though. A lot of damage. Yeah, it's not the kill, but they forced that back. Denied Genji a little bit of space. And now this drone's really going to make it feel like it's a commitment into B. Instead, the spike is going in the completely opposite direction. I think this is looking more like an A-split where you rely on the fact that Zekken has holes control.
Genji, they do play to those sound cues. Oh my, just missing a chance and the timing there for TenZ, but with the orb now bloomed and blossomed, can start to get a move onto the A side still. It's Keron. It's locked down into the corner position. Guess what? Zekken punishing the rotation! And 3 heads roll. Down and out here. Keron blinded as anything. Cannot win his fight out. Zekken. They're chanting for it. You can feel it. The roar of the crowd behind him. And he knows what they want.
TenZ spots him.
Munchkin spotted. Ow. Wow.
Denied, but that is the first pistol that Sen have put on the board in the rivalry that's blossoming between these two teams. And what a fantastic attack side strat that is. So much better against Genji than what they were pulling out in the 3rd map of the upper bracket final. They call a fake, they use the advantage of having map control. They use halls against a team that has a solo initiator. It just ticks every single box to me. Learning from the failures of before.
Of how rotate heavy Gen G play, I mean, maybe a bit of fakes and finesse might be just exactly what Sentinels ordered. Clearly doing that prep work here. Now the orbs can be farmed up, granted for them, without too much pushback. Of course, got to be aware there's always a chance that they could fight back.
There's a slight bit of danger in this round, Bren, because Meteor managed timing the recon dart that Sassy threw into mid, I believe. So they have no idea that Meteor is positioned this deep, but no one on Sen looks like they want to get into that area at all. Sen running a default looking a little more like when Loud played against Gen G, not going for the early round group ups in A main, but happily now grouping up together to make sure that they can trade out the lower eco players. And like I said, I don't think they realize that Meteor is this deep.
Meteor going for walkabouts to face early on. John surely hearing this one now, facing him, but it's too much to overcome there. Meteor with that Sheriff, and again, a bit of stray damage through TenZ. Let's try and at least lock this one down in to the side of the smoke. But they have found him. Right-click bundle diff, apparently so. 3 players still left to stand here for Meteor. Find that one, maybe could be a chance, but it does go down in the end. Traded with the nade, flushed out wide, and found in the end. There it is.
It is a conversion for Sen. It looked a little difficult to be able to get across the line. It's always going to be tough when Gen G have smokes that you have to play around. They're flashing into the smoke here to blind Karon. Clearly they have a good understanding of how Karon's going to be playing. I think one of the key antis that they came into the last time on Breeze was that knifing Karon so that he can't use pulls. They thought that would give them easy access to the A site. In fact, Gen G have way more layers to it than that, but you can start to see Sen looking to break them down. And now coming into a bonus round. Do we have another great strategy called here by the brain trust of John and Kaplan? And Drew as well. I should give credit to my kilt-wearing neighbor from the north.
You certainly should, yeah. Takes a village, after all. But it has been evened up in terms of that scoreline, 7-2-7. And like you said, the bonus round is where Sentinels will look to see if they can get over that hurdle here. Texture, Toast, okay. Not going to be able to play anti towards that one, and everybody playing inside this cloud. Burst, not expecting him. He pounces up. Already just locks that one down. These Sentinel players are left scrambling and wondering exactly where these players are coming from. Texture now with the dash. Smoke to play in 4 10s here, but how do you really overcome this? You just can't. It's just raw mechanical prowess on display. An easy one is what it feels like here for Gen G, overcoming all sorts of obstacles that were thrown at them.
And I think that's an example of what was going wrong for Sen last time. Gen G are just so good when it comes to defending the standard hits. And this is a very standard A split that Sentinels send in. Gen G's crossfires are amazing. Karon can always play around Pyramid because he has smokes to dip and dive inside of. And then you have Lakia up towards stairs, Texture in that gutter. They've always got triangles going on that are extraordinarily difficult to break. The weakness with Gen G's defense is to do with Lakia and him being overstretched, having to run around halls,
jump
a
spot
nest.
heard. Real opportunity for Zekken to get that punishment. You are right, it is that weakness. That's why they have to put bodies into it, but now a double walk up and face. Zekken, got to be ready for this one here. Is it going to be cleared? It's an off angle. Lakia in the crosshair, precisely on exactly where it needed to be.
Yeah, great re-clear. Gen G are going to go for those occasionally because that is the weakness of their composition and they need to make sure that they have info in that area of the map. Meteor going for an info peek when they're up 5v4.
Everybody's got their backs turned to every possible position. Texture, though, seems to be more aware of it than he is. Shuts down John QT. Sassy out in the open. Done into the back of the site, and it is traded and cleaned up by TenZ still. Only 2 to left stand here for Sentinels. They will get control of the B side and the plant online. But even more so to try and overcome Texture, Lakia and Karon taking their time with it.
They know that Zelsis does not have the orb on the spike. They can see that over towards mid. So he's probably not playing post plants, probably on site with TenZ.
All up. Re-clear. Just feeling unsafe, but they do take control of main once more. They can play this post plant from this position still. Smokes are available. Lakia, at least Karon puts that one up, but a kill found. Still, it's down to just tens.
He's got to do it all.
Does have a nade, but still he's got to deal with this. And what a play to make. Texture so damn aware, but there's the shot still. Will the nade land in time? Lakia's sticking, spam, damage! He's just about got it! Unbelievable from tens!
That is cold! That split-second decision to pull out the fragment grenade and make sure that you have additional damage. What a 1v3!
That's on a nice edge though, isn't it? Look at it.
One enemy remaining.
But my God, look at it slow down.
Oh, very, very close. He's drawn the game back 8-8, where Sen actually have the economy advantage, putting together much better rounds, using more of the map. And Gen G, even though they're finding advantages, letting that one slip away. This time, Munchkin going wandering, tucking underneath where John Cudie's playing. This is always a dangerous spot. It's obviously a risk. If the player on window checks, you're just 100% dead. But taking a risk on a round like this where you have lower economy is absolutely worthwhile.
Oh yeah, the time to do it.
And of course, he will be able to hear rotates if they go heavy towards B. And he'll hear them early enough to call those defensive positions.
Back here with the Bucky. I don't think he's going to be going for a peek here. Still wants to hold that close angle. The dart broken, it's going to be pulling players actually. Reaction out of Gen G, thinking that, okay, well, his presence there, but now the drone adds another level to it. A bit of confusion into the camp for Gen G, wondering where the hell are these players landing with only 40 seconds left. Time could start to become a problem, but Texture, he was the real danger in this round, at least with those knives, and with him shut down, now it opens wide, but Munchkin immediately there. No command sent flying, Bucky gaming! Lakia dropping 10 straight down to it. Removes him from the fight, aiming control. Granted and gained, tucks it up and doubles up. Now with the drone over, an attempt to punish Charon, running and gunning. Zelsis time, 12 seconds left. He needs to find this kill, but the rifle has been handed over, and so is the spike. John QT, head on a swivel. Too much to deal with, too much to overcome, and surrounded, man, surrounded.
That's the value of Gen G taking risks. I'm telling you, Munchkin tucking into that spot. You won't see him do it often on a rifle round, but what a timing to do it. And Lakia, he gets the perfect glimpse of tens right before that. But also, they had no idea that Charon had already pushed down through halls and was in this position. Tens is comment that there's only one person in A main there for sure, because they just had no clue that the Astra was also ready, holding Lakia's back during the drone. And just like that, all of Ten's good work in the 1v3 undone in a moment.
Right back at it with the economical disadvantage.
And from watching Gen G, they love using Meteor's ult to help them defend sites. It might seem weird using the Oro ult. That means there's another player that can't.
Oh, hello.
Huge pick.
Against his adversary as well, the Nemesis on the other side of things. A clear win con is that Zekken can shut down Texture as a player. It's a fast reaction going to be called here with a neural theft, gives him a lot of information. Hunter's Fury, Sassy's hoping that he can at least set this one up. Meteor out wide here with a dimensional drift. He was hoping for a chance to really get that punish onto Sassy, but it's all cancelled in time, and now the rest of his team flooding in. Munchkin spots it, just the shoulder, and finally the kill. Straight to the dome, a wider peak indeed, but this is going to be face down and sprayed through entirely. Tens finally deals with him. The pesky intruder to a site that should have been theirs. And Lakia is out wide, firing that util. A pull already going to be used and utilized, but 3 players left standing now for Gen G. Meteor already in position. A 1v2 for Zelsis. Doesn't know where they are. Wall up, reposition spots. Charon, splash, blinded himself. Charon with the follow-up.
Gen G bailing themselves out of a rough spot there. But I think one of the key problems is that when Sentinels got in position to try to hit the B site, I believe Zekken's waiting for another piece of utility there. He's just delaying, waiting to peek at the right time, and sets up Munchkin for the triple kill. If they had been able to move a little faster and had that set up a little quicker, Munchkin probably ends up just going something like 1-for-1 and Sen are in a much better spot. Nevertheless, that was an eco round for them. We come in 8-10. Rifles again online. And Sen on an eco swing round with big ults for Gen G.
Massive ults. So far this map, I mean, it's just been a tenuous tightrope walk, hasn't it? Either side, just Thrifty's making it nice and even, a potential chance, but overall Gen G just holding that edge.
They saw Lakia droning through double doors there, so they should have an idea that there aren't too many players halls unless it's being pushed. But that's not where Sentinels are going. Looking instead to dominate mid and set up this line. Karen is sometimes going to peek that, but it doesn't look like this round.
Textures planted himself onto the half wall. He's locking directly down into the tunnel angle.
Can they cause a distraction in B main that pushes people into Zeken's crosshair?
Oh, Zeken. It's all about the reactions, but Texture, of course, he's favored. On LAN, already in position. It's all on Zeken. Zelsis seeking to just sow that chaos and discord into the map, at least with the pit laid down. Gen G feel it really imperative to try and clear this one, but they're already just losing players. Sentinels toppling like flies. Tens, he has worked his way deep. Gate crash now into the back of the site, so Meteor's going to be rejoining his team, and they have reinforced that area with 20 seconds left. What is the call? Jumping away and on high, but still they're surrounded with this pit. How did they even get themselves into the site? It's 12 seconds, time working against them again. Lakia to play, to do the most. Spoiler, there it is, finally spraying them through with 5 seconds down. No chance of sticking. I don't believe there's any time, and even if there was, Lakia could have absolutely sealed it up anyway. Beautiful work from Gen G.
And that round should be the first nail in the coffin here for map 1. They're going to push Sentinel's economy down into a really rough spot again. And Texture opening things up. It just looks so simple from his point of view. All of these Gen G players, they're so skilled, they make it look easy. It certainly isn't. Almost every other team has struggled to deal with Sentinels. Gen G are wiping them out. This is a map where they're favored. And sure, it's closer than it was last time. But it's remarkable as Sen take a timeout, what Gen G have done with this squad. Yeah. This is not like Sen, where it's big, heavy hitters returning to the stage looking for redemption. Gen G, this is a new roster. Sure, some people have been here before, but others brand new to a stage like this. And Gen G are on a 9-match win streak, beating out DRX, becoming the top Korean team, beating PaperX, becoming the top Pacific team, and then beating every other team in Madrid playoffs to find themselves here with map veto advantage in the grand finals, 2 rounds away from locking up map 1. To say the pressure doesn't faze them, I think would be an understatement. They look elated on stage.
Just having fun. They're happy to be here, absorbing it all up. And yeah, I mean, listen, the pressure probably would have gotten to some of these players a little bit ahead of time when they're playing against the top, at the time, Korean team. That was DRX, even in just the kickoffs. I mean, Gen G, this is a squad that was put together and really had a tremendous amount of doubters. But they have slowly but surely knocked down every single obstacle they faced and more.
And now the pressure is on Sen's side. They've taken this tactical timeout, and it's going to be for this round. This is them forcing up, trying to stop Gen G from getting to 12. Little jump peek there in case Texture was on the angle.
Deep knife. Cage to cover their cross as well, looking to try and split themselves into B. Now there are players here, great dash forwards with that flash. It's all combined and calculated. Munchkin layers it down now with the pits. Dropping down in this position. He's already found Zelsis. Where's the follow-up? Where's the follow-through? It's not there. Caron, the supportive util, the smoke to just prop it up and divide up the entirety of the site. And now a tasty morsel has been claimed with the spike drop down. The advantage again, rolling its way to Gen G. It's Sentinels that are forced to react.
Unbelievable play from Munchkin. How he's got the awareness and the composure to do that boggles the mind.
Here.
This is an almost impossible spot that Zeken and John find themselves in.
Gen G are not giving them anything. Diligence off the charts here.
No crumbs.
Slight jiggles onto the angle, never overextending. 30 seconds remaining.
Left.
Texture. Stray shot fired here, potentially just catching a glimpse. Opens wide again, John QT, that was his only chance, but
there goes the op.
Is there, op down, still 18 left, and they have to deal with Munchkin. Smoke down, grabbed and out, dash forwards, but Munchkin again, they weren't expecting it right from behind. It's the IGL Oasis. And credit where credit is due for this guy. Munchkin, one of the players with the most international experience. He's been to these events before, but guess what? On a completely different team, and the deepest runs he's ever been 9th to 10th.
And now finding himself pushing up with an ace to get to map point in the first of the grand finals. And not just any old ace, not an eco ace, in an incredibly important round under so much pressure, pitting, running towards his opponents, making a mockery of them. Sen have to force up again, but it's odds and ends. It's not looking strong.
It's scraps, man. Pure scraps. Take flight. Gonna have to drag it into that territory to stand a chance in this round against Gen G.
And I think they've found the most success when they've tried to find people, push people into aggressive positions, but that's almost impossible to feel good about lurking and then taking a 1v1 if your player has, you know, a bulldog or a stinger even.
Yeah.
You just don't feel favored.
Contacting as well onto these angles with texture, opping. It's apparent, it's known. Puts that little bit of fear, that little bit of doubt into the back of your minds. John QT, it's all about the corners being cleared, and guess what? Doesn't look like he wants to open himself up to it.
He's not thinking about it.
Not thinking about it at all. Lakia, punishment is there in place, over the top with the knives, dodging, dashing, and away, but one blade left. And Vezekin needs that rejuvenation, he's got it, but instantly again, Charon, the trade is there. Fundamentals off the bloody chart for Gen G, and this is it, surely, with the map pushed into the positions, already there. Clone revealed the position, flash through into the box, Sassy's out, wide and alone. Scared for his life, too much to deal with, indeed. Gen G lead the charge here in our grand finals of Madrid, taking map 1.
Looking calm and collected, doing it too. It could be a long series, but Gen G are going to try and wrap it up as quickly as possible. They had the double map bans, they got to pick the first, and they've set the tempo. Certainly closer than last time, but as soon as Gen G got onto the defense side, it looked like some of the same difficulties again.
Absolutely, and plenty of questions up in the air as well. Bind is up next. Gen G haven't played it at all so far at this tournament. What are they going to be coming out with here in our grand finals?
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Tengo muchas cosas que decirte ahora, pero antes de empezar quiero que le demos sin freno. Si tú quieres podemos empezar desde cero. Sabes que contigo yo me atrevo, yo quiero más y más, y poder soñarte y verte al despertar y volar, porque soy
Imagine watching Imagine watching her again.
Oh, you actually read the stream test, huh?
What a fantastic start it is for Gen G. I'm now joined by their coach Solo and Jen to do some translations. Now, the last time you faced them on this map, it wasn't as competitive. They clearly made some adjustments coming into this. Did you guys also have to make some adjustments on Breeze as well?
감독님, 지난번 센티널스를 만났을 때보다 훨씬 더 접전인 경기가 펼쳐졌는데요. 센티널스도 많이 준비를 해왔고 또 젠지에 맞춰서 좀 카운터를 많이 준비해온 것 같았는데 젠지도 오늘 하면서 좀 즉석으로 전략에 변화를 주던가 아니면 어떤 준비를 했는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 원래 하던 대로 하려고 했는데 그 센티넬이 생각보다 라우드식으로라고 해야 되나? 준비를 잘 해왔더라고요. 그래서 저희는 라우드식으로 하면 어떻게 이겨야 될지 알고 있었기 때문에 그 후반전에는 좀 저희가 좀 더 수비적으로 해서 게임을 이긴 것 같다고 생각합니다. 네.
Well, in the beginning, we tried to play our own game, but Sentinels have done an incredible job coming in heavily pressed, and I feel like today they were playing more of a loud style, so we were trying to figure out how to counter that, and in the second half, we tried to be more defensive and less progressive, I guess, proactive, and trying to counter that loud type of style that Sentinels were pulling out.
Oh, that was a great game plan. Thank you very much, Jen. Thank you very much. Good luck in a map 2.
It's 10 times worse on Linux.
Gen G picking up right where they left off when they defeated Sentinels on Breeze last time. This time, though, you got a Sentinels that had a bit more up their sleeve, but I think it goes without saying, Gen G, they knew exactly what the game plan was getting ready for this one, Mimi. They had to beat them on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, like the coach was saying, though, they absolutely did. Sentinels, I think, changed up a lot of their ideas coming into this, but Gen G did a great job of adapting, slowing down from going for these forward aggressive plays on their defense, instead playing more of these set retakes with the Yoru Flash dart combos, and it worked really well.
Yeah, and I think as well the key thing to know here is every time we watch Gen G, the protocols, the fundamentals, they seem to improve time and time again. And Sentinels are the perfect sort of team to dismantle that sort of play style. And I mean, players like Karen, obviously Texture, Meteor, the ones that we time and time again talk about, these ones really actually reinforcing that play style.
Yeah, I mean, they're also, if we want to take a look at a specific round, round 17, I mean, this came off of a 1v3 from Zek and Mimi, and then Gen G's like, hold my beer.
Yeah, I really thought that second clutch was going to be the turning point for Sentinels to maybe take this map home, but this Thrifty round was utterly pivotal. When we talk about Gen G, we tend to really focus on the fundamentals, how good they are at converting advantages, being clean in their trading, but they win a lot of scrappy rounds too, and this in particular is a great example of how good they are at kind of disrupting those timings, getting weird in those Thrifties, and oftentimes coming out on top.
Yeah, capitalizing, being creative and reactive to what's going on is also something Gen G have excelled at, and really that comes down to Munchkin being the one to really take hold of, exactly, take hold of the mid-round and actually push the heat onto IGLI John QT that we've kind of bigged up as that's where he excels, the mid-round, the reaction to information gathered across the map.
Yeah, I don't know, of course. But let's go ahead, though, and take a look real fast at our aim lab shoot-around with 10s as we break down what we should be expecting here on Bind coming up next.
Yeah, the entry duo for Sentinels, second and 10s, did well this map. 10 and 4 in their opening kills. I think they were taking over a lot on the attacking side in a way they weren't in the last Gen G series. However, Gen G's really good at sneaking in, converting those advantages, making the hero plays when they need, and that's what won this map.
All right, well, I do want to hear what Coach Kaplan actually has to say before we get into map 2. He's always got to drop some nuggets. Let's see what he has for us as we get ready for Bind.
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit more comfortable on Breeze this time around, but looking at the rest of the map pool, no Lotus, no Sunset. So what other areas do you feel like you guys feel comfortable on right now and could potentially give you a map pool advantage?
I mean, we feel really good about Bind and Split. We feel great about Ascent after yesterday, too. I would say Icebox out of the maps left in this series is our least comfy, so I was relieved they put Ascent ahead of Icebox for us. Yeah, that's where we're at with maps.
Thank you very much, Kaplan, and let's see if they can indeed bring it back on Bind.
Well,
I'm now joined by Coach Kaplan from Sentinels. Now, you guys looked a little bit...
That's what we're wondering here, right? And I think, if anything, this is going to be the opportunity, Mimi, for Sentinels to really make the statement.
It absolutely will be. Gen G haven't played this one since Pacific, whereas Sentinels came to Madrid. They debuted a new comp playing the Gecko and the Sky and implemented it really well, taking down a Team Heretics who were looking hot.
Yeah, whether or not Gen G have a trump card to obviously pull out. Last time we saw it's very one-sided versus PaperX. Whether or not they're feeling as if this is the comfort composition they want to pull out. But it's interesting, obviously, in the coach interviews to hear, the allusion towards towards Sentinel's prep. Actually, is this a question mark for them? Is this something maybe they're expecting to have to deal with very early on in this beta?
Yeah, he said yesterday, Coach Kaplan being him, that Sentinels was kind of playing for a 3-0, and that's where their prep was focused on in those first 3 maps of the pool, which they predicted. It sounds like what he said in that coach interview is that they're playing for the 3-1 here, that these next 3 maps are critical, and he's absolutely right. Sentinels have not played a ton of Icebox. When we've seen it, it hasn't looked great, and that has been one of Gen.G's strongest maps in this pool. So if Sentinels is going to lift a trophy today, I think these next 3 maps have to be where it happens.
Yeah, there's a method to this madness. You love to see it. There's a game of, I mean, you know, there's the battle of the coaches and the picks and where we're going to end up in this game, and that is also part of this journey that we've been seeing both of these teams go on, where they're not just trying to, especially with the format, trying to like counter pick against their opponent. They're trying to play their game, but in this format right now, you kind of have to manipulate it to your favor.
Yeah, I mean, but it's a big question mark for me. You talk about expected results and expected scenarios with the map pool. Let's not forget what's happened with Split, right? Even across the map pool, there's questions, sure, of how deep the strength runs for Sentinels, but if that's kind of the MO coming in, Gen.G were the team to kind of throw that off balance, right?
Yeah, I mean, they were the team who dominated them on Split,
exactly,
the map that has been their home this entire tournament. Even back in Americas, they looked incredible there. So honestly,
I mean, they rattled them so much that they gave them the playbook when they played against last time.
I mean, it is crazy to think that Sen has lost their best map twice in a row now, and I'm not going to focus on hindsight because they were amazing at that map, and they still are.
It takes nothing away, but I think it gives massive credit to the teams that can dislodge that sort of statement.
And it really goes to show how close all these top teams are, that you can big up all the fundamentals, all the ideas Sentinels take, but it just takes one good day of prep, one good team showing up, and that can really change.
All right, well, we do have the Agent Select coming up here. We'll see what we end up getting. And again, I think really it's just, as we keep saying, you know, Hypoc, it's just going to come down to the margins really at the end of the day, the small details between these two teams.
Yeah, don't expect any changes here. We're not seeing any, obviously, Gen.G previously. Whether or not this is a comfort pick for them coming out of the grand finals. Only saw 2 occurrences of it regionally, but they look damn good at it. A close fought affair with DRX, sure, but that finals versus Paper X, this was the home stretch for them.
I think the struggle for Gen.G will be playing the solo Sky here, not having that refreshable utility that the Gecko gives you. Sentinels can re-clear extremities, can have that Dizzy back online. Gen.G, on the other hand, doesn't.
It's time to see who has the better ideas here on Bind. And let's go ahead and send it to your cast. You got Sideshow, and I had to say it, Bren, the birthday boy. Love you, buddy. Have fun.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Bind being a stage that has been set here between these two teams now for map number 2, and it's a series of unknowns really for Gen.G. I mean, we haven't seen them pull this out in quite some time. They are running the same comp as they did when they qualified for this event of Madrid just before it all occurred in the kickoff. And yeah, some question marks really about their play, about Sen's preparation, how comfortable they are going to be heading into this. Now, clearly, there is some level of that. It was the first map the Sentinels got their pick of when they actually got to wrangle that map, pull that map veto out of the hands of Gen.G.
Pistol round again. Very clear focus. Gen.G looking to fight over Shower's control. That's where Tens and Second both are.
They are rapid onto the corner here. White face, 3 players though left to fight them. Tens hightailing it out of there. Backs away. There's a smoke drop down at his feet as well, just to cover that retreat.
Looking like they want to take another fight immediately over towards short. Tens just trying to make sure that nobody walked up behind the Viper wall. Risky to try to take that kind of play, hoping to catch a timing on Munchkin had he gone for that. Gen.G's approach here is quite slow. Sassy's already used one of his flashes just to let him know that Fountain was clear at the beginning of the round. But now Lakir and Munchkin gaining information, peeking into John.
John should see this, as you said here, with the jiggle. A little bit of damage done.
But John, look, not pushed off that angle. So still getting information that Hookah is clear. That's going to keep 2 players over towards A.
Right here.
So if Gen.G were hoping that that play would open up A as the weak site, it's not going to be the case. Zels is still with Molly.
Whistledough will be about to be set up here. Now, what's the emphasis being placed towards this A side? Dogs straight through to Molly, doing a bit of damage. It has slowed them down. They realize Showers is open. The reposition now into the back of the side. Dizzy up and away. Broken in place. Sassy, good kill. Wingman with the swing. They are absolutely running over these Gen.G players. It was the fast TP and a wrap around. Shut down. Sentinels, a pistol round gained. And just in time for them.
Fantastic pistol. completely turning the tide of the narrative in the previous match that Gen G were dominating all of those important rounds. And the player to watch there was TenZ. He did such a good job. That's a fantastic play from Sassy too, but I love the wingman usage. I love the double up with Zelsis and Zekken, and making sure that they catch Meteor. To me, when I watched Gen G last time playing on the attack side on Bind, the player that stood out to me was Meteor. He gets so aggressive on Cypher.
Oh yeah.
A little Alpha Year-esque.
A lot of solo takes into Showers. This time though he's supported with the whole pack almost here. Still Outlaw. Texture meets his match, drops to the floor, and these are kills that you don't really want to be funneling into Zekken. Don't want him to get those showstoppers online, but with Showers control gained, peace of mind granted for but a moment. They still need to deal with potential lurks.
They've actually pinged out where John Cutie was playing in the previous round, and everybody on Gen G looking to group up over towards Hookah. So perhaps, you know, because they found that positioning previously, they're going to look to try to punish it.
There.
Look, again, setting up, making sure the crosshairs are in the right place, but John playing a different angle.
Yeah.
Escapes without any danger.
Good jump spot from TenZ too. Gen G again, the whole pack just roaming around here, looking for those openings. Here's Meteor. Talked this guy up, bigged him up for good reason. His mechanical ability's off the chart and he can just solo open things up. Cool, calm and collected with the aim. Has to really steady the hand now through and out into the site. And they have dropped the players for assaulting the positions.
30 seconds
Karen
left.
spotted. TenZ holding position, just waiting for these reinforcements to come through. It's looking fairly clean. Nicely done from Sentinels. TenZ building up to what looks like a fairly speedy Thrash, which could be a massive ultimate to work with. I think this is the dangerous side, actually, for Sen. When I was watching them play this composition against Heretics, bearing in mind that we've only seen them play it once, they've really adjusted their defensive setups, or at least did in that game. Whereas previously, when they played the Yoru, they were focused heavily on Showers and B-Long. We saw much heavier focus towards Hookah.
We started
on defense.
Seems to be a return to that, right?
It seems to a little bit,
Old
but bear in
school
mind we've
Dynasty
only seen it
environment,
once
right?
prior to this. So that could have just been their game plan against Heretics. This defensive setup, for example, much more reminiscent of what they've been doing early on in this game, and more similar to what they've done classically on the map.
Here's the Meteor Classic. As I was talking about, I mean, the guy just likes to go walkabouts. Solo plays towards Showers. He tries to play off the timings as well and noise that the rest of his team makes.
And I would say that this is Munchkin's weakest map individually. I think that's one of the reasons that Sen will have picked this and felt confident about it too. Gen G's map pool is just outrageously good, but this is probably down towards the bottom. If they're able to recover here and put up an X, might just be the GOATs. Who knows?
Let's see. Taking Uganda now seriously at this bonus round as a call being made fast. Look at that Stimmy. TenZ following it through all the way into Lamps. Stunned up. There was that connection and they are just running and gunning. Current didn't stand a chance. A second go of things now. Dizzy. There's some value. Blinded up, but at least Lakia can stand his ground. Rooted into place with 40 seconds left. Time. Not too much of a problem just yet, as long as they do slow it down and pick off these remaining players around. Sassy, back at the site, Ghost winning it, but now just facing all together.
30 seconds
Second
left.
realizing it, backs himself away now, up towards heaven.
Lakia has to plant here with 3 HP. Zekken has a nade. Is he going to be able to get into position to deny this?
Opens himself super wide, but he just takes the risk, actually just goes for the wider swing, and Lakia, yes, he does go down. Straight bit of damage, 140 to the chest, and Texture. Back at the site, not accounted for. Gun round earned here, and one out. So no bonus to get away from them. Sen don't get that luxury.
But they've done an enormous amount of damage, honestly. Gen G's economy is not going to be in an amazing spot here. You know, Guardian, Bulldog coming into the next one. And there was certainly danger. I love this decision to fight back site. It was a little disjointed from Gen G, but a nice call. Sen's defensive setup again prioritizes Showers at the start of the round and B-Long. Quite different from the last time they played against Heretics.
Certainly does. It's time to be split. Waiting out the molly, and Texture's just not scared at all. Look at this guy, wide facing. Not worried at all with the wall was down. Plenty of angles left and waiting. Flash through there, getting the acknowledgement. TenZ, what is the call to be made? They are really just out wide and open. If this wall goes down, they should know the timing for it, but it's going down. Flash through and out. There it is. Meteor falls, deleted. Lakia
How has he done that?
Away, I'm not too sure. Jumping up and hopping up. That was a trailblazer kill that I just saw filling up the feed, but the spike dropped down. Texture will seek to reclaim this one, and all this action has happened with still a minute left on the clock.
What is Munchkin's call here? Zelsis is still waiting over by Showers, expecting them to use that teleport, because Sentinels have lost B long control. Love the play from Sassy and Tens, going for a fake B long re-clear and then a real one afterwards with the wingman. But it still left things in an even scenario. This is still looking like they could take the teleporter, but Munchkin's getting into more and more of a committed position.
30 seconds
Slowly
left.
now assuming correct positions, like they want to try and exec themselves into this site. Here it is. Munchkin has a snake bite, will send it flying. That's just to block off that CT exit and entrance. Still the face, and the fight is called. Munchkin, a lot more left to do now here with only a few seconds left. Removes the Seeker, was pesky in his face, a bit of a problem, but again, time against him. And with the spike in the middle of nowhere.
No time.
Clear wing cons, acknowledged there. Zelsis, yeah, he runs his way out.
Very well handled from Sentinels in this round, and Sassy stepping up. A lot of what Sassy has been doing on this team in this new version of Sentinels has been purely supportive. You don't often see him at the top of the scoreboard, putting himself in good positions to dominate in the same way that we saw him when he was on Loud. But this round, finding great impact. With the re-clear, with the swings as well, shutting down Gen G. And all of that economic damage that Sentinels did on the bonus now really paying dividends.
Stacking up. It's a much weaker buy-in approach here for Gen G to sending out that cross-map molly. Should be familiar with it by now. It's going to be landing onto B long. Allows Texture to claim that ground. Slowing it down. In the right moment, waiting for the team to back him up right behind him here. Classic playbook of Gen G, just contacting in, hoping that they can take a fight and trade it out if it goes poorly. Sassy, he's the one to watch for here, and look at that Texture. I mean, insane awareness, shots fired and rattled, but there it is, Zelsis returning. A few of his own, the spam battle won out, or at least evened out.
Evened out, and Munchkin is looking to try to take this timing down short. He's posted himself in an aggressive position. Second and Tens want to re-clear.
Oh, theft. Molly was sent flying.
Oh, they missed it!
Oh, he missed it! Still walking into the Molly. How are Gen G finding all of these kills are onto the A side already?
That is ridiculous! I thought Tens and Zekken had the awareness that Munchkin was there, and Zekken, he ends up getting caught as well, so giving away his positioning. He's going to have to pull out heroics to get this. It's looking awesome for Gen G.
Yep, doesn't do anything there. Gen G doubled up. Almost every position accounted for. Sentinels. Yeah, decisions be made for them. Backing away from this one.
Brutal decision that they have to make in this spot. But terrible economy on Tens, Zelsis, Sassy as well. How have Gen G managed to pull that one away?
That's a confusing one.
It felt very similar, though, to that eco round that ended up swinging things when the score was something like 8-8, 8, you know. I think it was round 17, actually, yeah, on Breeze, where Munchkin tucked underneath window over towards B, and he made that aggressive move, and he got rewarded for it. And this is similar again. There's a distraction play over towards B, and Munchkin gets into position. This opener is lovely, but I think what actually ruins them, oh, that's brutal. He just didn't hear the molly or realize. But this is the play that I think wins the round for them. Munchkin finds the timing to be able to punish Tens and opens up the A site for his team to rotate. Sen have been aware of that before. Tens was looking to re-clear, but they just didn't go deep enough down short to catch Munchkin hiding behind that box. Flips the economy on its head. But actually, Gen G are taking 2 Guardians into the round. 3 players that'll die to a double tap.
Really just trying to min-max as well, that money. Keep it flowing. Face now out wide. Munchkin. Great awareness and even better aim. That's 3. Drop down red, filling up the feed.
Polypore staff in his account?
Sassy, yeah, of course he returned the fire, but guns being reclaimed out in the open. No chance left here, so Gen G, all but certain now going to be that 3rd round. John, happy to do a bit of that damage, but yeah, guess what, Meteor, he's not letting him get away with that.
Punishing the gun pickup instantly there. And I said earlier that from what I'd watched in Pacific, I thought Bind was Munchkin's weakest map individually. And I also said earlier that when I think about Gen G, I'm thinking mainly about Texture, Garon, Meteor being the 3 powerhouse players. When Munchkin is finding plays and finding moments and winning duels like this, I truly believe this team's unbeatable.
Yeah.
Because it adds that additional layer. Munchkin ended up top fragging on map 1. He destroyed them last time these two teams played split. He's been outrageous in this tournament.
He's doing it again now here on Bind. Nade off the Dizzy's contact and a fight as well out into the open. There's the one who's going to be coming up on top. Seekers here out. There's a little bit of chaos now. Strone really into the mix here with the orbital strike. Was committed. No kill from that one though. And Gen G wounded. Be limping themselves away now back over towards that A site.
They know that Zelsis took the teleporter, so they know that there's a Brimstone around there with ult to be able to deny the plants. This isn't a round where Gen G can just try to fight quickly. They actually smoked off the teleporter at the very beginning of the round as they took sand control, expecting a crunch from Sen. But instead, it was that double up under Hookah that did the damage and put Gen G in this spot.
This mid-rounder by Munchkin, called to just contact all the way in, has done them wonders. Still, they do have to worry about that ult, and there it is. Sen flying out to the back of the site. Lakia, pop flash play, out and collected! All sorts of kills and damage, but then wide face of Celsius. Beautiful with the movement. He glides and saves the day. Leaves it down to that 1v2 still with the pit up. Munchkin, plenty of options left here. Is he going to be aware of this? Potentially keeps the pit up. Tap.
He actually might be able to tap here and use the teleporter even, but he's looking to try to take the fight instead.
Trying to make a play. Every angle needs to be watched for, and it is.
What a round by Zelsis.
Yeah, Vibe Merchant in the flesh.
Impeccable play there, and I love what Gen G went for too. The awareness from this team is spectacular. They're thinking about the fact that they could get sand crunched at the start of the round. Then they call the mid-round over towards A, tap, and look to flash backside to punish the players who are going to be trying to get into the pit at that time. Love what they did, but Zelsis shuts it down from his position on top in heaven. Very competitive game that we have here. And Texture has yet to really show his dominance on the entry, coming straight down mid.
No direct hit.
He got rocked.
Straight to the back wall. Yep, it's second. Comes out on top in that one here. Nade will get sent flying. Players seeking to try and plug up that gap as well. You can see them. Gen G trying to swarm that position. Mosh Pit does relieve that pressure, but okay, Meteor still alive and has dropped him down. Now the showstopper. Earns up and a bound. Zekken eventually claiming the kill, just using a gun this time. Here it is into the site. It's Meteor. He splits it up.
He's distracting. He's pulling 3 players over towards A. Munchkin, though, instead of rotating, decides to reinforce his player, who's in a deep position. But this crossfire looks impossible to break.
How do you break it? You just can't, surely.
Well, they're worried about a B lurk, so this might break it themselves.
No way. And
they don't swing.
The trade's late, the swing's late. Meteor, he's gone for seconds, you greedy, greedy boy. But spam down at a triple point, and now there's the call. Finally, a TP by Munchkin. Gives the indicator again, but Sentinels left worried. They've made the right read onto this one.
They have. If they double swing at the same time, they're going to be able to catch Meteor. Do they predict it?
Discipline, the diligence. Meteor can't land his shot. Still 30 seconds left, and again, it's a wrap around, the ring around the roses, straight through the TP. Munchkin, though, will be met off, placed. It's going to be blocking them off, at least from being able to flood themselves back into it, but he actually didn't activate the orb.
And he didn't throw the snake bite either.
Bit of a misplay potentially, but now finally out into the open. A few bullets to pay for the price of that one, still alive.
Sen was so worried that Munchkin was fake tapping there that they didn't even get into backside in time. So now Munchkin's snakebite with the orb completely locks them off. They are worried, where could Munchkin be right now?
There's that misinformation strewn into the round. Now Munchkin has a snakebite. Can play it as the first point here. Sassy just sticking, holding with faith in his teammate right behind him, and you can feel it all the way through. Paranoia settling in for John, but still he lands the shot in the end.
Great call by Sen, and a right smile on Munchkin. Look at that. Fantastic positioning by Zekken, and he hops over the top of it. Playing jump rope up there. And Kaplan's happy about that one. Sen starting to pull away. Not doing enough damage to Gen G's economy just yet, but they've got themselves in a great spot. Ults abound, their defensive setups are working, and another fight potentially here. They've got the read that Meteor just keeps placing Cam in similar positions.
That's why the fast face comes out, it looks like, from Sentinels, just making sure that they take away the Cam, don't let Meteor set himself up into that spot. But John QT, his pit blocks off is one section of the B site.
The mid-round timing. I mean, Zekken here might be looked to be bailed out by the Thrash. Yeah, you can see this setup. But it's possible that if Gen G have enough players here, this could just be Zekken in a one and done. And everyone is here, all four players for Gen G grouped up.
Dogs contact.
Either going to be amazing or terrible for Sentinels.
Thrash being held from the Trailblazer. Here it is, sent flying, but it's it's a little bit late. It's delayed, it's delayed second. Does he get out of entertainment? Right on time, Kieran. Oh, he's barely crawling away there. Death's door, but he will survive into this round. And guess where Meteor is? Go and walkabouts once more.
He made a noise.
So damn good at trying to play the map into this fashion. But yes, he did make a noise. And now the Seeker's being used. It will point him towards him. Has to break it. Drops down the cage. Direction. Gen G turning in and facing over towards the B side. And again, Sentinels will be running and following them fast on them, hot onto the heels. Inside the smoke. Meteor dominates the angle and dominates the space of his own neural fifth down. Gen G stand a chance and more. The decision to be made. They fight into the back of the site. And it is going beautifully for them.
Spike planted.
The pace from Gen G is just far too much for Sentinels to deal with. This team reacts so quickly. The calls are amazing. The decision there, realizing that the solo play from Meteor had taken enough space to get in, and instead of doing something simple, like throwing Karen's molly over towards that smoke and stopping the Sen flood retake, they get inside it themselves. And I was seeing this all the time when these two teams played on Split. To me, one of the biggest issues was Sen could not keep up with the pace of decision-making from Gen G. Like there, Tens throws the wingman because he's thinking, I'm going to stop somebody from getting inside this smoke, and I'm going to get into it first. And he doesn't realize they've already thought of it and got there quicker. And these tiny adjustments in timing can be all the difference. Cool idea as well from Sentinels on that short hold. Just not quite enough. Look at it as well, the extra layer of flashing through the smoke. It's just so good. And while Sen felt like they were pulling away with their wins in round 7 and 8, it's actually them with a battered economy now.
Shoddy by.
Now, Zelzis can still be a real difference maker with the judge in Hookah. Do not count that out.
Oh my goodness, you do not want to be standing there.
Yeah, they're expecting somebody to be playing for the orb, but nobody's won away, so just a hard read perhaps that they were going to go for that on the eco. Sassy and Tens set up to go for that re-clear down B long again.
Texture though, he's in an anti-flash.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Gen G are aware of it.
Sassy's out wide here. He's jiggling all that information. Trailblazer, this timing could be absolutely everything. It's broken up close and personal. He knows that Gen G have come knocking. Seems like they want nothing to do with it. Dizzy, flash play. But only around, they've called it to go back again.
Yeah, Dizzy only shot one person. So Gen G might be thinking, right, they think we've left, let's re-hit B now.
Rooted in place. Maybe the noise. Dog taking ground there. Lakia faking like there could be more presence over towards it. Sentinels making calls of their own to just triple up into Hookah, but with Lakia not spotting anything, now the call has been made again. Another pivot here by Munchkin. He's cementing this idea that it's going to be that open site for them. They're not worried at all, are they? Nade, almost a punishment on it. Caron gets out alive. Heal on line 2, so he will be topped all the way back up.
And this is where the Judge and the Stinger don't look so good anymore.
The post-plant position is immaculate. Munchkin playing a deep angle into showers, even just Lakia with the late rotate now doubled up with him. Too much to deal with here for Sentinel, surely. They'd have to just some absolute miracle shots, and they're already setting up and gearing up for it now. Out wide again, but guess what? Yeah, Meteor is too fast onto the approach. Inside the smokes, inside every possible option that could have been there for Sentinels, and Zekken, the only thing is focused on his mind is trying to get out with that gun, but even that is denied. 5-5, Gen G making it nice and even here.
I'm loving this attack side calling from Gen G. I think they're playing the macro game really, really nicely. It's been one of the things I'm most impressed with this team. And one of the reasons is, I had no idea Munchkin was capable of this. No. We've seen him at global events before, but bear in mind, nobody on Gen G has previously been in a position to do this kind of thing. They are not the creme de la creme of Korean talent, at least not until this year. They've always played second fiddle. Munchkin and Meteor were playing in Japan. They didn't even have the option to, get those opportunities on top Korean teams. Lakio languishing on the bench. Texture off Duelist. Karen not even a pro player, for God's sake. And every time Munchkin had turned up, there'd be a language issue and the attack side calling didn't look very good. This team has come together with HSK prepping the roster, setting the groundwork, and just exceeded every expectation, even the coaches.
And then the respect region-wide. I mean, they've come knocking at multiple opponents. They've always knocked them out. #1 seed of Pacific for a reason.
And it's not so much, in my opinion, that they're standing on the shoulders of giants and building on what Pacific have done before. They look to be straight up leapfrogging them.
Oh, yeah.
How many times have we seen DRX and PaperX try to break through that glass ceiling? And yet Gen G, what ceiling? Wait, you guys couldn't win before? Why not? It's actually kind of easy. It's unbelievable. Double outlaw here for Gen G on the attack side, predicting the fact that Sen are going to be on an eco.
Well, doesn't give us some commentary.
It would be right. Deep smoke dropped down here for Sentinels just to try and at least
What?
get to control of bathroom showers. Up towards that A-long angle, but B-long have a question entirely here, because again, walking slowly up towards it. Reactions on point for Texture. Just sit through the wall. Sassy barely survives.
Very lucky for Sassy there. Does Meteor have a read that Zekken's in this corner? Zekken trying not to make a footstep while staying agile. No damage on Zelsis.
There's noise being made all over the place here for Gen G. Just, I mean, how difficult it must be for Sentinels. They see the dog go up B long, the shots fired off towards A. Flash sees nothing.
That's ridiculous.
Flash sees nothing.
Anti-info and Sassy's leaving. How has that happened?
That is ridiculous. I have to see a replay of that one later, and it's already just being sold even further. Nades, snake bite, full combination. Terrible concoction. John QT, the sole defender, just needs to hold down his little portion of territory. But Meteor just seems so damn aware of it. He is. Hunts him down, sniffs him out.
Brutal situation for Sen to be in. This site's so difficult to retake Lakia. Oh, body block there for a moment.
Surely no chances though with the gun advantage for Gen G. They are just cross-fired up. Out the wazoo, making sure that they can beam down anybody who tries to step past that mark.
Zekken will take the death to be able to, oh, the kill, sure, to be able to get his ult online for the next round. But it's just all focus on round 12 here. Oh, and they're just playing with Sassy.
Dude, I thought he was going to go for it. I really did.
And any danger in the round for Gen G, completely upset by that bird telling lies over towards B long.
Let's see this one.
Yeah.
Way to go. Not
Flashes
too sure.
around. I mean, it just goes into garden, but everybody's playing an anti-flash position. I'm not sure on purpose.
For the people we play against, I'm better name than these guys.
Terrible information.
Yes. Actually, yes.
Like the silver
Bird
and bronze
disappeared
players
without
we
a
fight
whimper.
should be in this league.
Canary in the coal mine as Sentinels quickly did the same.
That
3
is
ops online for Gen G here, looking to try to close things out if Sen get aggressive.
Okay. Let's get silly.
They've all got rifles, I would assume, to be able to pick back up as well.
Round 12, final round of this first half.
And actually a really important one, I think, for Sen to be able to get online. You know, they've got the ults here. Zels is one away from having an orbital strike too.
All it takes is one misstep though. One opened up body, just trying to gather the information from Sentinels. It might just go down to it. Zekken again jiggling. Meteor eager for the fight, eager for it indeed, and there it is. The first punish online. I mean, operators across the field. It's Karen just plucking tens out of the picture.
And that reaction trying to set up the showers crunch where Zekken could re-ult back onto Meteor. Didn't realize Meteor had already left. They'd read the play and punished the reaction.
Hiding inside the smoke, doubled up now. They want to flood back into this one, trying to catch that timing, and here it is. Doubled up high-low, Sentinels. This might be the right read for them, but Lakia is brute force to barrel through Sassy. So damn fancy. Might have brought them a window of opportunity, a chance, very narrowly. Nade rebounds, but not enough to stop this one, and Zekken still has the rocket showstopper available. Pit now going to be dropped down here with the rocket to clear through and out over the top. It's lifeless. Baron in nature, but he snipes him anyway. Expected a position, Sentinels claiming the 6.
Zekken takes over in the 11th hour to tie this one up at the half. But if this is where Sen thought they had the biggest advantage over Gen G, this first half has taught them that they are not going quietly. This map pool, it's an ocean for Gen G. Lovely play from Sassy there, utilizing the brim smoke, ducking, dipping inside of it. But this is anybody's game.
Right. A series of unknowns really as we head into that second half of Bind, despite it being Sentinel's map pick. Absolutely insane stuff. But on the floor standing by, we have a special guest, a very special interview.
I am here joined by Valorant studio head Ana Donlan and obviously our global head of esports, Leo Ferreira, Madrid. Uno de los motivos y las razones por los que estamos hoy aquí es gracias a ellos, así que os voy a pedir un fuerte aplauso para darles la bienvenida y las gracias obviamente por este pedazo de evento. That's just for you guys, so thank you for this event. Now, Ana, I want to ask you, today we just introduced a new agent to the pool. What can you tell me about them?
So Clove is something we've been working on for a really long time. I'm so proud of the teams back at Riot. They really pushed themselves on this agent, both from a design perspective, creatively. I think they are so vibrant and beautiful, and it's going to do so many great things for the game. So I can't wait for everyone to get to play them next week. I thought the show match today was amazing. It was so good. Congrats to Mixwell and Team España. That was amazing. And yeah.
Okay, we love that. Thank you very much. Now, bueno, obviamente creo que lo habéis entendido, ¿no? Que tiene muchas gracias de que tengamos a Clove entre los agentes, que el showmatch ha estado genial y que solo en una semana ya podéis estar probándolo y creo que va a estar muy, muy guay. Now, Leo, of course you're on the competitive side. What do you think about this gorgeous, gorgeous event here in Madrid?
Oh my God, we are so happy to be here. We've been dreaming about coming to Spain for a very long time. This is our first time here. You all have been incredible hosts. Thank you so much for embracing VCT. We love you. This is just the first event of the season. There's a lot of VCT to come in 2024. We're gonna jump straight into stage 1, and we're so happy to be here, so thank you all again.
Nos da las gracias por estar aquí, por ser tan acogedores. Esto para los que no habéis hecho el workbook. Pero la verdad que lo estáis haciendo genial. Obviamente todavía nos queda todo el stage y todo lo que queda por llegar en 2024. Recordad, cuanto más ruido hagáis, más conscientes serán de lo que necesitamos estos eventos en España. Pero obviamente esto no ha terminado, así que seguimos con el partido.
Do love a bit of crowd work. People riled up here for the second half of Bind. Full importance. Keeping our eyes peeled now onto this pistol round.
And I know that Sentinels have changed up a lot since the last time they played Bind against Heretics with this composition. But when we saw them play, it was a lot of short execs with late showers backstabs. Have they got more in their arsenal? Are they prepped against what Gen G are going to bring out here? This is a must-win map for them.
Lakia feeling the heat now and the pressure from that one. Bundle of util going to be used. Trailblazer holding his ground just for a moment. Baits it out the shots, but he does get the info that he was after.
Oh, Ten's taking the ult up there when I think he was aiming to pick up Wingman.
He'll be happy with both.
Yeah, didn't get punished for either. Gen G are so happy to follow the noise and trust the read with their defensive rotates. This is such a key thing when you watch them. They stack sites like nobody's business. You've got to run fakes against them. And now, Trailblazer coming down short, trip broken, that starts to pull Texture away. But only for a moment. He realizes there's nothing following it, and they trust their gut and stay on B.
30 seconds.
It's so difficult to sell a fake against these guys.
30 seconds left.
But I think Sen have just about managed it. The B control actually turning into the fake, looking to commit down short again. And I said, these 4-1 execs, they were bread and butter for Sen.
Mutia is he going to be spotted? He's playing deep tucked inside that smoke, and he could again be the difference maker. Guarding, body of Wingman, orbs picked and placed back up. Plant down here for Sentinels. It's all about how he gets played into the post, but Mutia, he was spotted out. Wide into the smoke, Nade flushing him into the back of the side. He is down and low, but hopefully a heal online, potentially there. Still need to hold down onto this ground here for Sentinels, in through Lamps, and Gen G, they are methodical in the nature, the way that they approach a lot of these retake situations. It all comes down to the minutiae, these tiny little details. Flooding now, front of the site, shots found and kills finally online. The Gen G team and the defuse, Karon half already. Has he bought them time enough potentially for Gen G here with 2 players left? Lakia, the orb, at least there, another kill, found and out and defended! You're joking! You're kidding me!
From the first Masters event, coming out here in the most recent Lakia, so clutch. These shots are unbelievable towards the end. Defending from every different avenue, popping off.
Oh my goodness.
Lakia himself said in a recent interview with Pedro Romero that his biggest mistake in his career was joining DRX, then known as Vision Strikers, after having that success in his first Masters event.
That is gold.
Yeah, imagine that.
Gold.
And now, he's overtaken that team that he ended up joining and having more success here in a grand finals.
Potential off the charge for Sentinels. This is a great charge out wide and open. Look at the molly, the damage all combined and collected. Growled into it. Gen G obviously favoured. He's got the spike and he's in their spawn.
It's a weird one.
It is a really strange one.
Actually, if Karon ends up going down, although I don't see how he possibly could.
Not with the judge, surely not.
But the A site would be open, and there is simply no way.
Just understands the timings inherently.
All left on Zekken.
They knew his backside. Call being made from his teammate. Second. Earns himself a plant at least here. Really, shouldn't be any opportunities for him to win it out. It'd have to be a bundle of mishaps and mistakes here from Gen G to really topple this one. So.
And these are just the consequences of Gen G winning a beautiful pistol round here. They get themselves up to 8. And Lucky is going to take the defuse. He's now only 2 away from getting Seekers online. They know that Karon saved the judge into this as well, so might anticipate him being positioned over to Hookah for the next. Normally that's going to be Munchkin's job, defending onto Hookah. And when I was watching Gen G playing Pacific on defense, they loved to push. Not in a coordinated early round manner, but just looking for those mid-round timings, trying to abuse the fact that on Bind, teams don't tend to be as spread across the map, watching everything all the time. Of course, Sen's comp doesn't have the Cypher to be able to rely on. Those trips are not going to be there in market, so if anybody finds the mid-round push timings, they're good for it. And it is Munchkin looking to cover Hookah, while Karon picks up short.
Sentinels.
Clearly aware that Munchkin likes to play that aggressively. I think this side is where we've seen weaknesses from Munchkin before, but he also loves to take fights so much that if he's on fire as he has been today, and he was in their last match, he could easily be the win condition for their team, in fact.
Gen G looking like they're calling for a reclear in through Hookah, so they're going to get information pretty rapidly at least.
But Bren, if the judge wasn't in Hookah, where else is it going to be other than short?
Now they're walking right into it. Karon. Too much util. The dog doesn't clear him, but he does break it anyway. Kill trip. Lands a shot. Good adjustment in the end, but Tense does return that fire. Now flash blinded. Texture still only for a moment. Sen's line an 8. Now there's 45 seconds here for Sen. Collect yourself and cool down your senses. Enough for potential pivot to a different area, but they've committed the smokes. And they want to know what his last play is. That Texture. What is that? Pulling away. Trip's still not dealt with. Lighting these players up. Yet John QT is right there again. TP through. That was only Zelsis. What is the call to be made? Bonus round for Gen G finally. Full committal. But they're going to be walking again into Munchkin. Never losing his ground here. Always holding on to this space. And now Meteor doubled up crosshair setup. This could be nasty. This could be brutal. Obliterated! Gen G just have such an immaculate read. Every position, every scenario. It's all accounted for.
It's these defensive rotations again, Brent. Gen G are so far ahead of it. Sen think that they've got the timing to be able to go through the teleport like that. Gen G have already got Meteor not just over towards B, but already set up a crossfire with Munchkin. And beautiful little bait play there. Munchkin letting himself be seen first and dragging them into Meteor's crossfire. When you watch Gen G on defense, you would call it over-rotating if it wasn't winning so often. They have such a trust in the read. This nade to push Texture away from his position.
Nasty one landing right on top of the box. Satchel. Second setup now with this Bucky forward position, but Meteor. Oh, Meteor. Oh, what a snap to the side. What's the wrist breaker there from Sassy, and hello, what a time to come alive here for Sentinels. Much needed, much anticipated now. Texture trying to dodge and juke that timing here. Entertainment onto Lakia. He's back to all of them, chasing them down, hunting them down. Sassy wants even more, offloading the Seekers. Why not? A winnable spot, a winnable position. Charon all alerted to the presence, but he picks up the rifle almost with the pre-fire. Still 2 versus 4. Spike has to get planted here, so Sentinels will at least earn that.
Everybody on Sen inside lamps. It's a really unusual post-plant position.
Gaps to be played within. Sentinels cannot let this one slip, not after losing previous gun round, not after losing most of the scenarios where they had that advantage. Thrash off that tap. Satchel over the top here and a seek to punish. There it is. Texture, last one left, last one alive through the box. Nade earned again. But tucked, hiding away from the position. It's Sentinels trying to play this one just with a little bit of intelligence. And John gets that information! And a shot to the head. Thrifty here. MasterCard well earned.
What a timing for it too. Definitely felt like Gen G was running away with this game. And this is a must-win map for Sen. This is where they felt the most favored. This was their pick of all of the maps they could have gone to. And as the desk was mentioning earlier, they're kind of playing for the 3-1, hoping they don't even need to get to Icebox. Incredible shots being hit there, and Sassy on fire here on Blind. We expect to see those a little more, I think, from the Gen G players. But here it is.
Texture, time.
Texture with an operator looking down B long.
Yeah. He's got himself onto a really nice forward angle. Spotting out this operator is going to be pretty key and essential here for Sentinels, but they don't have anything concrete to clear it out. Look, even the Dizzy just clears it. Jump spot from second was really out wide, but giving up that space. But Gen G putting such a heavy premium on control of just both B long and showers. Even got the cam set up. Munchkin willing to hold it down.
Yeah, and they've actually not really heard much on either side. Charon goes for the gamble over towards B. I'm interested. Munchkin didn't quite find the timing to take a duel, but he's now tucked in a position going to get cleared by that flash.
Yeah, certainly should be. Zekken eager to take the fight there with a boombot just right behind him. He knows the rough position here of Munchkin.
Charon's back immediately over towards A, so there's still 3 players defending this.
But only 30 seconds roughly left here. Moshpit sent flying over the top now as well, trying to take the space. It's only 10 and he's left alone to his own devices. So for the rest of his team here with only 25 seconds. That's a spike drop down on top of it. It needs to be heroics and it needs to be masterful play at that. Munchkin almost going down to the stray Satchel, but it matters not. Overwhelming aggression from Gen G. Full lockdown in approach and play. And seconds dwindling down to nothing. It's Gen G up to 10.
The stack, the crossfire, way too much for Sen to deal with. And not just that, Gen G fighting close. Not trying to hold into backside and rely on the fact that, you know, they'll give Sen the play and try to push through smokes or anything like that. They fought almost even before Meteor was taking contact from the short trips. Look, they pick off 10s here. They're looking to try to fight them in short. They mollied off showers as well, so Zekken couldn't help. They picked that apart and fought aggressively. There's a really interesting quote from HSK, actually, during another interview where he said that Gen G tries to make the plays that other teams would hesitate to make. That's a very conscious thing that they've come into this year trying to do. We are going to try to be the team that picks that timing and fights you.
Been working so damn well for them here, Gen G.
Look at the rotates, Brent. Look at the rotates.
Set up and yeah,
there is less than 10 seconds into the round, and they're planning to 5-stack B.
Second showstopper. loose here, was vulnerable, but up close to the corner to clear. Lakia! Blinded! What? Found what? Snaps it! Sentinels, they found an advantage, but it's about converting it now into a round win.
And they've got an inkling that there's a ton of players here stacking the site, but they're not fast enough to pull the trigger and go for the rotate through the teleport, which would have been a play to open up the A site for a free plant. They found themselves that player advantage, and now Gen G, with the players stacked, looking to re-explore.
Oh man, look at this call to contact reclear. Are they going to be ready with the rifle play? It needs to be online. It is Sentinels. Clean sweep there, out towards it, forcing Gen G out in the open. That slight pause keeps them alive for now, and it was really necessary, Josh. I mean, you end up losing that one. Gen G up to 11. The economy just been dwindling. Sentinels getting rocked left, right, and center.
But what is this? The timing on that Dizzy. It just blinds Lakia,
so
right? Yeah. Well, he was 1 HP, I think, after he went through the Viper wall as well. Yeah, so just, but still, caught down extraordinarily low. And the crowd here behind Sentinels, willing them forwards.
They're not easy rounds that Sentinels are winning.
They're not at all. Again, Gen G had 5 players B.
That's fast though. Second. It's in front of the snakebite as well. A little bit of damage, almost a kill onto Lakia. It's good damage. It's going to be permanent. There's no heal online. At least he can't heal himself. Now the Trailblazer for the re-clear. Munchkin, you can't be calling for that one again. He just goes down with it.
Yeah, and these are the times when Munchkin ends up getting punished, and it's looked rough for Gen G. We haven't seen very much of it. Munchkin's been playing a superb game, but that's the kind of stuff that was happening in Pacific, and Sen have taken full advantage. There's 3 players very close to key ultimates as well, though the orb is not here. Sen put another pause in the round, maybe hoping that Gen G would do another exploration. They've got to be cautious about Texture's ultimate, and Garon's, for that matter. The more they let the time click, the more that those ults could just win it for Gen G.
Josh is waiting for the fuel here, just to prop both of it up, make sure he can clear some of this util. Trip. Spotted and broken. Not be pulling any of the Gen G players away. It looks like positioning is being shifted. No, still a reclear of Texture. He's happy to hold this close angle.
30 seconds left.
This when he has the rocket available to him. Another trip. This time. Noise pressure on either side. The TP rotation is now core with 20 seconds left. Guess what?
What about
gone now?
What about Caron's ult?
Caron's ult, yeah, it's not really going to be handled here at all, and that's going to be sending it out with Wingman. He's going to be broken. No, they disabled it correctly, but it does catch on the second. So the plan is online. 4v4 though. A must win for Sentinels. Must win indeed.
The flank.
Fast wrap around flanks on flanks. Lakia punished for it. At least recognizing Sen the weaknesses of their own compositions, but it's immediately answered and evened back out.
Celsius got ult.
So advantage now for Gen G here with the ult. Here's the first tap, but he's waiting for the second point. Karen's fast onto him. Karen's fast onto him. Already approaching and expecting that position, and he just has to let it rip anyway before anybody even taps. Gen G so fast with the moves, yet Sentinels shut it down.
The tension in those kind of rounds when it gets down to a post plant is palpable. Sentinels were so close to major ults getting online, and I think if Celsius hadn't found the kill to be able to get his up, there was all the chance in the world that that round was going towards Gen G. Tens with 2 gorgeous kills towards the end, off the back of the Dizzy, and Gen G forced to take a timeout. Their first of this map. Frankly, it might be the first in the match that we've seen. I'm not sure whether they threw one in on Breeze.
Certainly a rarity. You don't see them often. Calling for that timeout, cool down in the play here, because this is Sentinels actually making a very decent go of it. Yes, they won here and there, a couple of half-buy rounds when the economy wasn't too good, but that was, full-on gunplay occurring.
Remember, though, that this should be the map where Sentinels are the most favored, and they're still behind by 1 round.
Yeah.
Even though they're favored in the next, due to the economy advantage, it's not clean sailing here, not by any means. Gen G fighting for every inch of this, not willing to give up any of these maps that they so carefully selected. Now, in terms of what Gen G are going to be talking about in the timeout here, I think it's going to be about those defensive rotations. They've been stacking the opposite site to the lurk. So when John QT goes and puts pressure and breaks that trip, if it doesn't feel like an exec down short, they still keep players on B. And this time, John QT took the space and called for the rotate over. So that's kind of the opposite, I think, of what Gen G were expecting. And it's possible that Solo and HSK are just addressing that and coming up with a slight variation in how they play the defense. We'll have to keep an eye.
Lakia now eager for this orb, looking to one away from the ultimate, but again, might just earn it himself, he does, with him dropping, sent to the spectator seat. He's gonna have to sit on the sidelines and really fester and wonder about what went wrong there. Now it is explosive, second, through and out into the elbow position, spraying down texture. This is explosive, into the back of the side. They try and stand their ground, but they can't hold their candle. Not against the weapons.
Huge one, clean one. Sen tie the game up. And those ults that were close to being able to be put online a couple of rounds ago, where Zelsa's orbital strike made all the difference. Now look at them. Huge tools available to Sen. If they're able to lean on those, it will knock the Gen.G economy once more. And the game, which Gen.G had under some level of control, will start spiraling away from them. Gen.G
machine just churning them up now.
The stack, 3 players over towards B to start, and Karen in a very committed position.
Super committed, but he backs away now with the knife out. Close tucked here. Sentinels.
I mean, this is looking like you thrash to try to put pressure on people, yeah, and Zekken follows it up.
Osh and Seekers with a thrash on top, like you said, Josh here, sending it flying. Zekken is eager for the engagement, even more so, spots it out, Munchkin. First one to fall, fills up that feed for them nicely here, but Gen.G might even look to just try and fight back with the pit down. Something has to really dislodge this one here, maybe even a few stray bullets. Sassy finally planting, elbow control for them. On top of that, it's Hookah.
They didn't plant though. They're still getting it down now, and Gen.G are taking elbow control in the meantime.
It might work against them because it has cut off these angles, and the core mate to contact works out beautifully. Thrash through with the flash as well. On top of it, it comes down to how can they win these kills out? Second, as the Rango the Beast, that is his rifle, lit up like beacons, but it matters not. Sentinels, it feels like almost the first time here in this series. I'm sure it's not, but they get that lead, at least by 1.
And relying so heavily on getting those ults up. Look at this play, Munchkin stuck while the rest of his team ended up playing for retake. He was just hoping to go 1-for-1 in this spot. But Zekken's entry has so much to help him. Seekers coming from B long, a thrash, nade into backside, smokes to cut off all the angles. Sen just decided to drop the nuclear codes and just send that one into B. And it's a great time to do it too. Oh, the punish onto Lakia. Huge. Great read that he was going to be going for the ult orb at the start of the round.
And that's play just going their way.
Yeah, that's what you need. You need to keep these anti-ecos clean for Sen if you want them to start building up. Because Gen.G are super dangerous in these kind of moments. You cannot count them out. They're so apt to take risks in these rounds that have paid off well in the series so far.
Clearly ignoring Hookah. It's a smart call as well. You don't want to walk into those shotguns, but the trips close will cause some issues here.
Celsius has just used all 3 of his smokes, one, I believe, to drop off Hookah, so they've got to commit while these smokes are up.
Fine with a trip, get any values just over and above the top of it here. Second satchel now to see the ball position. We'll meet you down. Really no more danger. Sentinels. They are steady as anything here. They can feel it on the precipice of getting that 12th round here. A critical map in the juncture that is this series.
Texture and Munchkin really with no chances in the round. Though Sassy looks to take the fight instead of relying on the double up.
Zelsis, safe pair of hands there. Rifle in them, make sure that there's no funny business.
And Munchkin, you can see the motor mouth popping off there. Just gonna save and take this time to address with his team what the game plan is once rifles get online in round 23. Because this is crunch time. Gen.G need 2 in a row to just drag this to overtime. And they do not seem happy with the idea that Sen are going to be able to win on their map pick. There is still a chance for Gen.G to get back into this one, but these recent rounds have all gone the way of Sen. A reminder, though, that they did it by using ultimates. Even here, Zekken pops the showstopper to be able to get into B. So Gen.G, do they actually need an adjustment?
Wow.
Not just the save for Munchkin to talk, now a timeout called, the second of the map, to allow their coaches a bit of input too. But Bren, what I'm saying here is, yes, it's been 5 in a row for Sentinels, but crucial rounds have been won off the back of ultimates.
Yeah.
And Sen do not have access to those anymore. I mean, they're one away from getting Seekers back up because Sassy is frying. But I think Gen G's game plan has not necessarily been the issue so much as them fighting an uneven war.
Well, finally, there's going to be a bit of that parity. Even guns on Gen G's side. Sentinels running out of those ultimates. I think you are right. I mean, you're right on the money in terms of just talking about the game plan for Gen G. It hasn't really been going amiss. They've just been getting ran over, steamrolled almost by just that sheer ult economy that's just been churning, generating constantly for Sentinels, but it has run out. And Gen G have to put a stop to it here if they want to stop Sentinels on their map pick.
Yeah, and we're talking about it running out, but Sassy could certainly play for the Showers Orb here. It looks like Sen are set up for a fast Showers take. And unless Meteor's able to pull off some magic, because he's going to be vastly outnumbered.
Let's see it.
Seekers are going to be online, surely.
What have you got up your sleeve, Meteor? Team needs some magic. They need it now. He's backing away. It's just that aggressive cam.
He's been putting that there a lot, though.
Yeah.
They've already seen that in a couple of post-plant situations. Sen are going to know. It could trigger some kind of Showers crunch, though, so they've got to be a bit cautious. Look. Tens, Zekken, ready to punish the players that might come through the teleport, using Sassy as bait. And now they walk forward, get Seekers online.
Texture. Close, up onto the angle, dog broken. Boombot as the first layer of contact.
Munchkin
here.
pushing out through sand,
Here's Munchkin, and he's been doing this at least in the qualifiers. It could be a punishable element. They have to be aware of it. Gaps in the play for Sentinels, and it looks like Celsius is seemingly clearing most of this. But they've left that tiny, tiny window.
These are slow rotates. Zekken, though, making a little bit of noise. Munchkin's going to make the call. Look at these rotates from Gen G. All come in, beating the rotate.
Away.
Getting into B.
Flooding back in.
And Munchkin has not overplayed his hand. Makes sure that he just feeds the info his team needs. And what a call this is.
Gets the hell out. 30 seconds. This is going to be a full committal. Straight into the maw out wide. They're not expecting it. Gen G players holding their ground, rooted and snared into place, but they're willing to just fight tooth and nail. Spike dropped down, Molly's at the feet. Nobody can advance, nobody can step over the line. There's gonna have to be those shots, gonna have to be that firepower. But again, is it enough? Is it enough? It's not! Meteoric from Meteor himself.
And what a call by Munchkin, man. We saw him go for those sand pushes all throughout Pacific, often getting punished for them, but played this one to perfection. Sentinels have got to be scratching their heads after that, thinking, how on earth, when we were fairly quiet the whole way over towards B and had made noise throughout Showers, how did they get the read? How did they know?
Let's go.
Incredible play from Munchkin without really even popping up on the kill feed. All just based on getting that deep positioning and hearing the footsteps and calling the rotate. The defense side rotates from Munchkin are just phenomenal. And to make that play and just push the very boundary of what you can get away with in a round that now makes this feasible, that we could be heading to overtime.
Players back.
That's why Sen are calling this timeout here. It's the last one that they've got.
Have some men.
At least in regulation, and they understand the importance of the round. You don't want to go to OT, not against Gen G, not when they've been making these adaptations over time and correcting towards it.
Yeah, and not just that, Bren, we were talking a lot about the ults being on the side of Sentinels. Well, now the coin has flipped. Munchkin still has access to that Viper's Pit. Charon, one away from being able to get an orbital strike online. These are ultimates that in the middle of a round can change the flavor of what's happening dramatically. Oh my, Gen G are going to start the stack on A with 4 players. What a gamble to push them through into OT.
4-1 setup.
That's because you're
Don't see it.
like the
So
guy.
they're going to try and set up Munchkin for that deep pit in through the main choke, and he is going to layer it down. Needs to be defended in time, but here's that Showers fight. Molly drop down. Gen G walking, Gen G walking, Gen G walking, but losing the fight. Initially, it's up to Lakia. Hold it down and stand as a short player away, the short players, and Lakia comes up huge. You're joking.
Is he like the best player in the world? Why doesn't he have the most
Getting
skills?
away with murder.
It just flips in an instant. Gen G not happy to just sit inside the pit. Pushed outside of it. Managed to get a kill. 2 up towards short. Outrageous decision from Munchkin and the Gen G coaches coming out of Sen's tack timeout. And now funneling the final 2 survivors straight into these trip setups. I mean, This just looks absolutely brutal for Sen to deal with.
Dire straights. Not only the trips, got to worry about Charon's ult, denying. Meteor himself as well, he's just tucked. Safe position. But out wide, there won't be any punish onto these trips, but they're not going to walk into it anyway, it's just concealed, but that TP through Munchkin.
They just
know.
know.
Just got to read, I mean, they just know. Now with the camera, spotted it all. And look at that, Charon sends it and splits them up. For OT, all the way here, Gen.G not going to be denied it at all. John QT dropping to the floor. And let's go again, shall we?
There's a perfect example. I mean, look, let's let's look at this for starters. Second and Zelsis trying to hold the push and just got minced. Tens as well, not realizing that Lucky was in the corner, despite the fact that he caught a little bit of chip damage. But for me, that final moment where Munchkin just comes, all right, there's 30 seconds left. We haven't seen them over towards A at all. They've got to be taking B. And they just went through the teleporter. They're not worried about the fact that it could have been a late A hit at all. They just trust the read. Something that a lot of the coaches have been talking about. I mean, defending champs, Potter and EG talk about that all the time, trust in your gut, and I feel like no team embodies it more at the moment than Gen.G.
Yeah, full committal into the calls that are being made here, but the sides are swapped around now. Opening a round of OT. Meteor. They're going to go with this one here. Cam attacking, but already through the choke point. Still, they deal with him. Pesky intruder out towards, and Shower's control is going to be essential. What is the call now for Gen.G?
A plan for backside here and taking control of the defense spawn seems like a good idea. But Gen.G don't want to commit to it just yet. Now, Karen's got one smoke to play with. You can smoke off Heaven, you can have somebody watch over towards pipes, but they're not making a decision here. They're slowing down and they're kind of trapped.
Waiting for Munchkin.
Yes, but what is Munchkin really going to do? Tens is on a great angle at B long.
I am a GEN fan
It's an
myself.
off angle at that.
I just don't see how Munchkin clears this.
Yeah, an ADS. Spoils it for Munchkin here, Tens.
It's weird though, because they don't know where Gen.G are. They could be all the way up Heaven, all sorts of spots.
It's going to cause the push out here by Sentinels, meeting them right into texture, but he wasn't waiting for it. As a trade attempt by Charon, he will fall too. Everybody topples, Sentinels. Flawless here. The first round of OT. Another chance to seal up this map.
Rare moment of hesitation, I think, from Gen.G there. Munchkin clearly wanted to take matters into his own hands and was hoping that Gen.G would find Sentinels making a mistake, going and re-exploring A for information. But Sen was so happy on B. Just one watching spawn, one watching B long.
You clapping?
Very good patience and diligence from Sen to get themselves up to yet another map point.
It's degenerate.
They've got to start closing these though.
What?
It's integral. You look at the overall map pool in this best of 5 grand finals. It's an uphill battle almost all the way through.
That's rude.
Bind is a necessary component that they need to take
I don't
away.
think people would agree with you.
Munchkin's in a really committed position here at Hookah. I don't see how he dodges Boombot Dizzy.
Here it is. He's out wide anyway. Just hates to fight to him. No way. How are you doing something like that, Munchkin? The two best players, arguably, on Sentinels, put down like nothing.
Finds that timing before the utility's used perfectly. This is going to get scrappy, though, because they want to fight over the spike. They're not content with just playing the numbers advantage.
He's willing to join them, but he has cut off that angle here with the Trailblazer not broken down. Is he actually going to be stunned up? Bullets raining through TP. Core texture is right there, fast in it. Here's the reinforcements. Here's the whole bloody team. Everybody joining the fight and the fray. Fast rotation, stimmy, evacuation.
That's an amazing read by Sentinels. They know that all 3 players are there, and this is a race that Sen have won. Rare for them to be able to beat the defensive rotates, but
wait a moment.
A rare mistake as well from Gen.G. They haven't
Here
got the plant down.
Sassy hears the noise cues, but he just pre-fires and guesses incorrectly. The gamble not paying off still, not willing to give up that space, but finally here, Mazaus is out in the open still. The kill found 2v2, running and gunning to just retreat and cover that section. Now the defuse, Meteor sticking all the way. Spray down, Hammond, but that will be it. Sentinels, even it up 1-2-1, and I said it was necessary. And it certainly was necessary.
To the elation of the crowd, Sen A grueling win for them, forced into overtime, but they do it at the final moment, converting a 3v5.
Absolutely incredible stuff so far. Plenty more action where that came from. Do not go anywhere.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, I've you, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. I've with you, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon till the end. I sing you. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? Better get it with my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't lose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't lose. Don't mind if I do. Free as the wind and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be on a fleece until the end. I'm singing. Ooh. Gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose. Don't mind if I do.
Well, folks, we got ourselves a game, 1-1 tied up, and there you can see the Vibe Merchant himself clocking in for a hard day's work. An incredible run from Sentinels in overtime. Took some heroics 100%, but goodness gracious, did Gen G make them work for it, guys. I mean, Mimi, that was just, what a game we were just treated to.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G was looking incredible in the first half. It seemed like all 5 of their players were stepping up and having moments, Lakio winning clutches. But once we got into that second half, Sentinels execs with this double flash comp were incredible, Mike.
Yeah, their ability to really slow down the tempo. And I mean, Josh kept talking about the rotations and stuff being absolutely key for Gen G. But what was crazy was Sentinels continued to slow things down. And that's those sort of rounds where you're looking at it and you're thinking, yeah, Gen G have got the reads. They're going to have people in the right place at the right time.
Yeah.
Sentinels were the ones to actually dictate that. And they came out on top. That string of rounds was absolutely insane.
Oh, it most definitely was. But let's not forget, though, that there were some brilliant calls. That actually takes us to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. A little bit of a different one this time around. Mimi, why don't you go ahead and walk us through it?
Yeah, so this round, I think the real reflex of it is just showing how good the timings on utility is for Sentinels. Zekken using one satchel to get over that molly and then waiting for the second one. But right as that happens, you see that Sky Flash Dizzy combo coming in from long and from short. Perfectly catches that player in hookah and blinds everyone on site as well. So these traders from Sentinels can swing out together and win this round. Their synergy on those are incredible, and it really relies on these 2 guys on your screen, Mike.
Absolutely does. I mean, Zekken, we keep talking about how he's so explosive. I mean, no questions about it now. The most explosive player in terms of impact, in terms of what you see him doing on screen. And I think so far, it's 51% overall round win rate for Sentinels. It's 70% when Zekken gets the first blood. He's dropping, literally, there's a 1 in 4 chance of him getting a multi-kill. He has over 80 multi-kills already at this event, topping the charts. It's just insane to watch.
And I love watching him and Tense play together. No matter the agent, that duo's synergy is absolutely on point in the server.
But you know who I got to give some love to here? I got to give love to my ball brother over there, Sassy. My guy's holding it down. This dude seriously has been impressive, Mike. And this is a question mark coming into this. How is Sassy going to be? How is he going to perform? And I think in this one, he proved exactly why you want this world champion on your squad.
Sure, and we said this earlier, top of the show, Sassy maybe not numerically, has had a couple of rough performances, you got to say it, right?
Sure.
Yeah, bottom of the scoreboard.
You'll be the first one to tell you.
Yeah, you're lacking the value from utility, but particularly with this composition, like you've just noted there, having that second layer, particularly for some of these slow mid rounds, has been absolutely crucial. And Sassy, in my eyes, this has probably been one of his best maps so far at the event.
And exactly when it was needed. We're already into the agent select for Ascent, and this is a map where I think we really go back to what we've prided both these teams on, their excellent fundamentals. They're both going to be playing the default comp, but I think we have to put some extra pressure on this map, because for Sentinels, in my mind, this is a must-win. If they lose this map, they'll need to go to Icebox, where they are absolutely not favored, where they haven't had time to prep. They really need to take home Ascent.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And we've also still got the concern of split. That's
right.
Behind Ascent as well. So talking about aiming for the 3-1, looking for this to be a little front-loaded, this is the one you've got to follow up from that bind victory.
If Gen G can win this one, they have a real chance to lock in that trophy to win the first for Pacific.
It's a pivotal map 3. We'll see how things land and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
Even more important with this one here, yeah, getting us started. Ascent
It's the most
in our staging ground.
I've ever
Territory left to be claimed for both of these teams in a best of 5. Constant back and forth.
Bro, I'm talking to people.
There's so much weight on Ascent. And so much uncertainty, I think, in terms of how these two teams are going to perform. It's a map that Sen like to float. I recently saw them perform incredibly well.
Cookie Clicker, Steam.
In a recent game against Paper X, Zekken in particular. Starting on defense. Gen G grouped up over towards tiles. Both teams, when we saw them play against Paper X,
possible reason
a lot of the
could there be?
defensive set plays. But I think that was a specific ante. I don't know whether we're going to see as many of them here. It's a trap play in mid for Sen. Turret to watch contact over towards B.
The question is, how do Sen pivot now that the turret takes a contact? It's going to be Zekken.
I am running all 5 accounts.
The angle, orb, kicked up, now a smoke.
And this is quite nice because once you break the turret, you actually break the trap setup in mid as well.
I'm skilling this.
So Sen's setup that was dangerous to walk mid on, dangerous to walk cat on, now gets dismantled a little. The macro game continues to be played really beautifully by Gen G.
Taking a bit of a wander now, straight down mid. Got the alarm bot to notify them of this one here. Sentinel's potential chance for the reclear, but no, just a shock dart. Bit of damage now onto Munchkin. Now steps going to be made with the alarm bot broken. Here it is, the flurry and rush from the Sentinels players. They have to really
flash.
Back them up. He does have the flash. Paranoia goes wide and does not connect onto the necessary target, and that is second still with that dash. Spraying away, quite praying as well. It's all Sentinels. Collecting and colliding. Only 2 left to stand here for Gen G, Munchkin, Lakia. Side by side. Now, this damage done, but the door has been broken into their face, and with only 12 seconds left. Spike, drop down and spawn on top of it. You have to make a good go of this if you are Gen G, but you have to take liberties. How's he got away with that then? Time? 4 seconds, barely enough, but now broken in place. Zekken slaps him down with that one. A pistol round now granted here for Sentinels.
Zekken gets the cleanup on the final 2, but his positioning tucked behind the box. Getting the pick on Meteor, I believe it was, who tried to push lane. That's the one that's huge. This kill right here. If he ends up losing it, Celsius is under pressure. Suddenly the B side looks like it's going to fall a little. Very good setups from Sen. From the pistol into the adjustment. All looking good.
Somebody to keep an eye on as well. I mean, Zekken does seal it up onto that pistol round here. Getting a bit of acknowledgement, but we'll be taking a gander, that head-to-head, him versus Texture. Texture, another great map too on Bind. Seeing how that made manifest. Will there be a continuation into the series? Yet to be seen. Now Gen G looking to just take control, maybe get an orb if they can, but they're really just being fought over this every step of the way.
Yeah, mowed down. Not really funneling the ult orbs into the players that would want them most.
That's a
silver lining to what has otherwise been a very simple round so far. Trying to bait out the second shot so they could punish.
Good movement.
But Zekken with the ghost as well. Yeah. Knocking that one out.
Just what I'm doing is not ill.
So that is flawless. Yeah. Sentinels can now set themselves up going into that third round here. Really critical one.
And I think this is where we'll get to see. Are Sentinels going to go for the defensive
like all the
plays
accounts I found that I made
and that aggression? Because this would be the perfect round to try something like that. You know, flash recon into mid, have TenZ teleport into a smoke or something like they've done before, or even go for a tiles crunch.
I guess now
it looks like they're set up for a tiles crunch, except
make
there
a
isn't a
Jagex
flash
account
in
and
mid.
you could
Just a bit of aggression over towards B main instead.
Yeah, it's crazy. I could just
Doesn't
like
particularly matter anyway, because Gen G, all 5 players grouped up as if they want to go for a fast A.
Stacked up. No time wasted with that one. Just a flash to control towards A.
My mouse.
Quite deep enough, actually, really. Look at the tank. Or it does, in fact, actually. Now, but the turret's going to be broken with the Nano Swarms. Still not deaded.
Yeah, nobody has gone to close the door, so the Nano Swarms haven't been used. Now they're popped. Karen took one of them out and gets a safe door down.
Insane pathing by Gen G, just avoiding all that Sentinel utility, but it does set it up now for the 5v5 retake. Now, of course, guns not on the side here for Sentinels, but they do have the util. They have been clean with it in the past. Texture wants to take the fight there, but caught out in the open. The Paranoia
I can't
into these positions, being flooded and swarmed. Not enough with the bullets to spray them down. Reflank attempt now in through it. TenZ, he spots it, but doesn't expect the second player. Still, Celsius not being able to stick that defuse. He can't even get second onto it, and the damage has been done to all of them. Sassy has to really stick this one and pray for his life. Not enough. Barely over the line here for Gen G.
And they lose Lakia too. So that's a very expensive round to get on the board for Gen G. I like the idea that they went for their 2 players, Munchkin calling it, going for the wrap, back down through Catwalk, and then playing it one at a time, so TenZ thinks he's dealt with that post-plant lurk. And Meteor's able to pop through. At the end of the day, though, I think that's a win in the column for Sen. It's not technically, but they've done quite a bit of damage, kept the economy under control for Gen G, and got themselves the Odin, the op. Big tools to work with.
Massive tools. Essential, really, to any good hold of Ascent on the defensive side. Zekken took an early peek down mid, but thinking twice about it, I think, off the back of all that noise that Gen G are making. Open for a bit of a tussle here. Now, the drone does tag. Will there be any danger for TenZ inside the position? This time, Texture aware of it. Flash through around the back as well, but he can't quite lend a second one. At least his teammates can. Lakia cleaning up duty for him, and now retaking with the operator. Zekken, a stray shot. Gamble in that position.
Spike planted.
Oh! Ridiculous. I think this is one of the situations where you just need to save the Op and Odin. Get out of there. Not a fan of that defensive hold. The smoke that TenZ is using, got no problem with that. The one-way used to be more standard, but plenty of teams running the full smoke that blocks up A main. It's really annoying for the attackers to deal with. You're seeing that Lakia is investing the drone pretty much every time. And actually, if they start to get the read on that, you know, TenZ or Zelsis could start dominating that smoke and trying to spam him down when he's going for the drone.
Standing ahead.
There are little counterplays that you can do, but just not a huge fan of the timing that TenZ chose to try to get back into the kind of A main cloudburst that Texture had thrown. The attackers are going to be in there a little faster most of the time. All right, so Sen, silver lining, they still kept the Op and the Odin. There it is, that entry. It just puts a lot of pressure on Zelsis then, backpedaling. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair and honest Valorant.
Oh, there's other two now.
We have the devs in house.
I'm sure they're working on it as we speak.
Yeah, we'll see. Sen have managed to at least scramble a buy together ever so slightly. It's half armor and Guardians.
I think this is going to be fast here, Brent. I think Zeken's going to want to look for an aggressive position. Or are they going for the one-way and tucking into wine?
Gearing up for it, and that didn't tag.
Yeah, but it did onto TenZ, who was thinking about using Paranoia.
Now mid. Name of the game here for Gen G. 4 players waiting. Zeken, too much to account for here. Wow, still gets out and still has a dash as well. In fact, is he going to use it? Yes, opts for it! Can't hit it with the readjustment there still. Now he nails it. Body's hitting the wall. Texture though, he's so rapid. Look at this guy. He's all the way up into heaven, but he is going to be shut down in the end. John QT, good awareness from that one. It's about trying to keep up with the tempo. Can't let Gen G run all over you. Lakia, sole survivor. 1 shot left for Zeken. Shot dart. Pushes him out.
Great punish.
A lot more to do. He wants to make a go of it.
Lakia has been astoundingly clutch, but he's not going to get anything this time. Zelsis shuts it down. What a round from Zeken with the operator in hand.
Oh, yeah.
When we saw him play against PaperX, barely pulled out the op on defense, actually. Mostly rifling, mostly going for those defensive aggression plays. Now he's just allowing people to walk into him. Gorgeous reposition onto some of these angles, too, playing around the utility very well. Bit of a question mark for me, honestly, how Zeken was going to play with the op. We saw him absolutely dominate on this map.
Which account?
Like I said, mostly with the rifle. He's looking very good to open here.
Hello, jump spot. Real chance
Oh,
here.
yeah, here we go.
Anticipated. Texture. What the hell is that? Ferrari peak.
That's amazing, though, playing with that. Oh, and look at this, Caron. So deep.
Oh, through, and he gets the punish there onto Zelsis, looking for that information inside the smoke. One of his own making. Drone clears through, and now he can just retreat back into the site tucked. What a play by Gen G.
Incredible from both of those players, Texture and Caron. Now Sen. Got more than they bargained with. A player disadvantage retake.
And they got on off. Very difficult.
Nothing to write home about here.
No, Gen G could really be in an advantage position, yet Texture goes down. Close quarters action for Meteor. Action indeed, but he does go down to the follow-through, spray-through of Sassy, anticipating it. The reflank now, just a re-clear into mid, and now regrouping up here for Sentinels. Damage done, but so is still on the opposite side, Zeken. You respond with that one. Need to deal with these players though. Anchoring, tucked, close Caron, he's gone. Lakia, Hunter's Fury available. Indecisive though in terms of how he wants to play this one. Sassy's just sticking this, and it is watched. Get down, Mr. President. Sentinels. I mean, pulling that one out of nowhere. I'm not gonna lie. Player disadvantage with the up ready. You shouldn't be winning retakes.
But it's Zeken again who actually finds 2 kills. One by peeking Heaven, if I'm not mistaken, and the other, they throw a recon dart that forces a swing, and he gets this kill kind of for free, but good awareness. That is bonkers that they've turned that one around, especially when Lakia had the Hunter's Fury to work with towards the end there. You're right, it really did seem like he wanted to set up a shock dart play or the Hunter's Fury and just realized, I have to swing this.
Yeah.
It's a tide turn.
It certainly is. Still danger though. Knife going to be stopping a few of these Gen G players in their tracks there. Caron actually can't get out of here, but it's a knife on either side, so there's no util to flush him out of that spot. And finally, they get their abilities back online. TP's out of dodge. While all this has been going on, Gen G happy to take that B main control.
Well, this is what people do
there in the meantime.
Yeah, looking to just try to farm the ult or Meteor one away.
5 times the amount of...
So it's entirely possible that they're playing for that.
the material.
Second pushed away, they know that there's no op over towards A.
Yeah, and then sell it, yeah. Like,
Texture
they
clears
just make
out
more
the
money.
entirety
If
of
you're
A main. This is going
mining
to
at 5
allow, I
accounts at
think,
once, I mean, it's not
Meteor
hard
to get
mine
his
at 5
ult
accounts
online.
right?
They
Like-
might really want to go for this with the lockdown.
And he makes 5 times the profit.
What is going on here, though? Gen G retreating away, but they haven't picked up the
have the main
orb,
control.
so they can't use the lockdown to fake towards A. They've just got some kind of read here. And to some
Like,
degree,
there was a
they're
guy on
correct.
the Fresh
He
World.
was hoping towards mid, now he's picked up Heaven.
He had like one
they are
account
hitting the
mining,
weaker
one
side.
account was doing the smithing.
Texture sees the barrel.
And,
Oh
like,
my goodness, what a
another
time for the
account
ult.
doing something else.
It's away to knives, and now Texture, weak as anything, declawed in the mix. Has to
think
back away and hide.
That might have been based off a flash that Munchkin threw over towards A. Are they expecting this on B?
There's Nana swords.
Look at the minimap.
Munchkin. What the hell is going on here? Still, the adjustments there with the flick of the wrist. And Gen G again left scrambling.
There's 15 seconds left and they don't want to survive.
Don't want to keep these into the next round. I mean, Texture's got nothing. You don't keep the blade, so you don't keep the odds. Flash, pop through round and aside here, spamming and spraying. A reload, no punish. 5 seconds left. Plant online, maybe enough. Maybe enough. It's going to be going down to the wire. And they do get that continuation, and Meteor gets the kills. Added concatenation, man. Round to the back, it's watched for. Texture will get shut down, and flanks on flanks need to be managed. Paranoia now. Doesn't break the door down, but both players blinded. That is perfection, immaculate placement. Meteor with 32 health, and nothing but dreams will be fading away. The Sentinels win a rather scrappy turnabout round.
I've been praising the macro from Gen G all match, but that one boiled the carrots for too long. Now turn it into mush. I think they could have played it a little more simply. I mean, Munchkin almost gets an opportunity to get in there, but Zekan makes up for it with a gorgeous refight with the operator. And he's frying, by the way. If you want to talk about individuals, Zekan's looking just as good as he did when he played this map previously. And Texture's not really finding those openings as easily.
Of course, it's harder when you're the attack side Jet. I mean, you have to be set up with util. Not going to be favored into a lot of those fights, but
also it's Texture.
Exactly. You kind of expect more from him. Here's a fast play though, Texture. This time not shying away. There's a dart over the top that sets us up on either side here. Texture now is into the site. He's worried about backside. Still, he could seek to deny. There's no one watching the back here of Zekan, but he does dash away and out of the fight here with the smoke. Covering it, 4 players spotted. Good information here for Sentinels, but Texture again needs to be this playmaker.
Karen teleports in over towards lane, only with 30 health, and they use the lockdown as well, but look at the lockdown positioning. It denies mid and market. It's so good for keeping control of side. Karen dies, but he'd already stuck that plant.
Zekan will get detained, will slow them down just a tad here with the plant down. A potential difference making. Look at Lakier's position. Again, he's got that Hunter's Fury. He's going to be waiting for the right time to strike. Same with Meteor. Takes up that space, but he was blind as anything, and John QT, a little bit delayed, but eventually getting that trade. Hunter's Fury now is being used proactively. 2 tags, no kills, though. Damage being done. The backside players, they need to be dealt with. Popping through with the flash. Texture, putting them down side by side. Tens will follow through. Time has run out entirely. And another's been bought here with all of these plays. Gen G barely pulling that one out from the jaws of defeat.
I really can't believe that Lakia decided to send that Hunter's Fury instead of playing for the time, because time seemed like it was the biggest asset on Gen G's side. That ended up being the deciding factor anyway. I was worried there for a moment. That aggression from Meteor is so classic to the way that Gen G love to play as well. The Pacific teams, Paper X, do this too. Not happy to just fall into backside B when they play the post plants, always looking to contest.
If they think they've got that timing, they will take it.
Okay, so Gen G get their 3rd on the board. A recon looking to push away Zekan if he was playing around mid.
Very mobile though.
Yeah, he got smoked off, and now he's going to pick up mid at the same time as the recon dissipates.
Seeing a player move over towards Cat here, it's going to be called out. At least it should be that awareness. Double tap, they can't hit it. No way! No way! Tens! My God, man! And the follow-up, the backup arriving in the form of an ultimate. Couldn't have been better.
You give him an inch, he'll take a mile. They just whiffed on him for a moment, and he readjusted his aim and took down 2. He looked completely caught there. The game plan worked for Gen G, it's just... they just couldn't land the shots in the moment. 2v3 though, and we've certainly seen Gen G pull out rounds like this before, especially when Sen lose info around the map. You know, Karen could be in a position here where he just shoots them all in the back.
Yeah, reminiscent of Breeze. There was multiple scenarios where Sentinels, they threw away those player advantage situations because they didn't know where the enemies were, and now with the plant down.
Yeah, do they go for the ult? If you ult, you kind of have to just sit there and defend it.
Down online, that's what they were waiting for. Here's a lockdown, pushing the players out wide. Caron,
you have to defend
forced
this.
to make a play. Yeah, you do have to defend this here. He's not going to be detained from this spot. Here's it. Zekken not adjusting for that angle. Not even expecting it here. Now they have to worry about this crossfire setup, but JongQT is halved already. Onto that defuse. Sassy responds with the fire, but here he does not know. Finally, shock dart fired. Sassy tapping, forcing out wide again. Lakia this time prevails.
Monstrous in the clutch. Time again. The enemy of Sentinels. They had a player advantage, but they had no information about where Gen G had disappeared off to. Another great play for TenZ that ends up being wasted somewhat by his team's inability to capitalize on those advantage situations, and Gen G using other advantages, map control, info denial. They don't need the players online.
There's a fast play though, already setting up. The flash in hand alongside that Tar Texture might just be blinded fully. He's playing inside the smoke, he dominates it. TenZ have been playing this one before, but with the Odin spam at least potentially evened out, but not quite. Lakia straight there in the fight, side by side. Advantage now for Gen G.
A massive advantage with JongQT falling. That's all of that Killjoy utility over towards B that's disabled. Sen are going to have to make a proactive call here. They can't just wait this out.
Gen G are just doing the exact same, waiting. Yeah. Hoping to catch that proactive call. It's a great read. Celsius might just walk and wade right into it. The crossfire of a century, and look at that, the call to 3, 2, 1, peek it down, tap, 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 second! Right back at you. He's got plenty more to deal with now. Yeah, he wants to make a go of it.
He's got two, but might be too little, too late. He has read this, though. He might be able to get into spawn at the right timing to cut this off and get another for free.
Doesn't break the knife, actually, yes, and he's got the dash back online.
You just don't think logs here, though. You just never think about that.
Don't expect it. It's going to have to be reactions and adjustment potentially there. Still close to the corner. Jiggling from Lakia. Decides to take the timing and a fight right to him. So 5-5. Even up now again for Gen G. And this is a really good spot for them. Attack side of Ascent. We've got to imagine it plays out a lot more typically.
Sentinels going for their first piece of defensive set play aggression there. And it's dominated. They already used this. It was round 6, I believe, the last time they played on Ascent. And TenZ that time was able to get into the smoke before his opponent, dominated it, and got the win. This time, Texture just a little faster, just a little sharper. Sen knocked down onto an eco and going for another set play by the look of things.
You have to take risks here. I mean, when your money's so dire, if you're letting Gen G take the lead on their attack side. Ooh, missing the silent jump up. Second, he's given an indicator.
Good awareness, though. Here. Yeah, it doesn't do any damage, but it indicates that Zekken is not going to get away with his Bucky play.
Movements.
This is the final championship.
Survive, doesn't even use the dash.
Or like...
One of those rounds that Gen G would love to keep clean. While there's a little moment in the round as well, 5 rounds on attack side Ascent is looking pretty good.
Yeah, it is.
It has been somewhat even. Sen have in fact actually been pretty good on the attack side too.
Up through mid. Gap is spotted here by Gen G. Now a fast play, approach, trying to slam into these anchoring players, but it's on them to try and hold their ground. Sentinels standing side by side here, but again, the weaponry just not ideal for the job. Now, Texture feeling it necessary to really clear through a lot of that. Hello, Caron spotted and an upgrade here for the anchoring players. Again, close, tuck to Dice, but there's no trade and no swings. The anchoring players out back here with the Sheriff, JongQT, but not expecting it, away with the Bucky! Gaming, no! Can't land the shots, damage done to it, 10 set up, it's a 1v1. That's such an important one at that, the money was dire, 10s, 6 bullets, accounted for! Exactly what he needed.
Another miracle. Ritualistically brought down by the crowd, willing it into existence, I think. How are they doing these?
No shot.
What a timing. to be honest with you, I thought it was over when the Bucky didn't deliver those 2 clean one-shot kills.
I mean, I'm shocked that Zekken didn't one-shot them.
Yeah, he was so close, but still able to finish one of them off. The other week, Tens wins a 1v2 towards the end after opening things up. So many rounds like this. It's a Red Bull clutch, but it's also economically upset the tide.
Ever so slightly for that final round, but still the knives online for Texture. Bit of Odin spam, got to respect that one with the dart coming through. Counterplay in order. Back here, not to be dissuaded away from it. He's going to be earning his ult as well.
And Sentinels have got to be thinking about the fact that Texture would love to do some kind of updraft dash engage into B now that they have B main control. So, you know, you're playing retake B at this point because you don't want to challenge that. He's got knives. But you've also kind of set up for a bit of a retake A approach. Now Tens and Zelsis looking to re-explore perhaps.
Right here.
Pinging out the alarm bot, important. And Genji have to make sure that nobody followed that drone up.
Walking up now, Sassy. It's all about when you pick your time. Is a counter spam. Almost gone down potentially there with the damage down, and out of here with the drone. Everybody lit up, but the shot goes wide and just goes a miss. Second though, he's still alive in the fight here, but a TP into the back of the site now. There is that danger facing, but cancelled. Only 30 seconds left. What is the call to be made? The reposition backing away. Hunter's Fury. And Lackey is hoping to set this one up for the rest of the team. They're going to pivot. They're going to A. 20 seconds, indecisive.
They're going back to B.
Running back to B. Can't be making plays like this, man, but maybe just getting hectic in those final moments. TP engage, Meteor! He's lurked his way in. Damage done, and another kill found. It's all being added up. Right click. Kills here. Needs to stick in. Right click. Gamble incorrect.
Oh, the body block!
Oh my god.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Celsius 1v2, 1v2, 1v2. Rushing entirely into it.
I don't think I've seen a round that chaotic the entire tournament. Genji didn't know where to end. What a way to finish that half. They pulled it out of the back of Meteor getting in. Tens went for an ult play, cancelled it for info, got caught.
No way.
And then they have to body block Caron to avoid him being caught by Zekken. Look at them getting in front of the Classic.
Okay.
Ludicrous. Munchkin, you crazy little raccoon, how have you done that?
6-6, that's where we stand here on Ascent. Absolute insanity, but standing by on the floor, some of Sentinel's biggest fans.
It's another great half of Valorant here in the grand finals, and I got two very special guests with me here. It is Tens' mom, Valerie, and Sassy's wife, Sophie. Welcome to the grand finals. Now, every map has been so close so far. They were so pumped on stage when they won Bind. I wanted to know what was going through your mind when they managed to close that out. I'll start with you, Sophie.
It's crazy, actually, but it's a 6-6. We're even. I think we got it.
Oh, I like it. I like it. What about you, Valerie?
I was a little nervous, but I feel good, and I think they got this. I think they're bringing the trophy home. I could feel it.
Oh, well, it's been, 1,029 days since Tens first brought that Masters trophy home. So tell me, what's it been like to follow his journey and support him all the way back to the top?
It's amazing, entertaining. I love it. I'm in awe of him all the time. He's awesome.
We think so too. Come on, guys, give it up for Tens. Come on, come on. And for you, Sophie, you won there in Istanbul when Sassy became a world champion. So what are your emotions right now to know that he could potentially win a trophy here with you in the audience?
I think if we get the trophy, it's going to be a really step up in his career, and the boys are amazing. I love them all, and let's go Sen!
Come on, you guys know what to do. Sentinels! 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 Well, let's see if Sentinels can close this one out on Ascent.
Crowd certainly rallied up here. Right behind Sentinels, trying to get it done.
And a reminder, it is only Tens returning to the final stage for Sen, but Sassy also making his third time here, both looking for another trophy. An elite group. There's only 5 players, I believe, who've been able to lift the trophy twice, and they would be looking to join them, Tens and Sassy. We've also never had somebody win a Masters and a Champions before.
Sassy He ended up overcoming this grand finals against the demons that is Gen G. Would be the first player to ever do it.
Pretty incredible.
We spoke about the importance here, getting the rounds up online, sent with these compositions, you know, by all metrics, from what we know. It's not an attack-sided map.
Standing ahead.
That puts even more importance now onto this pistol round for Sentinels.
And I think, again, I'm looking at the Gen G defensive rotations and how John tries to play with those. Because Gen G are just so happy to trust the read. Look, I mean, at the beginning here, Caron getting info in A main. Oh, like he's going to start calling people back over towards B. They were thinking it was A.
He's out open. They could be fast onto him, but they're not really going to be quick enough here. Just waiting for the drone now with the shock darts through as well. A lot of damage. Tagged him up. Zekken. Slight pause into the play. Slight pause into the angle. Waiting now. What is the call from the rest of them? A flash play into the back here, but they're just waiting for the right time to strike, potentially, but now jumping right, leaping into his face. And there it is from Gen G, calling their bluff. They want to fight it. The front section of that site of Paranoia is good, and it blinds them all up. 3 players tucked to the site now for Sentinels, and they still don't have that plan down.
I feel like as soon as Zelsis goes for it, Gen G are going to explode, and he thinks the same.
A dink, stray damage. It could come down to anything. A few stray shots now. Paranoia flying forward, still no spike being planted. One-way smoke.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Caron? Has he got a pixel? No, not quite.
No, not quite at all, but waiting for it. Now the knife. Takes away the abilities, takes away the threat of this one, and as the turret's getting broken, they swing right into it, Gen G. Surely not, they're doing it again. Wonderful, wonderful patience. And capitalizing off the right moments there.
Certainly. They look great with it. As soon as Sen put pressure on the player backside, that is instantly turned into Texture dashing into a smoke to take front sight. So as soon as they know that Sentinels are focused not on them, they go and get themselves into a retake situation and start putting pressure even before the plant is down. They are looking good. Taunts being thrown across the stage. And a great way to open this up on the defense side.
Yeah, Gen G going to be really quite happy with this one.
It's all the fundamental stuff. The timing is excellent, they're confident, and they're doubling up together in these moments.
Disrespectful from Zekken. Tagged up by the knife, but still decided to just try to take that fight close to them.
You're hoping that Gen G players were not posted on an angle and trying to take a fight aggressively, when actually I feel like that's the way that Gen G plays. They're not afraid to try to challenge angles. They're not the kind of team to just drop back and keep giving up room over and over again for free. They like to disrespect utility a little bit and post up.
Clear game plan here though from Sentinels on their eco. Can use a flash to re-clear into A main, make sure that the orb gets loaded up there onto Zelsis. He's only a few away from his ult, so they're just thinking ahead here into this round.
Yeah, but they are still quite a way away from this. Right? Because there wasn't any damage in this round particularly, Zelsis is still going to be 3 away from getting that online. It's not particularly going to be helpful. At least not in the short term, I should say.
Yeah, now they're going to be hoping for a bit of a plan here, but Paranoia is sent flying, TP forwards, lighting him up. Caron, 20 HP surviving, strenuous in the approach, but look at that, just a collapse. Straight into the fragment nade and the bullets. Sent flying, so flawless, everybody surviving for Gen G.
Beautifully done. Now this is where I want to see what Gen G have got planned. You see Texture buying the operator when the rest of his team is going for the bonus. It's not too crazy, lots of teams that end up going for that. But do they have a game plan to set him up? One of the other things that stuck in my head actually from listening to an interview from HSK was that he said one of the things they've tried to focus on is snowballing the game by utilizing their aim and aggression. Right? Not by trying to make smart game plans necessarily, but by putting pressure on their opponents, by wanting to fight in moments like these. And Texture looks like he wants to take the op for a walk off the back of Sova utility. That's great information, knowing exactly where John is. You don't have to be worried about other sightlines.
You're really worried. Turret broken. John, still in the lineup here.
He almost got caught, didn't he?
Almost got caught, but look at it. I mean, the dash still active. Texture can smell it, blood in the water.
That's the same pace and anticipation problem that I was noticing before. Gen G are quite a bit faster than Sen expect.
Bus used to just try and cross Sentinels now. Scurrying away, trying to take control of A, but then there's a paranoia. Goes flying, actually missing onto Sassy. No clear connection, but he still maintains control of A main control.
Yeah, 10's caught. Sassy dropped as well. This is looking like a monstrous bonus.
I mean, this is beautiful for Gen G.
Sen never had an inch in this, never had an opportunity. You had both of the Flash players, Karen and Munchkin, looking to lock down Tree, and even as Sen tried to make some approach in that department, Tens was the only player A main, threw a paranoia, got caught in a smoke, and it's over at that point. You're in a 5v3, it's just done. He just wanders into this smoke, assuming that Karen must be focused on Tree, because that's where he threw the paranoia. And again, the anticipation from Gen G is just so much better. They throw the paranoia and they're like, right, this is the timing that the A main player is going to take. Let's stop them. The awareness is so good. And again, from a player, Karen, who has not been a pro before joining Gen G.
It's insane.
He played on an amateur team, and basically that was a long time ago. He frankly just got picked out of ranked.
Ranked player on the big stage, but he's really performing. Unshaken against it. Flash repeat. Karen knows to respect that one. He's going to be using the TP just to get the hell out of there. And a call is made again from Gen G. All stacked up.
Yeah, look at them. I mean, Meteor is already starting to rotate away from B. I'm so confident this is going to be an A exec.
Probably util expended here, though, with the dart fading away. Karen shuts that down, doesn't he? 10's forward with the Sheriff, but again, not too much you can do, not without the rifles.
One enemy remaining.
Sassy weakened down. Full awareness of the positioning here. This is Gen G, not just in control, they're running away with this map.
It's Gen G's map pick, but it's one where Kaplan earlier in the coach interview said they were feeling very confident coming out of their game against Paper X. And the implication there that the desk picked up on is that they were going for a 3-1 win by winning on Bind, Ascent, and Split. This is looking less and less likely the more rounds go on. I want to see John start messing with the defensive rotations. It's not something we've really seen. You need to be faking at least half as much as your opponents are over-rotating, and so far, they're nowhere near.
Texture seeking out to ruin them here with the flash. Okay, return of the fire. Zekken, right back at you with the nades, rebounding. Meteor dodging over and around. No way. Zekken was blind as anything. Dashed forward to try and punish, but Meteor is tucked into this corner, and there should be that punish online. Karen seeking to relieve it. Zelt's dropped down onto his knees. I mean, is there going to be any chance of even just a res to pull him back up?
It's going to get punished. They need to be aware.
Surely picking him up. Zelt's there, but no. Spamming through the wall, but no kill collected. John QT.
What a play.
Meteor cosplay in effect. This guy has found the gaps and more. And another one to the collection. Sight opened up right when the team needed it.
That's incredible. What a read by John. Getting himself tucked into logs because Meteor went down early and that was open to them. Huge play. Not exactly running a fake, but just challenging Gen G for the map control and beating them. I don't think Tens is going to survive this interaction. But
oh, yes! Never doubt him.
Well, I'll shut my mouth. Not the world's most important kill, but a funny one to end it. There was a bit of a disaster in the middle of that round, though, with Zekken getting full blinded. Was that a team flash, or what
looks like it underhanded, perhaps?
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a team flash play. He just full stares at Zelsis' flash. Bit weird, but didn't really hurt them whatsoever. John bailing them out of that situation. Not necessarily with his macro calling, but with a great solo play. Reading the game.
The bankroll runs deep here for Gen G. Sentinels that need to dig even deeper.
It's a spread default to try to start the round. Not over-investing over towards A, but certainly making it feel like A, right? And this is where you start to see the defense pulled towards that A defense. It's only luckier over towards B. But now as there's a little bit of mid-pressure, you see things shifting around, and Texture with an operator looking to take that pick through mid.
Directly down mid, they might just walk into him.
Texture's quick. Is he there before Zekken? It looks like it.
And now he's found the timing. It's just so damn instinctual! And again, a difference maker. Zekken. He's left Texture reeling. Back-to-back rounds now.
That is a ludicrous swing. Perfect pre-aim. I mean, pretty much a pre-fire, I think. There's no time to react to that. He just knows exactly where the jet is going to be set up.
Grouped up, gathered. Lakia on the shock dart. Here's that one now. What a close knife.
Almost got it.
John, yeah, he was a critical target. It needs to stay alive with the lockdown now in play. What is the call to be made? Gen G, how do you fight this one? Split up across the map here. I mean, it's just really only Munchkin, and they're just trying to get Lakia out of there. Hunter's Fury through and out into the spawn, into the location. 12 seconds left. They need to get this spike down and planted. Maybe to push this one back and away, but Gen G, they're out of there.
It's only John in an aggressive position in the post plant right now, and Sassy's miles away. Doesn't have that ult to work with.
Doesn't indeed.
He's not going to have shock dart lineups from there, so he needs to find some way of having impact.
Start clearing the paranoia here. Still close quarters enough. It has revealed, and they have cleaned him up. With John down, finally a kill found. Second. Not going to be blinded up by that one, but still emanating out with waves of the suppression. It's dropped to his knees. Meteor, last one left, unless he can get Munchkin back alive. A tap. Fading out the spray here. 3 players left out in the open. Sentinels running over them.
That was a difficult situation there. John getting caught in his aggressive position. Sassy way out of the fight. Zeka needed to step up, and he did it. This opener is sublime. And then he also follows up by being able to punish Lakia and to stop Munchkin. It's an amazing round from the star player of Sentinels. I say the star player. One of the superstar.
Plenty to pick from. Plenty to pick from.
So Sen is still making a go of this, even though Gen G are in the lead.
In the lead. Arguably still favoured, but they are starting to put a dent into that economy for Gen G. The loss round here. Gen G, vital for Sentinels. They're going to be hoping for a flash repeat.
Yeah, another jet duel.
Dash just fades away. They're going to be using util of their own now. Paranoia even layered on top, spamming away. An exchange of lead. No casualties.
Gen G not over-rotating this time. Keeping a couple of players in mid, realizing that it's not a full commitment from Sen here. They're just fighting for map control. You could consider this a win, though, for Sentinels, because they're going to be going into a site that only has 3 players on it.
Yeah.
And that's assuming they commit to A.
Munchkin gathering that information. As the nade ready here, as time runs short, John QT, hello. Flash forwards on top of it here, backing away, will get cleaned up eventually. The air is sprayed down. Fragment, nade, texture, and Munchkin all combined. And they have shut down his approach.
Tens with ultimate is going to try to get into the B site and get the plant down.
Yeah, it's an open site for him. Still rapid.
Sassy get there?
Oh, Sassy, he's picked them apart. Texture onto that rotation, but he is alone now. Tens is going to do a hell of a job to try and hold on to this one. Kairon sticking, no way. Up onto it, just gets that information. Now 2 players assaulting the position slowly, surely.
Sassy's so far away.
He needs so much here. Sassy is miles away. Reinforcements are lacking. Lakia seeking to disjoint it. That dart, it was fantastic though. Still playing inside the smoke. Lakia shuts it down, but time has been bought. A tap, Sassy. Does he think it's open to the fuse? Spamming away. Counter spam from Munchkin, sticking from Lakia. Full defensive setup. 11 now on the board.
It's a nice try there with that dart, seeing if he could assist Tens while still being positionally a long way away. I think it wasn't quite planted in a spot where he was able to get the wall back there. It's this triangle set up again over towards A, stopping Sentinels getting in on the A splits. It looks really nice from Gen G. Anytime Sen have tried an A split, the A main players have not been able to have any impact. Yeah. They're just sending a drone in there and they can't actually push the players from Gen G who are killing the people on cat. The A splits are being defended immaculately. But look at this, Sen are so convinced that this is going to be defensive aggression in this round. They know that Texture had to pop knives. And they are ready for the Hunter's Fury play, a classic set play that teams would love to do.
Really far back.
Has pulled 20 seconds off the clock here.
With how time has been playing an issue for Sentinels. It's little moments like that might make the difference in the round. Grouped up now with Texture. Fast rotation to try and back up the rest of his team out towards the A site.
Love this positioning from Lakia as well. If he stays over towards Market, he'll have a perfect ult line, but instead he drops back towards B. Spotted people in mid and maybe just worried that it could be a B split.
50 seconds.
Time certainly is ticking.
Decisions need to be made. I mean, you haven't pulled out good util from Gen G. They can just stall you out. Right, they're going to be showing some presence, but with the knife tags, Zekken.
This doesn't give you too much info. It could be a cat push, could still be a B split.
They're going to get
it's not looking good for Sentinels.
destroyed, but they're trying to fake A presence, perhaps. I mean, the spike is in the middle of nowhere. And certainly they are fast. It was Zekken. He's rapid on the uptake texture, even more so. And the Hunter's Fury to punish. Alarmbot chasing him into the top section of mid. That's tense. He's got to try and get some value in. He's got to try and get some kills.
The lockdown.
It's really just absolutely brutalized them, slowed them to a crawl. They can't break it. They have to fight it. Tens here onto the angle again. They're swarming into the position and behind them. Texture rips them to shreds, rips them to pieces.
Has to stick.
And there's no chances, not anymore. Gen G up to 12.
You watch what Texture does on defense. It's so good. He gets pressured here with the paranoia, instantly updrafts, kills the player, dashes forwards to re-fight that. And he immediately notices it's a fake. If he dashes away there, they don't get the info, and those B players might not have stayed on B. But because Texture is so confident to take the fight, to dash forwards, to look for the others, he gets to come to the rest of his team. This is Cap, guys. They ain't coming.
I mean, absolutely. It's looking disastrous, to put it lightly, here for Sentinels on this map. Now, of course, it's not like the whole series weighs on there, but I think that every single map matters, and especially early on, you know, going back to what we were talking about. I mean, Kaplan in that coach interview saying they felt comfortable in the earlier maps in this series, Ascent being one of them, Split coming up.
Wait, is it over?
It's Icebox, that territory where it gets a bit messy. If Gen G ends up taking this map, they're forced to win out on Split just to continue that series, and then they will be forced to play on Icebox.
And bearing in mind, Gen G beat them 13-5 on Split, dismantling them. And does Gen G look like they've taken any break today? Does Texture look like he isn't performing incredibly today? I don't think so. The Sen players themselves shooting back a bit more.
They have to play on like...
but I think they're also just getting outplayed.
Whatever
the teamwork,
monitors and PCs
the way that Gen G are playing off each other, and their confidence is just getting them so much more info to play with on their defense side.
That's so rough.
This defensive
like, imagine,
has been lovely
just,
to watch.
Playing on a monitor that's like a different size than you usually play on.
Certainly feels like there could not be a better moment for Pacific to pick up their first ever global trophy. And Gen G,
it's gotta be different
if they get this one step forwards on Ascent, they'll be one step closer to hoisting it.
On the precipice.
Are they?
In through mid, that's
Sentinels.
All eyes on that now.
Yeah, because look, Riot has deals with them.
Grouped up as well. Might be looking for a flash peek through. Drone. And forwards here, just showcasing. Oh, doesn't break it in time, so it actually spots both players, and they're already up through mid as well. Paranoia misses, Texture. Clean shot, rips it away, and this is this. Dreams being dashed out and away. John QT, maybe a chance. Turn with the one kill, but it's still a player disadvantage, and they don't know where the rest of them are. Into the corner, hello, finding Lack here.
Playing on widescreen for the first time.
3 versus 3, Munchkin going walkabout. Celsius dropped dead to rights, 2v2, still Spike in the open. And a control gained and gathered. Munchkin follows through with the fire. Doubled up now, understanding the win con. Smoke to block it off. It's all on Sassy.
They know he's not close. Karen is actually looking the other way too. They've split up to form 2 1v1s. Could Sassy be given anything? He just doesn't expect them coming from spawn.
There's no way you expect this, and this could be it. This should be it. The map done and dusted. Gen G edge ever closer to that title, ever closer to that trophy. But it's not done yet. The job isn't finished.
They said that themselves when they won the upper bracket final. Just because we won here, they said, doesn't mean that the job is finished. But they're in a great spot.
They're in a fantastic spot. It's yet to be seen if Sentinels can fight back. Don't go anywhere. You know you don't want to miss it.
Crazy. Crazy person.
That's my team.
Excuse me.
I've been a fan of them for
taking a picture of us.
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that little thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro and iPad and Apple Watch SE all on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
When life hands you bad lemons, try and make it lemonade. Easy on the sugar cane, switch it to agave. Gave it all I had, love. I can't do agape. My conditions written out. Take it up with God, hey.
You can pay me for my time though, and it all on the high note. I don't like to say goodbye. Found out I'm probably Irish. Deep down, feeling down, hold a smile like it's August. Seeking answers, all I found is. If everybody jump right now, will the world crack? Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. But you can't tell me what's good for me. If everybody jump right now, will the world crack? Feel the bang in your head like it's whiplash. Can you feel that? All this back and forth to be free. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good for me. You can't tell me what's good.
Bombarded with a ton of Clove content. I got the leaks out early and followed it up with abilities and all the other creators who went to Riot headquarters and now releasing their gameplay footage. Now, the one you're watching is from Rem Valorant. He's my boy. He's allowing me to use all his footage, so huge shout out to him. And because there's a ton of people and high ranks who went and tried out Clove, ton of Radiants, Immortals, I was able to directly reach out and talk to them, and the general consensus is that Clove will be broken. Now, I know, most of you guys will say, bro, everyone said ISO would be broken. Okay? ISO sucks, which is true, and you have a valid point, but Clove has a real argument to be had. Not just abilities that we never really got to see before, for example, ISO with the wall coming out and it blocking bullets, the one instance of damage and shield, those were all new, right? So we were speculating. Instead, Clove is a mashup of things that already exist, and some of the best things that already exist in Valorant. Pick Me Up is something I underestimated. It is a Reyna heal, an overheal. It'll max out at 150, but it is a Reyna heal on a controller where you do not have to keep line of sight. You can one tap, jump peek, and grab it and stay hidden as you get back to full health on a controller. This is something that is proven. We know that Reyna's overheal or Reyna's ability to heal is strong. It is the reason she is even a duelist. Is she S tier? No, because she has a lot of other pitfalls. But that's where Clove changes it up and doesn't have these other pitfalls. Rem was calling Clove Reyna 3.0, and I can understand where that comes from, because outside of just being able to play aggressive and heal, you've got a complete backup using that ultimate in case you falter, in case you do mess up, you don't get that heal off, you get picked picked away, be able to revive and tuck yourself back into cover
last game?
to
Is it
go
best of 3?
again. Not to mention there's a lot of outplay potential. For example, just getting an assist allows you to stay
How many does
alive.
my team have?
What does that mean? It means, let's say I dink someone and then they kill me, but my team follows through and I revive. If, as I'm revived, they finish off the enemy I dinked, it means now I can completely tuck away and not play aggressive and keep my life. Meaning Clove will accelerate in performance across the higher ranks, which I know can be said about most agents, but we can see it a lot more clearly with Clove. But here's where things get crazy. This is something that's new, but it is still pretty easy to see that it'll be crazy. So let's say you don't get your heal off. All right, you mess up the heal. Then you get a dink and then get killed and revive, but aren't able to finish off the enemy, meaning you get eliminated again, right? Okay, so you failed at both healing and using your ultimate. You had 2 chances to save yourself, heal or come back to from the freaking dead. Oh well, you messed up. Good thing you can smoke twice. You can smoke twice. Also, they are on a cooldown that comes a lot quicker than other smokers. So, for example, Brim is like 20-second smoke, while on the flip side, Clove smoke is 13.5 seconds. So it is the shortest lasting smoke, but they regen faster than even Omen's smokes regen. She is all about aggression. She's all about playing aggressive, meaning even you can start off the round by doing a double smoke, mess up your heal, die, fail to revive, and still, while being dead, your smoke recharges and you throw him back out. Oh boy, Clove is going to shake up the meta, and I am all
Is my team winning this
thing is, it's easy
so
to see the title or think that my opinion is going to be an aggressive one. But anyone who has watched me has also heard me over and over say, bring on some broken agents.
Also, when he's playing KJ?
Bring me an agent that doesn't release useless. Bring us someone who will actually have presence in Valorant. Now, Clove's presence might be a little too damn high.
It's just clips?
Because, again, while talking to some higher ranks, it is believed that Clove will be so powerful that picking any other smoke might just be troll. Or if you need another smoke, let's say Viper on Breeze, you'll run double smokes with Clove because Clove's utility is so high while still allowing Clove to play that duelist role. Clove is going to be a controller that I want to install and definitely try out. And if I enjoy playing Clove, I could see myself becoming a Clove main. And that's someone from literally just one trick's Yoru. So this is what I'm trying to say, is that Clove has the ability to capture a wide audience as controller players, which is good because controller is usually the role where most people roll their eyes and don't really want to play. Clove might legitimately fix that, which is huge. And if Clove is broken, absolutely broken, while being able to do that, it will shift up the game. It will shake Valorant's meta at its core. It will shake Valorant's meta. And that's what I wanted to say while talking about the abilities, but I was hesitant, and for good reason, because I don't like to just immediately watch and assume something, even though it's fun to yap, but when able to talk with other players who are higher rank and confirm my feelings, it is good to talk about them. Now, there is the flip side where genuinely Clove comes out not strong, similar to ISO, similar to Harbor, similar to Deadlock. There is a repeated trend, and I'm not going to go ahead and avoid that. But with that being said, if we see these people objectively, or we see all these agents objectively and put them next to one another, the pitfalls of Clove are just smaller, but still there. So for example, Clove, if you just see Clove's revive, right? Just straight up, Clove can self-revive. No, it's not OP. That on its own is not broken. Actually, I think the way they did it is very smart because it's pretty weak. Like I mentioned in the ability video, if you're a Phoenix, it's a lot stronger knowing there's a guaranteed chance for you to jump back to your body, full health, full shield, you're good to go. That's a lot better. You know, and in a lot of other ways, same thing with Sage, having the revive and being able to fully revive someone, especially if they're in a safe spot. Also better, right? There's a lot of better revives just straight up in the game. Truth is, if I'm fighting a Clove, we go ahead and kill Clove. Clove ults, we'll hear that ult, and as a team, we just back the fuck up. Then we should be able to deny Clove any chance to properly revive, right? It should be a quite straightforward counter. But that's the thing. You always have to think about counters. And when you think about Clove, specifically the post-death smoke situation that that also do regen. You know, when you can see in the gameplay, there's a timer. The ability moves over to the left-hand side, and as long as you're the Clove and you don't AFK when you die and you focus up, your smokes tick back, and it stays a 2v1 situation. Meaning, if someone kills you and your team is in a 1v1 situation, you can smoke off for them to defuse. You can smoke off their points. Like, you'd be fighting. So, dude, in a 1v1 situation, just try to realize, let's say you're 1v1ing, I don't know, Reyna, okay? You're not only 1v1ing Reyna, you're 1v1ing a Reyna who can throw down smokes. And not only that, they can be moving and shooting while those smokes come down because they don't have to input the keys themselves. We have to just realize at a base level, the post-death smoke is what's going to shake the meta hard. And then it's just the supporting things on the side that bring Clove up. Being able to self-heal and it healing over so that your shield also gets self-healed, right? Being able to self-revive. All those are just little, I don't know, let's call them little silver eggs that are shiny and very powerful. But then that smoking post-death is the golden egg. It's the thing in the center that will shake up this game, that could break the meta, that could completely change Valorant. And again, I am extremely hyped. But let me know your honest opinions about Clove down below. And if you think Clove is going to be a useless agent, feel free to discuss. That's the most fun thing about new content, is discussing with you guys.
To catch people. It's very effective.
Yeah.
One enemy remaining. What doesn't work is when they lose the early round fights right off the rip. Gen G now with rifles on board, looking to try to dominate B main by the look of things. Meteor was acting a bit as the lurk. And it looks like he is again separated from the pack.
Good time for Sen to try and cook something up here in their bonus round, and fully grouped up this time. Nothing to chance, is it? Flash through, no connection, with the orb dropping down. Well, not expecting it, but he does dash into the open. There is that follow-up. Now the reaction. Gen G fast on the approach. TP forwards by Karen, and they have cleared out that B site.
I do like the way that Gen G balance between pushing aggressively in post plants and waiting for the flood defense. This one, just waiting to see if there's a reaction from Sen. They know that the economy's weak, expecting the flood.
Danger spotted. Nade as well, he's stunned up entirely here. Sassy, so fast of it. Zekken combining with that approach here out wide. Munchkin seeking to at least relieve that pressure and damage and offset that disadvantage. Still locked down onto the pillar angle. They wait, a pause, but now the paranoia allows them to play it a little bit deeper here. Smoke now, propped up.
Zekken is one, he's got to be healed.
He's going to top back up to a bit more health still. Got to think Gen G, it all comes down to the way these fights get taken. Zekken from the side. Temple taken out of Charon inside the cage, dominating but cleaned up. Munchkin in the back, 1v1! No bullets, no chance! Munchkin with the sidearm saves the bloody day.
Well, that's an extremely expensive round again. Sen on the bonus, creating pressure, applying danger. Pretty disastrous dash there from Meteor, actually. Player who has really impressed me with how much smarter he seems than on previous teams.
Yeah.
And then grouping together to try to flush out these people one at a time. Just a little unfortunate that Zekken didn't have more loaded in the clip. That economic damage is going to mean one Guardian for Gen G, so it doesn't even have that much effect.
Potential for another large fight.
Now, Gen G were fighting over A ramp with 4 players a lot of the time, the last time that these two teams faced off. This one, though, a 1-1-3.
They pause, and now they make the play here with the paranoid just a little bit too delayed. Rocket up and over, up trap saves him, but not from the bullets. Meteor falling, damage done to texture. Nade nowhere close, so he will survive, and Lakia is in mid.
Yeah, look at this awesome response from Lakia, realizing that Sen have overcommitted to the A ramp fight. He takes all of this space.
He tells us it's not going to be expecting this, not going to be expecting this, but still lands it.
Nice. What a flick, what a turn.
That is insane. Forced to pivot now for Gen G.
Oh, yes.
He's not an option. So they go back to what has been working for them. They've been doing a lot of these mid-round calls. Group up, collected together.
RimWorld?
I'm seeing brute force and win these fights.
I'm seeing pings on the minimap, Brian.
They
indicate they want to push through B Heaven into
I
Spawn.
was trading all my shit
don't
that I
know
have other accounts.
exactly whether they're going to commit on that.
Because now you can like, now I guess
The cam is gonna
you just
spot them.
download the Jagex launcher and you make a Jagex account.
Just
and then
about
you
snake
can
bite though.
Yeah, look at this.
like,
They're looking to
select
try to
all
take the
different
fight towards
accounts,
stairs
like,
while Match can
actual
plant.
account tied
Has
to
got a
the
plan. He was trying to pit. Goes down entirely here. The trades online now for Sentinels. Obliterating any chance here for Charon to even stand toe to toe. He'd have to hit those shots and he can't quite manage it.
A supremely better beginning to this map for Sen. Putting the pressure on Genji, dealing, I don't know
But he walked
how,
up to me and was
but
like,
dealing
oh,
with
hey,
Lakia
all
coming
you guys,
through vent.
does any
Gotta
of you
see
want,
this
like,
again.
a free membership?
Oh, what a play!
There.
That's an
I was
outrageous one. If
walking to my
Lakia is able to
I
get
did
that,
the same thing on one account.
whole
and then I
round
did
just
the next
pivots.
One, and the next one.
All laughs in the Sen camp, not letting the stress get to them.
I mean, I assume that there was an amusing reaction from Zelsis in comms as
It
well. He
sounded
seems like the kind of
hi
player
every
to do
account.
it.
I was like, yes, I'm
But that's
interested.
broken
in every
Genji.
account.
All of that damage from an
Like, he's trying to,
expensive bonus
trade
round.
me at every. And I just ignored
Don't
him.
want to count them out, but the economic
Yeah, you can't
advantage
try
is
to, like,
massive for Sen, and they needed a hot
get rid of
start.
federal
They've got it.
You're right, we're feeling like you can't count Genji out. I mean, this team
I wasn't gonna fall for that
themselves as
scam.
well, just in qualifying for this
Veterans
event by
get
winning
way
so
too
many of these
long.
rounds where they weren't expected to. Shouldn't be as much danger, but you never know. Molly's flying overhead here. Quickly into the approach here. There was a paranoia, and there's Pillars close to it. Players getting beamed down and ran down. Showstopper rocket out wide with Zelsis falling. John QT left scrambling. He's trying to pick up these pieces. Pit collected and corralled now. It's only up to him in a 1v1 second. Maintains that composure and holds down the fort just when his team needed it.
What a savior for Sentinels. 9-3 to begin. After being rocked by Monyet, it was the only map where Zekken didn't look like the best player in the low bracket final. But this one was so dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
Texture did as much as he possibly could to make this one a win. John taking out Munchkinson though, dropping the pit, set Zekken up for success. So much danger in that round.
Pumped up after that one.
I do think
Genji have just looked so crazy whenever they're at a disadvantage. In the series overall, they're still winning a third of the time when they're down a
My name
player.
is Genji.
Never mind when they're on their eco, you know,
Genji?
you can just never count them out.
Almost unheard of entirely.
Anything else in Korean?
Again, it's a fast play from Gen G. They're going to get access and gained over towards that B side, but now a fight into the spawn. Texture spamming the appropriate angles. It's running and gunning at play, at work. That's purely stuff of a read. Maybe even just a sound cue.
A great read though. And now Texture looking like he wants to get put into the smoke, or at least avoiding this flash.
Texture's going to get value. They're not going to clear him out as well. They topple and fall, and they collide right into him.
Stick to your game.
And that's more like what Gen G were up to previously.
You know.
A great balance of sometimes waiting for the flood if they anticipate it, and then if they're not going for the flood, trying to disrupt the Sen retake. There was a lot of talk about how incredible Sentinel's retakes were. We were at the beginning of this tournament saying Sen coming retakes were amazing. At kickoff, Sentinels won 61% of their retakes. At Madrid, that's 24%.
It's gone right down.
It's plummeted to not even being a good retake percentage at all.
Well,
Never mind a great one.
When the average tenure
on
the circuit is like
so
a couple of years,
back to that kind of level and deal with Gen G looking to disrupt.
Can't rely on
There's
that.
a major win condition for them in this half.
Oh, but from Zelsis seeking to reposition. Now this is an unusual angle. You can get cleared very easily.
It's nice though if Zekken continues to make noise and distract.
Trailblazer clears him. Trailblazer clears him. He's in trouble, and yeah, more so than that. He's out in the open.
Really well done. Very diligent from Gen G. Zelsis is getting caught by a mid-stack again. Hoping just to be able to pick up a lurker. But look at Meteor again and kind of picking up that role as Sentinels re-push out through B main.
It's a good call to make here, but Sassy surely not favoured into that one, and yeah, just backs away. Tens holding the angle for him, just over the shoulder. Offload those Seekers as well, giving him a good indicator now, but already getting a move on, a run now. Over towards A, fast sprint and fast in action. There are anchoring players. Zekken here, oh my goodness, almost claiming that one. It was a dink, drops him down to 10 HP. Meteor falling to the nade. Zekken still alive. Still playing towards the pillar with the help of his team of under 30 seconds left. What is a call now for Gen G?
There's very little time for them to work with. They're going into a stack. I mean, where's the win condition here? How do they get this?
Unlikely. It just looks so damn unlikely. Texture forward in this approach again, but there's no setup ready for it. Just Satchel's to his doom and defeat. Everybody picked apart. Spike drop down. No kill onto Charon. To get this plant down, maybe potentially TenZ
push.
Just, yeah, push in, end and put a stop to it.
Big round from TenZ. Great shot with the Guardian to open things up. But I think what actually wins the round, I've been talking so much about how the Gen G look like they over-rotate. They trust the read. They believe in it. Follow the noise, that kind of stuff. Sen actually just hold their ground. They went for the B main exploration, got the kill, and they didn't gamble that it was going to be a B hit afterwards. They kept John and Zekken in anchor positions over towards A, and that's what paid dividends. Staying rooted, staying to the fundamental defense. And now Zekken's got a showstopper to work with. Could be incredible against a fast A push.
Fast ramp aggression, and you're right, there is going to be that showstopper ready and waiting. He just looks for the right time to strike, and that appears to be now! Rebounding across the wall, Lakia finish, gap into the wall, maybe a chance for Meteor, but the knives just go amiss. All ran out, and so do the chances, really. Attempt to try and take this space still.
Love that smoke from TenZ as well. Not something that they were previously doing, choosing to fight A ramp. But now just making sure Gen G have no opportunities to take this fight. And if they do, Sen tripled up, looking to drop the wall and take the fight on their terms. They missed the paranoia!
It's the paranoia! Texture! And Meteor! They combine their might, and Sentinels, no chance entirely! It's all gone wrong!
Brutal! That's the bungle. And I said I loved the fact that they were smoking it off and not taking the fight. Made me eat my words in about a second and a half afterwards as they just sent the paranoia, missed it, and ran in one by one. That's a tragic misplay, and looking so similar to what was hurting Sen on their defense in the upper bracket final.
It's an advantage situation they're in.
Yes, there is simply no need to make a play like that. They want to clear out a ramp, I understand, but you're just taking too many risks there. The paranoia doesn't clear out the lane fully, and Gen G are so ready for that. They punished Sentinels many times before.
The one that Dustin's not.
What a huge one for Gen G to be able to take.
Yeah, I guess and
frankly, against most teams, Sen would get away with that.
Yeah.
But Gen G are so sharp. Their positioning is so good over towards A ramp.
Despite that shakiness at the beginning of split, undeterred, Gen G have that economical advantage. Even the showstopper for Texture here should be looking at that fourth round on the board.
Texture got an amazing showstopper round against Sen previously by doing pretty much the same thing we just saw, stopping them fighting A ramp.
Its anchoring players are going to get tested.
It's unusual for Zellsis to be here on A.
Let's try and play around these smokes here, but with the wires taken out, he's pitting. Pitting early preemptive. Paranoia will not connect there. Where will the rocket go, though? That is the question. And fires it straight into Zellsis. He's dropped, and with that, the pit. It's an open side out, open still. Looks like a chance to take this fight, but they're not anticipating it. Meteor already up onto the high ground position, but Sentinel's not messing around. A rapid approach and a rapid retake of this one, but they are being cleaned up entirely as Charon is just plucking them apart.
Munchkin ready to stop anybody going through A heaven, but the players on site had already done his job for him.
Second.
Tries to make the most of it, but he's going to have no chances there. Gen G getting a couple of huge rounds back to back to put the squeeze onto Sen. After Sen had got such a great start to this map, which was exactly what they needed. Great read as well from Texture. That Zellsis would not be playing inside the ultimate because he's scared of the showstopper, and instead would be over towards elbow.
Yeah.
And even if Zellsis wasn't there, that's a spot that John loves to play in. John also, without the cage he normally uses to flood from CT into elbow, wasn't really able to help Zellsis there. Or perhaps had already used it earlier in the round. Sen are going to take a timeout.
Potential turning point, really. Not just the map, but maybe even the series. That's why Sentinels are taking their time with this one.
I mean, the pressure is already on Sen. We knew that they were at a disadvantage coming into this. Gen G earned that advantage by bullying Sentinels on two of the maps in the upper bracket final and cementing themselves as the leaders at Masters Madrid, but not the winners yet.
They know the job's not finished. That's why they're taking it one round at a time, because it's not just the hopes and dreams of their country. It's a Korean team, the furthest they've ever got in one of these international tournaments, going all the way to the finals, but Pacific as well. They've had 10 chances. This is the 10th one here that we're looking at in Masters Madrid at getting a title. And they've come close, don't get me wrong, but tumbled at the finish line many, many times.
Or some not even made it to the finish line, if we're going to talk about the Korean squads, right?
Yeah.
New turn, DRX. Best was third. Gen G already overtaken that and looking to lift the trophy.
This is that new era of Valorant that we're looking at. Teams being put together. Rookies filling up the pieces here. Shots going wide there from Meteor. No tag onto the damage, and it was definitely a threat of it. Celsius on the half armor.
I wonder if they can get a read that because Meteor faced mid, he's not going to be lurking A ramp.
Cover going out.
Sassy and Zekken are still trying to clear that, but this is as the B hit comes through.
Paranoia does connect it, at least onto the dog, but into the back of the site. He needs to exchange positions, and he will do so. Wrapping back away, but Gen G have nothing to do with this site now. They are fully rotating away.
But they're rotating without anybody taking space over towards A. And Zekken and Sassy cleared this out. You know, Sassy is perfectly fine facing ramp here. He knows he's not going to get punished. He's going to be able to hear some of this. Zekken's coming forwards to try to help.
50 seconds. Now Karen does have util as well. Paranoia, going to be getting good information with that one. Respecting the position here. Sassy not eager to take that fight, instead doubling up. It looks like potential high-low setup. Yeah, it is indeed, with him playing up onto Heaven. Satchel forwards, cuts up the angle, flash repick, no, not through main! Adjustment necessary, and Zekken comes up with the goods and more! With 4 ripped away!
I'm not sure if Zekken's asking the crowd to appreciate or telling Gen G he can handle more of them.
Spike down A.
The flash play from Sassy cost him his life. Makes him look worse in terms of the stats, but it was exactly what his teammates needed. It fed Celsius in through the back into Heaven and also allowed Zekken to try to contest the main players too. What a spray control. He's 17-7.
Leading the charge, doesn't even cover it.
Here.
Almost dragging his team over some of these rounds.
Friend, the most rounds that Gen G have dropped on Split this tournament is 8. Senna looking good to maybe make it 7.
Add a few more to the tally perhaps, but maybe speaking too soon. We know how good Gen G are.
And they're so good at, in the 4v5s.
Yeah.
But look at this. Sassy and Zekken realizing that if nobody's there, they can take the space.
Disrespect. Zekken knows if he gets one more kill, he's got a showstopper earned and available for him to just try and get out of the dodge.
The trip will give him the timing here to potentially make the play.
There it is, flash through. TP pass, broken. Backs to the wall, backs to him entirely. No way! The movement, the twists and turns. Looking like ballerinas out in mid.
Zekken goes from high to low, but Sassy's here, potentially as the safety net to clean it all up.
Might be your time to strike, son. Step up to the line and really reward the rest of your team. As 2 topple and fall, texture soon after, and the movement, wide swing, wide face. Lead maintained for Sentinels. Vital, necessary, essential for it.
A relieved smile on the face of Zekken. No need for the replay, I don't think. After picking up 4 in the previous, look at that, hand on his head. Thought he'd ruined it. But his teammates were there to pick things up. Huge from Sassy, who gave his life to make Zekken's play work in the previous round. And what a read from Sen as well, that they can get away with that, because Gen G group up so much in their attack side. They talked about that, they knew it coming out of the press conference after the upper bracket final.
Last round of the half. 10 seconds down already, and look how aggressive Sen are. This Trailblazer, I mean, it's so deeply pushed. Constant information. I mean, Sassy is pushed entirely. He's given him the full information now, just calling it out to the rest of his team.
It looks like we're watching Gen G on the defense, right? Just believing in the read.
Taking that liberty.
Celsius cannot peek into that many players. But if you allow them to walk up mid, Zekken's death earned him a showstopper.
No way.
Sassy can't die here. He can't take that level of risk. He's just looking for the information.
Gen G, all eyes now on the B side. There'll be trips waiting for him. The nade should clear at least one layer of it. Smoke's now up with the paranoia through, and it's a call made to flood right back into it. The rocket damage done, but already Texture right behind, snaps back second. Shuts down the adversary, shuts down the nemesis. But does he anticipate this? Yes, he does! Movement sublime!
Another 4 kills and only 4 rounds on the board for Gen G. Sen were held at 5 in their matches against both of the Pacific teams here. But they've broken through that and already equaled the max amount that anyone's taken against Gen G here at Madrid. Zekken can feel it. 21 kills for this young player on the defense side.
Rallied and rejuvenated. 8-4, like you said, 21 kills, looking unstoppable truly here. Still a second half yet to happen and yet to be seen.
To all the people following us at home, I must take this break to show you all how incredible is the Spanish crowd that we are having right now on Madrid Arena. And for that, I'm going to use my mother tongue. Para toda la gente que tenemos aquí, amigos, sois un público maravilloso y vamos a demostrarle al mundo entero que como vosotros no hay ninguno. Así que quiero saber con quién vais. Primero, ¿quién va con Sentinels? Y ahora, ¿quién va con Gen G? Amigos, vamos a dedicarle un aplauso a toda la gente que estáis aquí y también a los jugadores, todos juntos. Lentito, primero, uno, vamos. Sois absolutamente increíbles. Para despedirme, todos juntos, calentamos manos. Una ola, de abajo arriba. 3, 2, 1, ¡arriba todo el mundo! Madrid, sois increíbles. Disfrutemos de esta gran final. Hagámoslo juntos, hagamos historia. Porque como esta final, no hay ninguna. Friends, on home, let's go back with this banger.
But the energy is palpable here in the Madrid arena. There's been mayhem, there's been madness, don't get me wrong. But Sentinels perhaps have done enough for them here against this Gen G team put together. It was Gen G that was standing on the precipice, really. They just needed this map to close it out and make history, carving out their own path. But maybe starting to feel that heat.
Sometimes in moments like this, it can just feel a little too real. The realization hits you. Texture knocked down to only 20 health when that's combined with the Viper Wall.
Few shots flying, nade rebounding, but not expecting Meteor here with the damage. Done! Kills collected, all on top, and it's all added up as well for that Gen G advantage still. There are players low. And calling for the pause and around here for Sentinels, understanding the importance of it, not getting ahead of themselves.
Their map control is actually fairly good here, with Sassy watching behind. Lakia not getting punished for this re-exploration, but also finding incorrect information. That might drive people into Sassy. He's weak, but he has a sheriff.
Gen G have gone walkabouts themselves. What's the thought process here? Flash, acknowledgement now at least that there's going to be players behind him, but Sassy feeling no real pressure, but now he's got to hear it. Jumping down into vents, they are just forcing the position and forcing the fight straight to them. Surely not favored into this one. 3v2, damage! And down, drop down to the players here. Single shot will do it. Texture survives. Spike. It's still in the hands of Sassy here, but he's got so much more to do. And does he hear the drop down? He does not.
That's a crazy round from Texture towards the end. Combined health pools, barely in the double digits. And yet Texture's able to weave around slightly. Pops ahead. Great resilience on show here for Gen G. Even though they're in the lead, with players that haven't been in this kind of position before, the closer you get to winning, sometimes the more the pressure mounts.
Yeah.
I was wondering if these rookie players, or rather some of the players with less experience at the big level as well as Garon, might struggle in a spot like this, but certainly Meteor has not given up the confidence.
No. Just back immediately here in the jump spot. Zels is not seeing too much there. Ends up getting punished. Meteor, no chance for him to feast. It's gonna be met though with a few shotgun pellets. Munchkin, really nice idea there and awareness, knowing that that could be a possibility. It's all being shut down, all being locked down.
Clean from Gen G, very clean. Zekan just trying to get the orb online, and he does. He runs away with it. Call that a silver lining, yeah. And Sen have got to be fairly happy about this.
Lucky, hello, knives out. What the hell is going on here? Realizing it.
Could go for a knife fight, why not? Zekan gets picked off, but Sen won't be too bothered about that. Another huge difference between Sen playing Split in the upper bracket final and now. The vibe, the atmosphere, it's so different. They don't feel as timid, unconfident. Ten said that he was zoning out throughout the game. Couldn't really find good timings to be able to take his ones. Zekan got shut down. It's different, and yet Gen G are still keeping it within 2. They're such a dangerous squad, and it's on them to cook up some idea for this bonus round. What a weird wall from Munchkin over towards A.
This is bizarre. Different twist onto some of them that are being thrown out. Blocks up this angle. Meteor happy to jiggle it. They could have crossed onto either side here. Okay, there it is. Just spotting the one and now backing away. Munchkin. Did he miss that timing? Was he going to be aware of it? Meteor close now. Tucked to the corner. Trailblazer, any seek or attempt to punish this one. Might just be met pound for pound. 3 players grouped up mid. Also being explored here, but the first kill. Damage done. Meteor dash to disengage away. And Lakia.
They're going to get caught here.
Covering fire. You're right. They are getting caught in all sorts of positions. With Charon falling. Zekan creeping and crawling. Whoa. Texture though. Back at it again. It's not quite enough still. It's an overwhelming advantage now for Sentinels.
Exactly where you are.
I'm watching for this again. Texture caught. So much value out of this position over towards Vents. Again, feels like a hard read from Sentinels to me. Baiting them into fighting over A ramp and then just creeping up mid with the contact play. Any time where you see Sen taking mid control without using Dog or Boombot, you got to call it a hard read in my opinion. They just know that Gen G love to group up heavily on sides of the map, and this is where you're finally seeing that adaptation, abusing the holes that Gen G cause by trying to stack players. It is difficult though, because if you get the read wrong, you're just walking up mid into a crossfire. Meteor is now going to have an operator online.
Okay.
But he's holding very far back over towards A. It's not a position where you're likely to get too much value. At least not in the early round.
Looks like Gen G were setting up for a punish over towards B.
Yeah, and at the very
probably
least...
because Zekan's one away from the ult.
Yeah, it also allows them to get good information behind Zelsis's orb, which he's put at the front of B main. And now as it goes down, Gen G knows that there's nobody over in this area of the map.
Clearing a push with the flashes out. It's a wide face, really wide face, but all the kills eventually being collected and traded there by Charon. Meteor though, got a miss though to where these potential players could be. Good information, at least with the acknowledgement there. Trailblazer finding the target and the mark, but really chaotic situation. Pings on the map though, Gen G are aware.
Yeah, and I don't think Gen G are actually gonna think that it's a full commitment A heaven. You would expect Zekan to be with the play here because he's one away from Showstopper, he's the entry player. So the fact he was in market, I think, has scrambled Gen G a little.
Yeah, they're all over the place this time, less trusting of the gut and wondering where the hell these players have got to. Ten's almost going down there, out to the open. Meteor left to anchor now on his position. He's being assaulted and swarmed. Paranoia is good, shot, missed, going stray, still walks it down onto this angle, but look at it, they've just absolutely overpowered them.
Really beautiful attack side from Sen. Gorgeous calling from John Cutie, from the whole team. Contact plays. In the previous, contacting up mid to pinch the players over towards A heaven. This time, going for a semi-contact all the way through A heaven. Karen just caught a glimpse and gave up the game. We'll take a look at the replay as Lakia saves. Look how deep they are before Gen G get the read. And to me, the biggest strength of Gen G on defense is the fact that they get the reads. They either play aggressive or they re-clear in the mid-round or something to give Munchkin that gut feeling that he's going to make the right call. and I think you could see it on the minimap there. Gen G were so spread out. Even after they re-cleared B main, spotting Zekken with the Trailblazer in market was a real head-scratcher for them. Love what John QD's bringing out here. You can see that they've put in a lot of effort, and what a tight turnaround for Sen. They had to play basically the entire time since losing on Split. They haven't really had a break to work with.
No.
Gen G are the team that should have been able to pull adaptations out of it, but it's harder when you won. It's actually easier to learn from your mistakes.
Yeah,
truly. That seems like what Sen are doing.
Gen G now calling this timeout, seeking a few adaptations, because they're realizing that the map slipping away from their grasp. Sentinels holding this lead, looking more and more likely that this map 5 is just inevitable.
Now, map 5, Icebox, would be good news for Gen G, but a lot of it has to do with keeping up that spirit. I feel like it's difficult from the outside to understand just how much mental game there is involved in Valorant. If you lose your confidence, if you hesitate, it doesn't matter how good your game plan was, how good your ideas are. If you can't execute on them because you're feeling the nerves, feeling the pressure of the moment, you're going to let it all slip away.
Exactly.
So that's what I need to see from Gen G here. Even if they're not able to rebound on this map, which they'll be hoping they can, that they're at least keeping their heads above the water.
Toss the hesitation to the side here. Trust the gut, make the plays. That's what carried Gen G so far all the way to this grand finals. You can't lose your nerve here, not when you're at the finish line.
So this is the Viper wall now being put over towards B. That is a difference. Normally Zelsis has been putting in A and the orb on B.
Watch this.
But it doesn't look like Gen G are thinking it's a real threat. It's only Munchkin in this area with a Bucky.
We have seen Gen G do work in spots like this prior, especially inside the orb. Hello, Munchkin. There's the dog now, breaks it, will let loose that snake bite. So covering the retreat, but at the same time, John QT here anticipating every single play. Getting two, there's a job well done. Karen did return that fire, but Munchkin pushed back and away. Snakebite vulnerable. Boombot in his face, barely dealt with. Still alive and kicking the Meteor. Rapid on the approach, rapid on the uptake.
They didn't help Zekken. Zekken got into sight and they were scared. Scared of the Buckies, scared of the Snakebites coming down. Something caused a hesitation in Sen here. And it's a 3v3, still with knives on the other side.
Fear might cost you if you are Sentinels, Karen. It's close, not quite concealed, only good for the one. There's that instant trade. The Meteor's way ahead of you. Look at this guy, already taking a position forward and tucked underneath. He's picked up a rifle, and this could be the playmaker. Real time, watching it play out. It's like a car crash in slow motion, but a tough plant. Not anticipating it, labored in that 1v1, or 1v2. Sassy removed. Meteor, what a play.
The anticipation again of the rotate coming through before Sen had even realized they were going to end A. Meteor knew it.
That's trust in your gut. What we were talking about, having just no hesitation in terms of the way you make these plays.
And yet for Sentinels, I think it was a bit of hesitation. If they'd bullied their way through Munchkin's setup on B, they're probably there to help Zekken, maybe even trade that out. Listen, there's a possibility that it all goes wrong as well, but that's how dangerous Gen G can be. Solo and HSK looking like that's given them new life. Wind in the sails.
Yeah, you can understand why. Zekken does have the showstopper. Critical tool that they could be using. Maybe swing this round when the economy, well, a super heavy investment. Gen G should have some money just left in the bank, but if they lose this round, it won't look ideal for them.
Zekken was dominating on the defense side. I think he ended it with 23. Hasn't quite been able to find the same success, but here he comes.
Yep, just following it. It's all going to be leading. No way, Meteor! Plucks him out of the sky.
Didn't get cleared, he was on top of the box.
Yeah, the threat of that rocket is just negated immediately. Tens, though. He's looking for timings of his own, and this is the right time to take them. Got to play riskily now when you're a player down, especially against a team like Gen G.
Texture.
Stacked.
Oh, they just missed the timing.
Texture. He's going to spot him now. Tens doesn't see it. Tens called
He's
out.
a dead man walking.
He really is. Should not be getting away with this at all. In fact, Texture not even worried about it. His team's going to be calling for it. He wins the fight out. Munchkin taking that one alone, but already it's Texture sees the advantage, and now that close position tucked to the corner, punishing the AWP pick. Himself is wondering how the hell did he get there? 2 players to stand, but turning it down, and Meteor turning up the bloody heat. All up to John.
Again, another Sen player in a 1v2 to end this situation. Not favoured. 25 seconds, doesn't know where Meteor is. There's barely going to be any time here. At some point, he's got to get a move on. He's going to give the information away to Lakia.
15 seconds.
Can he knife out walk the entire way?
As much as he possibly can. Wants to give away absolutely nothing. But at some point, they got to know it's A. And Lakia, yeah, finally realizing, turns his attention towards it. Barely enough time. So John's got a hell of a task ahead of him now. Doesn't know where the players are. Left to take some gambles. Lakia, what the hell was that peak?
That's an unbelievable shot, though, from John.
Absolutely. Brought it to the 1v1. 8 bullets left in the clip. Smoke out. Open Meteor. Spoils the potential play of a lifetime.
I believed it for a moment. He even got the game reset, but Meteor comes up with another huge round, saving Gen G. They looked down and out. And here it is, the punish on the showstopper after already winning that previous round. He dominates, shuts down Tens, wins the 1v1 at the end as well. They'll have to film another take of that.
Oh, frustrations on display.
Not the cinema that John was looking for there. I believe we're going into a tactical timeout here as well.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, timeout for Sentinels then. They've just lost 2 rounds in a row. And things have gotten very scrappy in the middle of them. I mean, the engage up into B Heaven seems to make a lot of sense there. Dog, Showstopper follows it. They just weren't expecting there to be 3 players.
No.
They had the audio cues that they were chasing one away. They're expecting another to be hard anchored on B. They just don't think the Meteor's also going to be there. How do Sentinels adjust their attack side to get value? Because now they're also heading into Texture's ult. I mentioned it earlier too. Zekan, I think, had 23 kills to end his defense half. It was somewhere in that area, even if I'm wrong with the exact number. He's only at 26 now.
Yeah, it's been slowed down.
Yes, he hasn't really been able to have the same level of impact on the entry. And to be honest, him entering was part of what looked magical in the game against Paper Rex. And when he played Lotus against Gen G, actually, he was just sailing in, dominating opponents, cracking stuff open for the team. Kind of dragging the rest of Sen through some difficult moments.
Not in hot water just yet, but again, that lead that they had, no longer steady. Gen G creeping back up to it now, trying to make it an even map, an even game. Texture. Got that showstopper here. Caron setting up the play out towards Ram.
That's pretty risky, actually, giving away his positioning there. Intense is taking the timing.
Smoke out. Texture, though, with the rifle in his hands. He's the one who has to really land this one. Shot! The crouched up. Not expecting that. Too many players to account for. Texture falling. Caron now with the judge. Now, I've seen this one before. If they walk right into him, there could be trouble.
Yeah, but they've got the Cypher up.
They
They see that he's got that weapon. They want no piece of that smoke.
Now a maneuver all the way over. Lakia out wide, trying to anchor this position. Follow through with the kills, and they do trade out those available plays, but Caron, TP in the fight, in the mix, inside the smoke, trying to dominate this one, but he only has the judge. What can one man do? Not enough. Pit, lay it down for Sentinels. They're not leaving this one to chance. They need to clean it up now. Munchkin, the IGL. Does he anticipate Zekan's forward position? He does not. So, 11th now on the board for Sentinels. Off the back of that timeout. New lease of life on their side.
And that's a great attack side call again. Sen are really adding fake plays into their game. Yes, it's this one that opens up the round officially on the kill feed, but the whole reason that they're able to take that space in mid silently is because they created pressure A ramp and then got knowledge about where Caron was playing and knowledge that there was an opening in mid they could take advantage of. Last time we saw Gen G on a broken buy, they won the thing. So don't count them out here.
Definitely have the tools to do so again.
But, I mean, their positioning is, it couldn't be more wrong at the moment. Munchkin's got to try and hold it down with the judge until the cavalry arrives.
Not going fast onto his approach, but now they might just be. Still that Judge. Prime position to really get some work done with this one in the close quarter avenue. Still they dash past him. They don't know where he is finally. Dealing with him. But that push down mid has turned into a fast flank with all 4 of them. The trip. They're giving it away, but are they going to be aware that there's this many players?
No reaction from Sen. They're not trying to take space elsewhere.
No. Holding the ground, ensnared onto the site. Now from that high ground position, spam through, but Ten's not being baited with this one. Texture, how has he got that? Opened it up onto Zelsis, rocket, rebounds into the bag, kills, collected, and there's a 1v2 out of nowhere! Caron delivers. And I'm telling you, man, you cannot count Gen G out.
It's another thrifty for Gen G, man. And it's Sen not being quick enough, not realizing fast enough that everybody was on the flank there. You know, from our position, seeing all of the perfect information, it seems obvious. Okay, you need to take screens control. You need to be able to take heaven control there. But they didn't plan for heaven, and they just all got stuck on site. They were expecting there to still be some people over towards screens or ramp or heaven.
Yeah. And unreal mechanics on display.
Yeah, absolutely. Meteor to open, Texture's ult, and then Caron closes. The 3 heavy hitters.
Putting in work. 2 rounds stands between them in terms of that equalization. Again, looks like a fast play out, and it is. Gliding forward, Zelsis goes down to his own nade and takes a with the damage follow-up, the rifle in play. John QT is so fast here, just trying to follow through with Sassy. He's already gained that ground here, but they've lost too many players.
Surely. I mean, Gen G don't have that many holes in their defense side either this round. Munchkin's already keeping B main control. You know, you've got Caron looking for the lurk play too.
Yeah, he's taking that real quick.
That was just an attempt from Sen to try to up the tempo. Use the fact that they'd faked fast A control earlier.
I
think as soon as you saw the cages come through with the blast packs.
This is a full investment round for Sen. You lose this, the economy goes tumbling once more. Gen G up to 10, but maybe, just maybe you can find this. Kills Zelsis! How's he getting away with it again?
But they can't use that. It does pull the Gen G players away slightly, but as soon as the plant goes down, Gen G are going to know that they have to focus on B, and Zelsis is going to get rooted out here.
Not again. No! Not again! No way! The 3 versus 3. The discipline, the diligence, paranoia sweeps through. Now the Seekers over the top with the flash, trying to hold his ground. Sassy does not go down. Pillardo, blade up, double up, guns need to be out, and AI in play. Finally, Lakia. A 1v2, finds the first. Next one on the cards. Get out of here. It's lights out.
He's been so good for Gen G in the clutch. And he cleans it up again.
Yes. This is a
Zelsis got away with murder in that round to make things doable. But finally, Gen G got rewarded for their good early round play.
You guys are watching Valorant?
They've only been 3 successful rounds for Sentinels in this half so far. Gen G otherwise finding moment after moment. And look at the reaction. Pure relief on Lakia's face compared to the elation on all the rest. The stress, the heart rates all spiking.
Tension is there, palpable.
But the economy declining.
Now they have to make a play, they have to make a play, they have to make it now, backing away with a position of respect being shown. Don't want to tangle with that Judge.
Gen G have made such an incredible comeback in this half. They're starting to believe it. They're starting to earn it. They're only 3 rounds away from lifting that trophy. And this one should be a gimme.
Even it up 11-11. It's up to Sentinels to pull out. Not just miraculous moments, but honestly just divine intervention. Might just be necessary. Jiggle.
FF.
Info gathering for Lakia here. There's not as much chance of a punish. Here's the dog, Trailblazer broken, denying any sort of ground, and he might be able to gain Meteor. He's up close and personal now with this rifle in his hands. Does he anticipate this kind of danger? It's returned, at least with the fire, but he's already gained 2 kills for his team, and now John QT wants to put a bit of a move on here still. Doesn't have a rifle to take that fight, dodging, ducking, weaving. Finally, the run and gun in action. Sassy, singing his plan down.
Very nicely done there by Sentinels. Lakia just giving it away a little too early by taking the shot. Missed it on John. He's opened up a chance for Sen. Post plants look good as well, honestly.
They do.
They've also planted so that Tens could get one and then ult away to heaven.
Possibilities now for Sen. Twist and turn and find themselves up to 12 here. Paranoia's exchanged. Okay, the nade just dodged the bow with the TP engaged. Texture matters into his own hands. He's just blitzed his way onto the site now, out through the back of it. Neurofem, maybe some false information, but they are looking everywhere now. Smoke, drop down, Texture, sticking, half, denied!
He hit that one.
What a way for Sen to respond!
Got 2 cracks at.
The Thrifties will not go quietly! Both teams finding those avenues to be able to turn these into miracles. It's Lakia there who just pulls the trigger a little too early, gives away his spot, and from there John and Sassy wiggle their way in to be able to get the plant down into such a nice area for Tens to play. Didn't even have to use the ult to reposition. Pit in mid. Sen, Matt Point, looking to try to extend the series, deny Gen G the trophy, at least for now, and move us on to Icebox.
Here.
How well Gen G have been playing. There's no certainties. You've got to think Sen are happy in this spot now. Guns are good. Gen G's economy, listen, hasn't stopped them in the past, but it's taking a hit.
Only a little one though. Munchkin is pretty happy with the judge here. It's Texture, who's really in the worst spot of things, but he's hiding inside a smoke, looking to try to make the play here.
Meteor, off angle! Loses his fight out.
Against the high-low there, it's very difficult to get anything done.
Will this be the domino effect
But
here?
look, it's a fake
instant reaction. Yeah, there's a fake Charon. He commits a TP to try and reinforce that A side, but it's all for naught. Texture, the lone player to stand against it. The onslaught sweeping him through all the bounds, and the Stinger's just not good for it, at least for that. Paranoia, though, has to be a follow-up, and it has to be a clean-up, and there is there on time. Texture dropped in the process now with 30 seconds left. Take a pause in the round and take a breather because Sentinels realize it. The chance now to extend that play in the series, to take it all the way to Icebox. A tap forces it out. The first little wave of the util. All the flashes flying through, and so do the bullets. Lakia, a lot to overcome, a lot to do, and it's just impossible. Map 5 is on the cards.
From a 13-5 loss, back to back, the last 2 times that Sen play split, they take back their title of looking like the team who's best in the world on this map. Absolute cinema at the end there from John QD2. The fakes have got to be coming against the way that Munchkin plays defense, and he had them in every moment.
An unbelievable series so far. Would we have it any other way? Map 5, Icebox coming right at you.
Said I'll find you, but it's not the time to make a mistake. You're calling out the name. I'm falling down again. You're calling out
What's the plan of that? stocks.
Oh, I probably got that. Yeah.
Still are beating hearts on pins and needles. Everyone in the Madrid arena was. And Sentinels pull it off, and they managed to force a map 5 on Icebox. What an incredible game we just witnessed. And if anything, it just goes to show for the Sentinels, hey, on Split, third time's the charm, baby. You know?
Yeah, they look back. They were incredible on that map. I think coming in with a great game plan. Their attacking side in particular, John QT was making some crazy calls, just walking into mid, reading these stacks and punishing in the late round. But damn, did Gen G make it close with that comeback.
Yeah, they did, but I gotta say, this is the first time we've really seen Gen G actually struggle in terms of the decision-making, the information game, and actually noting Lakia a couple of questionable decisions along the way, but his utility usage was amazing, and Sentinels still benefited in that regard.
And in that first half, I mean, we had a couple Sentinels multi-kill rounds that had no business happening. I feel like Gen G in that first half was letting some things slip, right? We have this round where Zekin in one position manages to come out and hit the nastiest break transfer you've ever seen, and then immediately the round after this, Saucy goes and does this, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this flank, the fact we're even showing this replay again, it's criminal, but yeah, this was the sort of thing, there was time and time again we saw Gen G just have kind of things slipping through their fingers, not having a solid grasp on exactly the position of Sentinels and the plan.
And look at this man,
just
19 years old, his first global final, almost dropping 400 ACS. He has 89 kills right now. If he keeps up his performance on Icebox, he's on pace to beat the global record for the most kills anyone has in a single best of 5 series. Right now it's Demon 1 at 101. Zekin's on track to best that.
Oh, very well. With the way that boy's playing, it's going to be lights out potentially on Icebox. But let's actually go ahead and talk about Icebox because, Mimi, statistically speaking, this favors Gen G going into it. You gotta look at the numbers and feel like, man, this is gonna be a tall order for the Sentinels to overcome.
I don't care at this point. I don't think the players can care at this one. It's map 5 of a best out of 5. We already saw it on Split. This is where it doesn't really come down to the prep, to what you have ahead of time, to what the coaches have been saying, but form in the server. These boys have been playing for, what, 3-4 hours at this point, putting their hearts into this game. It's about the team who can keep that pace into this final map, can find those big plays. The IGL who can make that adaptation and take home Icebox.
Absolutely agree. And in terms of the mental, in terms of the emotions here, for Sen to bounce back, take Split back as their own and force the map 5 here, that's got to be a big boom for them.
You can see, I mean, look, I got to talk about it. Fans obviously going crazy for Sentinels here. Goes without saying, but oh man, I can't help but wonder, what are we going to get from Gen G on this one, because there's just so many directions that they can elect to go here. But what I think is most important is there anyone that's like standing out on the Gen G side? Because when I look at the numbers on Gen G, I just see a lot of consistency, Mike, across the board. But you know, you're really looking for a texture here to pop off and have that standout game.
I mean, historically on Icebox, it's been Munchkin really the one to be numerically delivering. Again, had a rough performance here on Split, but I mean, if we do have a pop-off game from Texture, do have a pop-off game from Meteor, then actually Icebox could be really interesting for things.
I think it's going to be about that Jet head-to-head, honestly.
Yeah.
Second is looking white hot. It's the same for Texture last map. And also, this one's really interesting because a lot of the times with new Icebox, we get different head-to-heads. We get to see the Gecko KO versus the Harbor Viper or versus the old default. This is straight up Gecko KO versus Gecko KO. Both these teams playing that new standard of composition, which means they're going to be hyper-aggressive, using those flash combos to set their Jet up, having tons of util to re-clear in the mid-round. I think all of that util, all of these 4 maps we've played thus far, really comes down to this and that head-to-head between those stars.
It's safe to say that this is one of the best Masters finals we've ever had.
The best.
Probably the best.
The best
you know,
Masters
you're right.
finals, yeah.
The best. Let me go ahead and say it with my chest, because honestly, man, what we're getting here, just to go ahead and quote the John Cutie line, it truly is absolute cinema. A game where you got Gen G taking it, Sen taking it, the constant left and right hooks that we are seeing to make a boxing reference and contextualize it here. That's what it feels like. It feels like a slugfest, guys. Who's going to walk away with this? Are we feeling Sen? We feeling Gen G?
I mean, I'm still leaning Gen G. I have to give it to them.
That's
Again,
stick to your guns.
Statistics coming in. I agree with Mimi's point, obviously, about the emotion, the mental game that's on display here on the stage, but I feel like Gen G are going to be able to drag this across the line.
Sentinels are hot out of that map number 4. I gotta believe in these guys to take it home. It's always the hard way with them.
It definitely has.
It's never
easy.
An uphill struggle.
I actually saw Kaplan at breakfast this morning, and I was like, hey, man, what's going on? He's like, hey, man, you already know. We just got to do it the hard way.
He just looks 10 years older now.
Yeah, bro, my guy, Zekin, he's aging before our very eyes right now. Might be able to drink coming out of this one. All right, well, let's go ahead and see. As far as the agent select goes, nothing crazy, as you pointed, Mimi. It's going to be that Gecko KO, Gecko KO.
Both these teams know how the other plays. Gen G has looked good on this map in the past. They're favored here, but this is going to come down to the individuals. Pacific will either lift their first ever trophy, a redemption arc for so many of these players on Gen G, for their rookies coming into their first ever tournament, or it will be Sentinels joining that elite few of organizations to lift 2 international trophies in Valorant.
Yeah, and looking at Texas to be the one to step up here. Alongside that, it's got to be Lakia and Munchkin to really enable him.
This is it. It all comes down to this. Map 5, and to determine who lifts the first trophy of the 2024 season. Let's go ahead and find out and send it back over one final time to the one and only Brent and Sideshow.
I don't think the Madrid Arena has really seen anything quite as electric as this. 2 teams pushed to the limits. Map 5, Icebox are staging ground set. For both of these teams looking to tussle and tangle, potentially get an edge over one or the other.
For one, at the end of Icebox, all the glory. The other will be gutted to have come so far and go away empty-handed. Texture takes a little bit of space over towards A, but that knife indicating, I think, that it's going to be a bit of fake pressure.
Yeah.
Sentinels have already stacked 4 players over towards A, ready for Gen G's classic flash, dizzy, engage. But they're not going in that direction, and I think Sen are just starting to realize before TenZ takes contact.
Wondering where they might be. Thoughts creeping into their heads, wondering, oh, is mid exposed? Got to try and watch those angles. TenZ gets off the angle.
Munchkin's trying to sell it. It's only him here.
Yeah, it is just this lone player lurking up. Still Sen choose to stack the bodies towards it. In fact, they full board it.
Munchkin was thinking for a moment of calling his team back. You saw Gen G doubling back towards mid just for a second, and now they've started walking their way into B. You're right, Sen, they bought this hook, line, and sinker.
Now realizing the errors of their ways, Dizzy lays the groundwork now to try and take towards this B site. Man with the plant down, but it's an open angle here that wasn't actually smoked off. That's not available for them. Still fights ready to be taken here. Sentinels trying to get fast onto the approach and hot on their heels. The kill onto Lakia, it evens it out to 4-4, but you got to think the advantage now to Gen G.
Sassy's going to have Dizzy back online, I think. Was he able to pick that one back up? Surely.
Late lurk, Zelsis seeming like he might be aware of it. Drifting back and forth. What a shot straight to the cranium. Sassy defusing is already on half. Sassy defusing. Wingman, hello, already on the half, but it might have just brought them that critical, crucial lifeline. Munchkin from the side. The attack from second is that uncertainty, but he's defended in time by John QT. You absolute beauty.
What a way for Sen to get back in. And that's after missing the read in the round. They were forced to play retake. They got a nice little spam kill to open things up. The pick onto Lucky is huge. But the defense of Wingman, and then the defense again, as John held it down, huge.
Yeah.
This map, we're going to see whether the difference between experience and lacking it makes the difference between a trophy or not. So many players on Sen that have been in positions like this before. Some new players as well, like John, who's been calling a lights-out game and playing one too.
Exactly right. I mean, there's a chance of history on both sides. Of course, Gen G looking for that trophy lift for Pacific for themselves as well as one of the most successful iterations of a Korean roster we've ever seen. Itia forwards now into the angle. Zelsis retreating and away with the turret is covering that angle there with Munchkin caught out into the open. Still a plan down for Gen G. Can't be too much more behind this. They are dropping and toppling.
Very diligent play by Sentinels, making sure that they deal with the lurk, but not
diligent.
Not clearing
I
the
mean,
corner.
speak of the devil, man. Texture makes a good go of it.
I don't see how Karen wins this though in a 1v3.
With a fragment nade, force them out.
Not possible.
The open to drop.
So a little bit of damage done, but not too bad. Double Bulldog and a Guardian saved into the next. And you're right, Brent. While there's history on the line for Gen G, Pacific, they've never won a trophy before. Gen G could not be closer. It's only Paper Rex in that final against FPX at Copenhagen, who were in a similar position to this, map 5, and it slipped away from them. But not only are they on the precipice of making history, but when you look at the two people at the top of the scoreboard here early on for Sentinels, Sassy and Tens both wanting to get into that, as the Desk said, very exclusive club, double trophy lifters. And Sen as an org would only be the second org ever to have 2 trophies.
Wouldn't that be something?
The first and the last, or at least the most recent. I hope we don't stop doing them anytime soon.
I certainly hope not.
Sen looking aggressive at the start of this round, going forwards with 3 players over towards A, and Gen G get funneled into a B hit. I think Sen look very confident and comfortable in playing the B retakes. They seem set up for it. And also, you've got to be aware that Gen G at some point could try to flash Dizzy combo into Snowman.
Yeah.
That's another thing that Sen might be ready for.
Dizzy's exchanging the handshake there in the air. The shots are fired off here, but the plant's still down now for Gen G. Coming into the post plant. Again, that weaponry isn't good, but the util is. Look at that. It's a coordinated effort. An absolutely filthy spray transfer.
God.
Texture with the final blow.
Put
an end to any of that funniness.
Does not matter how good your utility is.
The crazy
You're
thing,
not
because you're
able to get
behind.
a kill onto Lakia as he sprays down 4.
They're cracked. They're insane.
I mean, so many
They
players
all
that he
got
was
hit by
fighting there
that.
just didn't really seem to have the guns
Just
out
waiting,
ready to
waiting.
take a duel. Not anticipating
Yeah,
that
he
somebody
was
would have
like-
gone in front of all of that util. That's spectacular. That gets his ult online. That can really start some momentum going. Huge play from Lakia.
Player, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
The big stage, seen the big scene before, even way back in the day.
I was just going to say, Brent, by the numbers, this would be disaster for Sen, if you care about them. 0-6 on Icebox Sentinels since May 2022.
God.
I mean, different roster at that point, basically, right? But essentially just not a map that they've ever had success on. Does it matter in a big moment like this, though? I would say it doesn't really. There's so much more to it.
The emotional aspect, playing to each other's forms, cooking up plays on the fly. But you can stop this one here from Gen G, and they do with the knife. It's a good one. Thrash. Be stopped and stunted, and the full group up again from Sentinels, looking like they are really ready to fight this one. Tooth and nail seems to be the call. Everybody through now with the thrash, setting it up from Sassy. It hasn't been dealt with here still. Wingman forwards, Entertainment not online, and they are really trying to flood in and through, but Genji on the high ground positions, on high, tying to topple them over. Celsius!
Okay.
The difference maker. Right when his team needed it. 2 versus 2, and guess what? Spike, drop down, top nest.
Wingman delivered that one like a juicy little delivery.
Oh, speaking of deliveries, Sassy out wide, but Celsius again. It would have to be the ace, and it's shut down in its tracks.
Great try from Celsius there, but just not quite enough to overcome the player disadvantage. Sen have a clear game plan of how they want to defend against this. They're not getting caught by the flash combos at the beginning of the round, but they use their own utility to get back in, doing a retake before Wingman can even get started, making sure to break that as well so the spike's lost in enemy territory. But Genji got too many picks as Sen were trying to flood. That round win for Genji has knocked the economy of Sen. Celsius one away from the lockdown too. Certainly something to fight with if they can get picks early.
Doesn't expect the angle though. Meteor be close to the corner, swinging out, only gets the body shot, so 100 damage done, and already texture. Gained all that ground, scaled rapidly on the approach. Looking to pick apart this Sentinels players that are left standing.
And this top 4-10 position is one where Genji were able to get value in the previous round.
It's broken. Just creeping right into it.
Yeah, and by the way, throughout all of this, Caron has just walked up B into Snowman and is calling for his team, listen, you don't need to take the risk of going into A. Yeah, you're favored, but why even bother with it? Let's go B, let's make sure that Munchkin gets his ult online for the next round and keep this snowball going.
Play it safe. We've got players in forwards, advanced positions. I mean, if there's any pushing out of position here by Sentinels, look, it's going to be captured by Lakia. If not Lakia, then Texture.
Looks like a great game plan for Genji here. Not just applying crazy pressure over towards A.
There it is.
But also being able to get the lurk in on B. The Genji A hit is so powerful. And really, this Flash Dizzy lineup that they use with Munchkin on top of pipes and then Lakia following it in afterwards, it's crazy hard to deal with. And that means that Sentinels are starting to stack A to deal with it more and cheat over towards the A side. The Carrots found within the first 5 rounds that opening on B is a reaction.
Chomping at the bit for the chance.
Already thinking ahead.
The 2 and 4
about
guy
how to stop Sentinel's counter strat.
Yeah.
More importantly here for Genji with these
last time they played
wins. Rounds online, they have big ults.
Bad
try and punish and keep that snowball going. Now the knife wasn't broken, so Zekken tagged up here.
And they let it buy one this time.
Just have to watch the position, at least on that high ground approach. Wall up in his face. There is some danger here. Up close. It's all about the reactions, but again, they could come from any direction. No command. It's a jiggle. Almost anticipating and expecting there to be that level of aggression.
Fucks them.
But still Tens is in that top position with the operator still into half clearance, and punishment in place.
Beautiful adaptation from Sen, deciding to take the fight to Genji. They know that the classic Genji exec starts from pipes control. And so Tens is already up there, using Zekken as a distraction, essentially. Everyone's going to be focused on the operator, shutting them down, trying to punish them. And they just end up running into Tens' waiting arms. Munchkin, the IGL, going to take a moment to see if he can win this round. Does he have an opening still? This isn't going to be a full save where he uses it as a timeout. He does still have chances here.
I mean, the money's stacked.
30 seconds.
Make a go of it.
Spotted, plant, now 1v3.
Sounds into this one here, but it's Munchkin who he needs to seek out the weaknesses, really. Will Sen give him any? Doubled up, shoulder to shoulders, an updraft peek here from Zekken, so he's just clearing all the potential possible spots, but there is that blind spot, Munchkin eventually cleaned up, but knowing this team, I'm a believer in almost any scenario.
Gen still has more money. They're like rich.
Now that Munchkin's had his go at winning the 1v3, he'll have to start thinking about what went wrong in terms of the macro of that round. Did they need to put more B pressure in order to pull players away from A?
Stay down. My ult's ready.
Was it that they need to be applying a little bit more utility to clearing out pipes before they go for the exec. These kind of things are going to be racking through his brain as the score's at 3-3.
Really good job. Really good positions.
Zelsis clearly happy with that one. And Sen don't start this round with a stack over towards A. I think already anticipating a change up from Gen G. There's not one coming.
Gen G happy to opt into that brawl. Knuckle fighting.
Why don't they ever rotate? They always like
by the knife, slowing it down for
push
the
the sight, but or what?
Dude, you should have seen what they played on Bind.
Time to strike.
They were doing it like how we do.
Big ultimates for the teams.
They were just going through the one
side
team,
of things. So they have anything to deal with
jumping,
Zelsis.
faking, planting, running back to the other team, and then
right
going
now,
back
finally,
and doing
the
they did
molly
it
is
like
being
3
used to try
times
and take
one
that
match.
backside control
Whole
texture.
team.
Oh, he's
lineups.
deep,
Here it comes.
spotted lineups.
Oh, missed!
Against the wall here. Moshpit has to be committed. Will it break it?
No, because it needs the fragment as well.
So the additional util just doesn't add up. It was all missed in time. Tens forwards here. There is entertainment.
This whole
Fragment
game's
nade, does he expect it? No, he does not. Meteor again taking matters into his own hands, and he's slipped himself up into that forward position, but finally dealt with. Shut down. Back here. Cannot withstand it. This pressure is just immense.
Sentinels with a successful retake. And part of that has got to be down to the fact that Munchkin missed the nade. Every team at this point has a setup to try to counter that lockdown. We're talking the best teams in the world. Of course they have setups for that. But it got missed somehow, the fumble from Gen G. I don't know what piece of architecture that hit onto.
I won't claim to know as well, but
it's just on a door
They might be
frame
good
by the look
players,
of
but
it.
they're kind of stupid.
Devastation.
That's
Tiniest of differences for Sentinels to take the lead here in map 5. Grand finals on the line.
There's no reason to push that because you know they've all rotated by
Meteor Karen creeping closer to those ults, and Lakia already has his. It's going to be difficult for Zekken, I think, to really get a peek if we decide to invest the Thrash.
Oh my god, the knife, no way! He just disrespects it, and Zekken is out of there on top of the ropes. He does not want to be hunted down and away, but there's that detainment. Where's the help? Dash through, Tens is there! Finally, support arriving, but Lakia cleaning up that pesky player close towards yellow.
But Sassy's done enough, just by staying in an open area where the rest of his team could cover him.
Spotted in the window.
Yeah, by the turret. Yep. Great turret position there. Utilizing the new window that got carved out of Tube.
Real read here for Sentinels. But again, have to maintain these advantages when they are handed to you. And if you lose that fight into mid, suddenly 3 versus 3. Have a peek of things here. Out, open, timing against him. Second, he loses his fight, and just like that, it's turned.
Absolutely brutal for Sen. Great punishment on these peaks by Gen G.
Reaction test here for Zelsis. He doesn't even need it. Blind as a bat, but he still sprays him down, but he can't follow through with the second kill. 1 versus 2. Knife. Ouch on QT, not anticipating it. That pace and tempo injected into the round by Gen G at just the right moments.
I love it too, because while you're talking about the post-plant aggression, the pause in the round baited out these little plays. I mean, Zekken didn't know exactly where to put his crosshair. And Tens going for a peek under Tube opens the win up for Gen G. That's got to be frustrating for the Sen coaches. What a gift for Gen G.
Even as anything. No imbalances here when it comes to the rounds. Our fight taken straight to them here. Opting into the scrap. Zekken, there's no way you dash into that angle, and he's punished.
Wow, what a flash from Munchkin. Just bleach the eyeballs of Zekken, and Tens looking to try to take the fight.
The dizzy didn't get broken in time. No way!
What a wall bang!
Right through the wall. And Tens still not going to be removed from this spot. He just sees it, head poking over, but now has to respect it. Players all around him. Sassy, your turn to strike back if you can. While the iron is hot, and hot it is! They drop him. No entry into the site. Stand your ground. Say your piece.
This game's going overtime.
On his feet.
Gen G cannot crack this A defense. I've not seen any team put up as good as a defensive setup against this as Sen have. Multiple layers to it, right? There's Zekken going aggressive at the beginning, drawing attention, Tens up on pipes, and then crossfire setups on the site. And yes, Sen are overstacking A, but they're doing it at the right times. They're actually getting the read on when Gen G are executing. Gen G need to throw a few fakes of their own into it. That's something we've been talking about Sentinel's attack side the whole time. They need to try to pull people towards A and use that B lurk timing that Karen found in round 5.
Still anyone's game, though.
Oh, absolutely. It's not like Sen have figured it out and that's them with the trophy in hand.
Yeah.
They're putting up a great fight on a bad map for them.
And here it is, target-rich environment. The wall obscuring, hiding. The intent of Gen G, but out wide, that's Munchkin. No kill to be claimed, but second. Let's give it up anyway. Now, the pixel angle. Holding forward, it's going to be that high-low, and a peek with the Dizzy on top of things, running and gunning forward. Second, drop down, 1 kill found, but already the pit is down and out, covered at the site.
Munchkin's weak. Is he going to try to knock himself to get the full res? Oh, they go for the lockdown as well.
Lockdown play. Using it to clear them all the way back here, so Sentinels won't be able to withstand their ground here, but there is that gap out towards the back here. It seems like there's some hesitation. How do they want to try and fight towards this one? It looks like now the plan being committed. Still with that pit here with the ults all the way through now. Thrash to set it up, and it has cleared the way through. No! Timing! Timing! Caron! An absolute menace! And a 1v2. Sassy! So much to do. Mosh rebounds, pit still alive and active, but it finally fades, and look at it. It's hectic, it's frantic, he's looking this way and that way. Wingman out! Can't collect the kill!
You can see the nerves at play here, just by taking a look at normally a calm and very experienced player. What is this as well? That's everything. Karen being able to dodge that Thrash is everything in this round. It's a beautiful idea. Sassy and Tens play it superbly. Karen making the play to dodge it, keep the pit up. 5-5, Gen G. They came into that round with 2 people with only sheriffs.
Yeah, I mean, the money wasn't good. See 3 rifles to play with. Undeterred now by that one. Fast play, fast approach. Over towards A. Sen stacking it with players.
No, this time playing it for retake again with
a lot
Zelsis
more
lockdown.
phantoms than I thought I'd see.
They must realize, though, that they got kind of lucky with Munchkin missing the fragment grenade before. Look how good the Flash Dizzy is.
A lot more work.
Just can't break it, can't withstand it.
I'm seeing a lot more phantoms.
It's a lockdown, though. It's fast by Sen.
Is there anything to break it?
Pushing back right into the flank. Sassy! 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 He's gone in the open! Didn't withstand it with his gun out.
He thought Gen G were going to fight the lockdown, but the lockdown came too early. Gen G weren't in position for the lineups. Zelsis in mid.
Catching Meteor, crucial for the round. Success in his face. Blossoms fading away. Here's the footsteps. Here's the running gun. Zelsis! Awareness off the charts. Pit dropped down too. But dodging that one with the detainment. The Thrash not getting anything. And the decay damage. There it is. Putting in work with Zelsis leading that charge still.
The spike. It went down. Wingman able to plant it in the midst of all of this. But this pit, it's not a post-plant play. It's for Sen to go for the retake.
And they got all that space, still have to clear through this one. Caron has a snake bite, at least one with the tap. And now they're flooding through onto the side. That left hand approach. Flash! Magnificent! Munchkin to deliver. And he's got to stand and do it now. The tap, forcing out the bullets. No more left in the chamber.
What an incredible beginning. Could be set at an absolutely tied first half on a map where, by all accounts, Gen G should be hugely favored. But I don't feel like I'm seeing the nerves hit the Gen G players. It doesn't feel like a collapse from them.
No, it feels like Sen stepping up.
It definitely does. The adaptations they've made and the awareness of how Gen G want to play
in this game, I don't top
loving the way that they're
frag, but I certainly
defending.
don't bottom
The
frag.
pit there from John Cutie was immaculate. Zelsis' awareness too.
What's the
flash
bottom
out from
frag?
Tens just all working
2
really
and 9
nicely together.
2 and 9, yeah.
He's probably like their best player too.
Players rallied.
Like,
because they put him on EJ, they should put him on some.
Deep knife gives him peace of mind there, so Ten's can earn himself up to his ult. Wasn't pushed back, and a full group up by Gen G.
They're aware that sometimes the Sentinels players have pushed on defense. Remember, they caught Sassy pushing out of B in the previous round after they'd applied their pressure on A.
Oh, they're just like jumping in.
Too long, the knife might be back
They
on. The Ten's just
like in like
throwing
1 second, like jump to any with like instant to.
Tens has his ult to be able to work with too, so the closer they get, the less they can really rely on the Viper wall to do anything for them. Do they have an idea of where TenZ is? He's set up for another knife lineup. Here comes the knife again. Might get bad info though here actually.
Orba. Crossing
Catches.
back over to A.
Yeah, that knife caught onto Munchkin. But then TenZ is still rotating off.
It's really orchestrated. I mean, they just know. When the orb's up like that, they only catch one onto the knife. Yes, they could cut noise, but Zekken holding from the top rafter position here. Plenty of angles to adjust and choose from, but they are walking right into the one that matters most. Dash online, backs away, Sassy, close now. In their faces, willing to take the fight straight to them with only 25 seconds left as the final round of the first half. And an important one at that, Wingman broken. That's the confirmation. Gen G have to follow through with the weaponry and the guns, and they're finding their own place, but it's only down to one. Texture, Soul Survivor breaks it down. Munchkin late to the party and jumping around. The nerves at play.
Sentinels can feel it. They've got the lead at the half on a map they weren't favored on. They were banking on a 3-1 finish to this series, but 3-2 would do the job. Heartbreak on the horizon perhaps for Gen G as they were looking at the first trophy for Pacific and now have such an uphill battle to be able to make that a reality. What a finals we have here.
Absolutely insane stuff. Send it down to the desk. They want to break it all down, I can tell.
We're going to...
The electricity in this room is unreal as everyone is on their feet and honestly just blown away by what we've been seeing in this game, guys. Not just are we getting great ideas from Gen G, but we're getting even better ideas from Sentinels on a map, as Brennan Sideshow were noting, Hypoc, that they were just not favored in.
Yeah, and I think Sentinels achieved the primary objective, shutting down the main win condition, which is this A-site execute. Josh was talking about it. After that, though, the adaptation from Sentinels is perfect. They read the game to perfection, start stacking towards B, baiting Gen G into their stronger setup.
For 8 of these players, they've never been in a grand finals of an international event of this level before. For 2 of them, they're rookies in their first ever appearance at an international. You can see the nerves, even in the veterans. The shots from Sashi shaky at times, but what matters is how you convert in the end. That was a half of hero plays, of moments towards the end to come back, but Sentinels is up. But at this halftime, this is the last chance really for the coaches, for the teams to talk together, to come up with that final plan to lift that trophy in front of them.
This is it.
I mean, you've seen some of the cracks start to show on the side of Gen G. I mean, Josh even referenced this as well. The pressure getting to them, some questionable decisions, couple of misplays here and there. Is this where it all comes apart?
Pacific has been in the finals before. They've never lifted a trophy. Gen G want to make this comeback happen, but Sentinels, you can see it in their eyes. They're standing up on the stage. They can feel that trophy. They are ready for it.
This is it, folks. The next time you'll hear our voices, we have crowned a Masters champion. But hey, you know, this matchup feels quite global in itself. But let's go ahead and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow to send this bad boy home.
The tension is palpable, energy building in the arena. You can see it, we can feel it. History will be made right here on this half of Icebox.
Gen G won every single pistol the last time that these 2 teams played in the upper bracket final and walked away with a comfortable win on 2 out of 3 of the maps. They need this one.
Open face by Caron, almost with the punishment. Tagged down by the turret, just seeking to at least destroy it and remove some of that mid-round information.
That's not the only piece of aggression in mid. Texture, Lakia, still trying to get posted up there, making sure that Sen don't play in that area.
Jump spot from TenZ here, but he's out wide now with the face in top of the Dizzy. They have to give up this space here, but Gen G might seek to try and fight this one. Wingman is already in the fray, through the back of the side here, broken, down, plant out in the open, but behind the box, Second finds his mark. Precision being the name of the game, but Gen G not willing to give up even a scrap of territory. No map control, and no gain really for them. Gen G takes to, oh my goodness, 2, but eventually brought down. 3 versus 3, and the spike's still not retrievable.
It's a spike position.
30 seconds left.
They keep getting tucked behind this box over and over. Caron, though, he took so much damage earlier on, they could just spam him out.
20 seconds roughly in the round. It all comes down to this for Sen, and a pistol round. 1 to stand. 1, 2, 4! Sentinels are feeling it!
Zeltz on his feet again. And Sen in the driving seat, despite having that map veto disadvantage because they had to come through the lowers. Sassy on that stage for the third time knows that it can be done. He, every time he'd made it to a grand finals before, went through the upper bracket, but he didn't always win.
He knows it's doable. Energy just is truly, truly palpable for Gen G. A shy investment. Utility, maybe a Sheriff of Meteor to get something done, but this is Sentinels, in all likelihood, wrapped up to that 9th round.
Depending on whether or not they go into the stack, I really feel like you can't count out Gen G even when they only have Pistols and Meteor, who hasn't really been hitting this map, the only one with the Sheriff. If TenZ goes down and they pick up the Stinger, maybe something can snowball off the back of it. Sen are playing this so cautiously. They do not want to give an inch to Gen G.
Caution can spell defeat sometimes. Knife, no info, it's caused to rotate.
That's an amazing timing for Sen to start to hit A. TenZ has read this one perfectly.
And just like that, we talk about it, the tiniest of differences affecting so much
more. Where you going, mate? Where
are you going? Stinger from that range.
All right.
TenZ getting away with all sorts of murder. It's a massacre in front of the back of the site, but he gives up his life in the end.
I can't believe he took that decision, but I think that shows you the confidence on play. Sen setting up for the aggressive post plants. Gen G's composition can be very potent when you allow them to get into retake scenarios, and Sen are clearly planning to play forwards even when this turns into rifle rounds. You can see the kind of angles that they're taking. Gen G are going to struggle to get back into sights if they allow Sen to walk in like that. Yes, it was a gamble. Yes, they needed to try to make the play. But what a beautiful read from TenZ there. Saw the knife whistle past him and realized an opening could be his. A 4-round lead for Sentinels.
Gen G, unfamiliar position that they're in here in this grand finals on this big stage. Now we're going to do the most. They're going to try and steal their hearts, calm down the nerves, get some form of collection together. Because the map is running away from you, and not just the map, it's the series. It's your chance of etching your place into history.
Texture has gone for a glass cannon operator this round on the anti-bonus. Triple stack over towards A. The knife catching Sassy over there. And Texture already starting to come off that aggressive B long line.
This AWP has to pay off. It just has to. Taking a gander. Walking back over. To the angle now, behind yellow box. Lots of angles to really choose from too.
He can't expose himself to Zekan's position. At any point here, he could be getting walked up on. That's why you see him just going for the check.
And he just doesn't know. He just does not know.
You are open to being timinged here. He's taking a risk.
Risks are necessary in this particular position. All up. Everybody crossing. Texture can feel it now, and it's going to be tagged up by the knife. Has to respect this now and back away. No, he's just out in the open. No man's land. Flash, though, eventually respecting it and backs behind the wall. Gen G trying to be fast. Now with this rotate plan denied. Shut down here with only 33 seconds left now. Cavalry has arrived.
30 seconds
All 5 players here. There's 25 seconds left. How are they getting back in?
That's the question, isn't it? Waiting for that regen util, but again, there's only 20 seconds remaining. Got to get a move on, and it needs to be now for Sen. What is the game plan? Wall up, just about.
They've got to push forwards.
Push forwards, and that's why TenZ is there. Underhand. Map that they haven't won since May 2022.
No. And Gen G have looked fabulous here. They wrote the book on how to use this Gecko KO composition that Sentinels ended up taking for themselves.
Yeah.
And now to see Sen outplaying them, this is what we were talking about earlier, Brent. It's not always the game plan or who's won in the past. When it gets to big, high-pressure moments like this, it's can you deliver?
Do you have the determination in you? Timeout that was taken for Gen G here. They have to pick themselves up. We've seen comebacks on Icebox before, on the biggest stages of the world. But it takes a special kind of team to be able to pull that one off.
Oh.
And Molly misses the Nano Swarm.
But going off the sound cue there, the turret still gets retracted.
Yeah, pulled back.
Gen G do not have the weaponry to hold on against this. The knife collecting onto 2, at least, possibly even 3 there, indicating that it would be an A execute. Meteor gets pulled over to reinforce Munchkin. And then goes back as Munchkin comes. There is no noise. The re-hits working really nicely against Gen G and the way that Munchkin likes to make hard reads.
Only one tag there with the knife. That is going to be the go button. Pressed here by Sen. Not just that, but they're pressing the advantage, scaling deep into the back of the site. Only giving an edge to them. Zekken is tucked deep, and there's going to be that supportive util. Look at that. Ten's already holding for it. First signs of life from Gen G. A flash, and Molly is going to go flying. And there it is. Dizzy needs to be broken. Not quite. Just sailed right over, but a bit of miscommunication out here. Texture. The knife's at play. The knife's at work. And it's going to try and slice and dice to victory. Gen G finding that footwork, and the ground gained and granted to them. 2 versus 2. A weapon. At least with the upgrade, Meteor is going to be holding this one. He's going to be defusing this one, but already the wall fades and topples away. Half needs to be earned, and he does get it, but time against him entirely.
Celsius again is there to make sure the safe pair of hands. Another player who was there at the very beginning. And he's 18-8, making sure to be the backbone of this team. Emotional leader for Sentinels, thriving under the pressure, making sure that every one of these tight moments is closed out. Gen G, they must pick this timing to respond if they want any chance of forging their place in history.
It has to happen now. Pressure against them. Either crumble or makes diamonds. Texture misses the adjustment. Can't quite hit the snap to the side, and now pushed away from the angle. In fact, even activates the dash, anticipating like it could be a follow-through, but it's not.
But
Sentinels are out of there.
He's getting good information here, Bren. The fact that Texture popped the dash and got back on the angle is telling Gen G to keep 3 players A. And they have Lakia on pipes too. This is looking like the way that Sen wanted to defend.
Certainly is. Here, Zekken! Matters into his own hands, leading the charge with the dash. It just collides right into the collision of 410. There needs to be the adjustment. It's not there! An inevitability! posture in a 1v3.
He's got to try to hold on to the last shreds of hope in his heart. But it must be feeling heavy. He knows that this is Sen likely to get up to 12.
Look at the triangle they formed as well, crossfire setups. It would have to be the play of his career, and he knows it's not possible. In the movement, in his posture.
You see that he's just forced to take the smart play and back off. But this has got to be devastating. The silence in the Gen G camp as they allow Texture to play the clutch, settle in like fog. Memories flashing back. Where did it go wrong in the series? We were favored on split, weren't we? Icebox, surely we had the advantage. How are we in this position? 6 rounds in a row that Gen G would need to take, and Zelsis, he's on his feet. The round was still going on, and he's already celebrating.
Orchestrating the crowd.
HSK head in hand.
Thanks.
And this is it, the precipice. The line that's been drawn, and Sentinel's willing to cross it. And this will be them as an org, as players, as individuals, etching themselves in the history books. But one last hurrah for Gen G. Has to put a stop to it now. Thrash clears through, that's entertainment! Takes a drops down, but he's fallen prey to it. Hunted down. Up to Lakia. He's called for the reinforcements, but this is it. It's a brutal scenario. They're picked to pieces. Thread unraveled. Sentinels can feel it.
The ult even forced out a Meteor here to try to keep the Horde back. But they're in a 3v5. There's nobody on A. Where's the win condition? It just looks like Sen are going to have a free ticket to A. Zekin's going to make a play down mid, and it gets cancelled. Why would you even bother taking the risk?
Play it together. Thrash, second round. To clear the way through. It's Munchkin standing his ground. Knife just a little bit too late here. They can feel it now. Pressure mounting. Gen G stacking, but they will topple. They will fall. The rifles are too good. 1,000 days and counting. Sentinels maintaining their relevancy.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
The last time they were at an international event, last time they earned any sort of accolades.
Toxins going up.
And Caron, from rank to rookie to tier 1 play, left to stew. Pacific's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. Gen G's hopes and dreams laid on his shoulders. But how much can one man do? First one found, second one not there. It's over. Sen City, here to play, here to stay. And history has been made.
So which one is Justin's
This Sentinels organization leapt to stardom, became a household name because of the win that they got in their first ever Masters event. They have struggled, they've been relying on. Last year was devastated, but this group of players has done it. They put Sentinels back on top. The best team in the world to open 2024.
Here to switch teams. My team won.
And I can't believe it happened like that. 5 maps, Pacific's hopes dashed.
Hopes and dreams, and that's what they'll remain. But for Sentinels, proud of how far they've come here. Gen G will take a bow. It's a curtain close finish. Not how they hoped, not how they liked. It was supposed to go differently for them, but they just couldn't pull it over the finish line.
They've still made history. They've still made history, but that trophy is not for them.
A historic run. A team that went from rags to riches right here in Madrid, Spain. They controlled their own destiny, and now they can finally say they are champions. An unreal sight here as every single member of the Sentinels hoist that trophy over their head. A long and difficult path for each and every one of those guys on that stage. What a run.
A journey that stretches over 1,000 days. Sentinels are finally back on top, solidify their start to this year as world champions. Madrid will forever be known as the second coming of Sentinels.
They did it the hardest way possible. They played every match in the offseason, grinded since October. Every possible game in Americas. They went the long road here in Madrid and all 5 maps in the finals. After over 3 years, Sentinels joins the very few to have 2 international trophies in Valorant.
An unreal run from an unreal team. Guys who joined in a unified vision to bring a trophy to the fans of Sen City, to the organization that has stood by this game from the very beginning. And for them to do it in the way that they have done it, taking the hard road, Mimi, this right here is something that, oh boy, it's a special moment for sure.
And you see Tenz on that stage. He's been there since the beginning, since that first trophy lift. Went through 3 years of turmoil, of grinding it out in North America. Unable to make another run happen. But now he has that trophy.
Cannot believe how they managed to put this one together. But also, I do want to say real quick, commiserations for Gen G on one hell of a tournament as well. They played hard. They played this team as tough as they could. Pacific's got a lot to be proud of. But on this day, Sentinels got the better of them. But I will say this much. I don't think that this is going to be the end of us seeing this rivalry between Sentinels and Gen G, because I want more.
We're bound to get it. You see Zekin lift the trophy just days after his 19th birthday.
Crazy. Actually crazy. To even put that in and having, I'll go ahead and say it now, solidifying MVP status here in Madrid. Just an individual performance for the history books.
This kid has been waiting for his opportunity, and he finally had the right team around him to make it happen. Saucy as well. Champions 2022, the last time this man felt a trophy. Now on a completely different team with 4 new members around him. He's made it happen again.
He took that risk after winning a world championship with Loud, decided that he wanted to bet on himself, go and join the Sentinels, come to the Americas region, not alongside his Brazilian brothers, but instead joining a lineup that was mixed at the beginning, that was struggling, and now for him to be right here, I mean, it's just unbelievable.
And for Zelsis, the man's more than just a salesman. He's the guy who kept him in it. You saw him on that last map, standing up, shouting at every moment. His teammates have said he's the reason they play for. He reminds them what they're after. This is it. They don't need a reminder anymore.
Yeah, his contribution in and out of the game today has been so visible the whole way through, regardless of when the wins came for Gen G, regardless of when the wins came for Sentinels. He's been on his feet. He's been elevating his team today.
Of course, it was a back and forth affair between both of these teams, and it really couldn't have gone any other way. When you think about the great finals that we've had already in the history of this game, the short history of this game, whether it's Fnatic versus Loud, EG, PaperX last year, some great matches across the board. This one, most definitely a special one, as it just goes to show me how the game has just continuously evolved.
And I'm just so impressed in Sentinels staying in this series. The final map not favored to them whatsoever, but they played their damn hearts out and earned that trophy. John QT, his first international event as an IGL, regaining with Kaplan, the coach who he played with what, 2 years ago now, back in Tier 2, failing then, but reuniting and lifting a trophy together here in Madrid.
And I'll be honest, never the easy road for Sentinels, but bouncing back on Split, righting their wrongs from previous series, and then closing out on Icebox, it's just the best way to crown them.
It's the fact that they did it on Icebox. I saw Anna, I saw Leo and John need them all in the back, and I was like, guys, I think statistically speaking, it's going to look really good here for Gen G, but instead it is the Sentinels who rise to the occasion and are your Masters champion. For now, let's go ahead and hear from your champs.
Say that I will find you, but it's not the time to.
And now from Riot Games joining us on stage, we have some very important guests that are joining us to celebrate and congratulate our winners. We have President of Esports, John Needham, of course, a global head of Valorant Esports, Leo Faria, and our wonderful Anna Donlon, head of, Valorant Studio head. Amazing. Please, just go ahead, celebrate with them. And I feel like, Madrid, I haven't heard you enough. I feel like we have to give it up for Sentinels one more time. Madrid, lo habéis estado haciendo de locos. Menudo partidazo que hemos tenido en el día de hoy. Os habéis portado, ¿eh? Habéis sido unos magníficos reyes. Muchísimas, muchísimas gracias por venir hasta aquí y por celebrar con nosotros. Now, as in for the interview, you ready? Since I'm gonna start with you. Of course, everybody's chanting for you. But after 3 years, you can say that you are finally back. Talking about being back, your mom is right there. Don't get emotional, because I would get emotional too. What does this mean for you? You lifted that first Masters International trophy, and you get to celebrate this one as well.
Honestly, it's just an amazing experience getting to do it with these guys here. Being able to lift it once again, and of course, a big shout out to the amazing audience here in Madrid, Spain. Appreciate all the fans of Sentinels, and thank you to my family.
Le he preguntado que qué significa para él. Claro, después de tanto tiempo él estuvo en ese primer trofeo que levantamos en una Masters internacional y obviamente se siente increíble. Por supuesto, os da las gracias a la audiencia que ha estado aquí porque habéis sido lo mejor de lo mejor, que con este equipo se puede cualquier cosa. Now, second, for you, you are probably now the best duelist in the world. Do you consider yourself to be that?
Yes, he is. He is the best duelist in the world. He is the best.
He is the best?
He is 100% undoubtedly the best.
Okay. You do not consider yourself the best, but you're definitely different, right? How would you consider yourself different?
I'm just willing to do the job. I have the best teammates in the world behind me, the best support that a duelist could ever ask for. They make my life so easy. That's pretty much it.
Yo le pregunto si se considera que es el mejor duelista del mundo y él dice que no, que la verdad que no lo tiene tan claro, que es realmente el equipo el que hace que tenga tantísimo éxito, pero todos sabemos, lo estamos escuchando, que es el MVP probablemente de esta Masters. Now, Celsius, I need to hear from you. I know what you're gonna do, but please give me the best of both worlds, okay? We know, we have seen you on stage. You're given everything. Of course, going to 5 maps, the vibes need to be up, and I feel like you've been in charge of that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a joke always going around that I'm only the vibe merchant, so it feels really nice that I got to lift a trophy, especially with these guys. Like, they really believe in me, everything I bring to them and everything they bring to me. And for once, it feels like we have a real team who everyone wants to win, and I'm just glad we got it done.
Anything else you want to add?
By the Sentinels bundle!
Tengo que dejar que haga eso, que celebre. Le pregunto que cómo ha estado manteniendo la energía tan arriba, sobre todo cuando nos vamos a un quinto mapa. Y él dice pues que todos sus compañeros lo hacen bastante fácil, que sí, que él está considerado ese tipo de persona que siempre tiene las vibes arriba, y desde luego que hoy lo ha demostrado. Sassy, this is your second trophy, right? But you have been competing for a very, very long time. There's been some ups, there's been some downs. How do you see this moment in your career?
I think I'm old, I know.
I know.
But yeah, I think I've been here for like 10 years already playing esports.
I don't know, I'm just grateful. I consider myself lucky to play with so much like good teammates like Zach and Tyson, Jordan, John. Also the coaching staff made a great job on this tournament. And I don't know, I'm just happy to be here and happy to get my second trophy international. Yeah, that's it.
Porque obviamente este es el segundo trofeo que él consigue, pero lleva compitiendo muchísimos años también en otros títulos. Me hace la broma, ¿no?, de que a lo mejor es un poco mayor, pero la verdad es que está muy agradecido de tener al equipo que tiene, de poder estar aquí y de celebrar todo esto y de seguir ganando. La verdad que un momento muy humilde para él. Now, John QT, how are you feeling? You feeling good?
I'm feeling great.
Yeah?
Dangerous.
I feel like there was a lot of eyes on you coming into this tournament. Of course, some might consider you a rookie, but what you did here during this entire tournament, but especially today, as a fresh, IGL coming into the big stage, what do you think has been your biggest struggle that you faced during this tournament?
Biggest struggle? I don't know. Our biggest struggle as a team was just like not playing like ourselves. We know we're the best team in the world, and yeah, we just need to play like that pretty much.
Yo que le quería preguntar que aunque ha tenido dificultad porque obviamente no lleva compitiendo tanto tiempo como los otros, ahora llega a este stage tan grande y no se viene abajo ante nada. Dice que con lo que más han dudado, con lo que más les ha costado es jugar como ellos mismos, sabiendo que son el mejor equipo del planeta. Now, Kaplan, you're in for last. We have been hearing your thoughts during the tournament, some things that you agree with, some things that your ups and downs as well. But what has been your biggest learning point from this entire experience?
I did not know the resilience my team was possible, and it means the world to me. I don't think we would be standing up here having won if we didn't have the hardest road in kickoff, and maybe if we didn't lose 2 days ago. We just get back up and we keep going, and they fucking want it, and whoops, they really, really want it, and I'll never forget that people can want it that bad. And I love them. We love you. We all love you.
Me preguntaba que cuál ha sido, pues desde luego con las opiniones que hemos estado escuchando de él durante el torneo, que qué ha sido lo que ha aprendido, ¿no?, de todo esto. Dice que de no haber perdido hace 2 días, de no haberse visto contra las cuerdas, no se habrían visto en esta situación de levantarse, de darlo todo y por supuesto de ganar este torneo. Let's give it up one more time for Sentinels! This is all that we're going to have for this tournament. Thank you very much to everybody that made this possible. Oh my God, this is a very wholesome moment. Thank you very much to everyone for joining us, for enjoying our passion the way we did it. Everyone from production, working behind the scenes, everyone that made this possible, every single team. Thank you very much for this. Muchísimas gracias a todos por venir aquí, por disfrutar con nosotros, por compartir vuestra pasión minuto a minuto. Ha sido una experiencia alucinante. Muchísimas gracias. Esta es la primera, pero no la última que estaremos aquí.
A beautiful moment with a team that has fought tooth and nail for this right here, for that trophy.
That moment.
That moment. And it's something that they will never truly forget. But man, what an event this has been, guys. You talk about one of the most explosive tournaments that we've ever had in the history of this game. I mean, no one knew who was going to win it coming into this one, Mimi, and boy, oh boy, was this one a banger.
Pretty much every roster coming into this year had massive changes, had new expectations, but Sentinels, they've been grinding since last October. They got their roster set, they found their identity finally, and have worked so hard to get to this point. You heard it from Kaplan. The hardest road possible, but that's how they got here.
Yeah, it's really, really great to hear him talk about the resilience, because I think that's one of the key things here to close out this run in Madrid. I mean, it's taken so much. You can see how much it means to them as well. Somebody is cutting onions out there, but it's just, yeah, it's so fantastic for these guys.
And of course, for Sentinels, this is only the beginning, because this is literally the beginning of our season. We had the kickoff tournament, something a little different to spice things up at the start of the season, and now we kick it off here in Madrid, but there is just so much more to come. Guys, this is going to be awesome. What a great season we have in front of us.
We got to top that now.
Yeah, somehow.
It's going to be hard.
Somehow, some way, we have to top the absolute cinema that we just watched here today in Madrid, Spain, excuse me. Now, folks, I'm a little verklempt over here, but before we go, we want to thank everyone in this arena who came out, who poured their heart and soul into each and every one of those games. We want to thank our incredible production team that has worked tooth and nail to make this broadcast happen, whether it was here in Madrid, over in Dublin, our broadcast partners all around the world. We also want to thank the talent team that makes this incredible event happen. Without you guys, I mean, my job is pointless, so thank you so much for being lovely people. And most importantly, we want to thank you who tune in and break records with us week in and week out and support this awesome game. This is only just the beginning, folks, and we'll see you at the international leagues. We'll see you for stage 1, and we will see you very, very soon. Take care, everybody.
Bienvenidos a la gran final del Masters Madrid.
You're just mispronouncing dedication.
¿Qué pasa? We're in Spain finally.
Bienvenidos a España.
I'm so excited to be here.
This tournament is going to be definitely one that nobody wants to miss.
Give me another.
Just keep throwing.
Gen G, keep
throwing.
Okay.
This is really the year
What are you
of
leveling
young blood,
right
of
now?
new teams stepping up.
The stage is so much bigger and the stakes are so much higher.
It's Valorant. Anyone can lose.
He's got the spike in his hands. No teammates. Nowhere near at all. Bullets hailing down onto him, but his head just peeking out. No right. Can be stopped, man.
Buy the KC bundle.
We need the KC versus Sentinel.
Who wins the whole tournament?
Use that
I want to think about that, actually.
Unbelievable. This guy is not the Lissan Al-Gaib.
I want to just take my moment to go crazy about Les. Because for my money,
Let me-
coming
okay.
into this tournament, he looks like the best player in the world.
Oh my gosh!
How do you feel going up against the former world champions in Loud?
I wasn't playing when they won champs.
Oh, clean from texture. Get another. Show us what you got.
This guy is absolutely phenomenal.
You roll your R so good, actually.
He like logs in every like.
You were
Kind of.
yeah,
I was
yeah,
close.
so-
I don't want to try it again.
This is going great for EDG. Nobody
I
with
love
3
it.
kills, and now it's just one standing. 10 bullets, and it's only one needed for Smoggy. EDG finally best in Paper X.
Brent, I know that you're not really used to being right, but actually, Swissology.
Yes,
Right so
Swissology was
far.
correct,
Here we are.
actually.
Benji Fishy versus
That's
Tenzi
from the
Fishy.
Please buy the Sentinels bundle, please! You can't help but love it. I hope you guys at home can hear how riled up this audience is. Looking for someone. It tends to connect, but oh, what a shot from Rienz! Second, trying to do the dance, And he's short.
I just liked
he's
it
going to
had-
dive in. He's going to get in his face. Beautiful.
It did it very
Sentinels on their international debut
game
with
instead
pure
of
success.
Forget the
It's just bigger
bundles,
numbers.
forget the clout. This is two teams, #1
No
seed in their respective
mechanics.
regions, going at it for that straight shot to playoffs. Satchels now in towards the back of the side. Shit! Nasty!
They haven't cleared back.
Oh, wait! Tense! The #1 seed taken out. Sen City here to play.
Again, there's a smoke to deny them a meteor in an aggressive position. Just doesn't seem to be missing a beat. Gen.G will be the second team to make it through to the playoffs.
It's St. Patty's Day, so I decided to get a little bit in the spirit, you know what I mean? Also to cover the grays. Who better to send some people home than Pansy and Hypock, am I right, guys?
You're not wrong, GB. Absolutely hate everyone. You're on the money. Life's now probably questioning what the hell's going on. No idea about Tui's, but a fantastic clutch from him in the end. That is Sadak having none of what they're trying to sell. It's done! FPX will be going home and loud! Live to fight another day!
No more of the fun. You hear the music, it's done.
Buy the Heretics bundle, everybody. Buy the Heretics bundle.
Clearance Benji! He's blinded! He does not care!
I'm sorry. Hey, no, sit down. Go, guys, sit down. Sit down.
One after the time, the hammer swings down and out onto the anvil. There is no hope, no chance in hell. Paper X eliminating the Spanish favorites.
EDG has been the #1 Chinese representative, and Loud was the one to stop them last year. They have a chance to do it again.
Smoggy's on all fours. Aodong tries to get back towards him.
No! A obliteration of EDG as Loud make their way to the playoffs.
Monye going to be put to test, put to task. Oh, blinded, and Monye just popping up over towards Shybox. This guy's on for it. He's absolutely on the money today. Paper X beating Carmine Core. The European Reapers carry on.
We've got back-to-back regional rematches in our first day of the playoffs.
Somehow this has come back into a winnable scenario. Just needs to hit the bullet. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
Fighting tooth and nail. John QT. Where's he pulled that one from?
Nice, boys. Sen look to take their appointment with Gen.G in the upper finals.
You stole his ace.
Did I?
Yes, you stole his ace.
As I should. As I should.
So, yeah.
Today, our final 4 teams becomes a top 3. I don't want to get into predictions here, guys, but...
I don't want to jinx anything.
I don't want to get into it.
You don't want to get into it?
I'm not
You wanna get
jinxing.
into it?
Nope.
These are the analysts, by the way.
Fido Genji bundle.
I've had enough of bundles. I've had enough.
Hunter's Fury is popped. Push up by Sassy. And the headshot angle. 1 by Texture with 2 kills and a 3rd.
Hello, guys.
An absolute demolition of America's #1.
This is the match for Paper X to prove if they're ready to lift a trophy in Madrid.
This is set up to be an explosive game.
Hammer to defuse might make a difference. Paper X mind free going forward, right click away. Plenty of util left. Where that come from? Will force mind free out into the open. Kawazine seeking to deny this one. The hammer running it down. Paper X seal it away. Loud dropping out. See you later. Sent to the airport.
The day belongs to W Gaming.
Both teams had to overcome a lot of challenges just to get here. It is going to be about who can show up and get into that grand finals tomorrow.
The place is crowded, just looking at what is going to be of these 2 teams.
Alex!
The TP is obscene. He let second wraps this map up in a bow. And they have no idea about Sen. Now it's his time to shine. Sen claim map 2.
One tap.
The paranoia does not land. And Marniet! What a moment for him! Can he get the pin? Yes, he can! Paper X taking us the distance they are! Never down, never out! And waiting for that cross. Sharp as ever, he's getting 1, he's on to 3! Sentinels are going to the grand finals! America's last hope holds true! Again, so cool to have some of these creators come out here. Do we get our dreams? We do. Mixwell up on Glow.
We've got the
Mimi as
head-to-head.
well. Let's go.
Follow up here. Oh, Mixwell finds one. Another one comes through. Will close out the 3K.
Looking to get proactive. Here it is. That's what I'm
Got the
waiting
ultimate,
on. Ult
yeah.
there, coming in. That's beautiful work from Mimi, showing us a pure action. Stunning. Barrel as well, noting that final player's position.
Mixwell 70 HP. Oh, we'll find it. Comes through.
Oh, come on.
4K.
And a fair fight, and none of it. No! Not the knife! Oh, he's done it with a knife! Team Spain picking up the show match victory.
It's been a difficult road for both of these teams to now being in the main event. And it's now time to determine who walks away as the inaugural champion of the season. Is it the America's #1 or the Pacific #1? We're ready for war.
Yes, it doesn't cover it. Texture alive and kicking, working his way around, but he's being bounced. Deal with Munchkin. Smoke down, grabbed and out. Dash forwards, but Munchkin again. They weren't expecting it right from behind. Too much to deal with indeed. Gen G lead the charge here, taking map 1. Hot flash play out and collected. All sorts of kills. Every round, let's go! Lifeless Baron in nature, but he snipes him anyway. He's there, another kill, found and out and defended. You're joking. So fast with the moves, yet Sentinels shut it down. Taking all the way. Spray down have earned, but will be it. Plenty more action where that came from. Oh,
ridiculous.
Yeah, right click, gamble incorrect. Oh, the body block. 1v2, rushing. Spawn. No way you expect this, and this could be it. This should be it. The map done and dusted, but it's not done yet. The job isn't finished. Collected and corralled him in a 1v1 second.
Let's go! Let's go!
Question and fires it straight to Celsius.
Hey!
No motion, but a tough plan. 1v1, 1v2. Sassy removed. Bullets left in the clip. Smoke out. Open meteor. Slackier, a lot to overcome, a lot to do, and it's just impossible. Map 5 is on the cards. Look at that, it's a coordinated effort, an absolutely filthy spray transfer. Your turn to strike back if you can, while the iron is hot, and hot it is! Out! Munchkin! Has he bought enough time? He's got too many targets to deal with. Too much indeed! But how much can one man do? First one found, second one not there. It's over. Sen City, here to play, here to stay, and history has been made.
Congratulations to your Masters Madrid champions, Sentinels! They controlled their own destiny, and now they can finally say they are champions!
Muchas cosas que decirte ahora, pero antes de empezar quiero que le demos sin freno. Si tú quieres podemos empezar desde cero. Sabes que contigo yo me atrevo y quiero más y más. Y poder soñarte y verte al despertar y volar. Porque solo tú me llevas a otro lugar. Quiero más, solo dime, baby, que no va a pasar. Quiero más de ti. team to make a mistake.
Hello? 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 Thank you. Thanks. Yeah? Yeah? Aye? Nah. No. Nope. Nah. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Sorry. My bad. Sorry. Sorry. I can't use that. I can't use that. I can't use that. Push them back. They're stepping on us. Have one of these. Here, catch. Here, catch. Have one of these. No peeking. Drop in a smoke. Drop in a smoke. No peeking. Back like I never left. Oh, this reminds me of this one time where I, Actually, never mind. Come on then. Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead, just taking a wee kip. I don't quit. Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring them out. Overthinking is just as bad as underthinking. Chin up, cuties, it's not over yet. Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits as you think. Yous don't get a reset button, so stay alive, please. Oh, shite, I lost my pet rock. All right, lucky socks, don't fail me now. I love this part. You know, I could just outlive them. Nah, bullets are quicker. All right, muckers, off we go. Roll for initiative. I reckon I'll take a kip after this. I've earned it. I'm here to stay. Last call for all the things we need to kill him with. Buy up. Get on with it.
Match point.
Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin. Dinna ken what they're on about, but I can promise them. Radianite will not solve their problems. Right then, some more of that, near in the shite. You know what we should do? I'll tell you. We should win. Roll for...
Clove interactions. Now, luckily, she's actually very basic. Smokes are just going to act like smokes, nothing to interact with. Her Q is just going to harm the enemies, decay them, nothing to interact with. However, her heal has a couple questions, and of course, her ultimate is the biggest one. For example, if you suppress Clove and then she dies, can she still ult? Yes. If you try to suppress her after, it doesn't cancel the ult because she is invulnerable, right? There's a lot of these little small things that you can only find out after testing. Again, same idea. You throw down the suppression and it simply will suppress her, but if she died after, the suppression is gone and she can then come back to life. Because she's dead, everything basically gets reset, and that's the best way to think about it. She can also dismiss through everything you would expect Reyna to. So that would be a deadlock wall, Cypher trips, chamber trips. It doesn't matter. It literally does not matter. It could be Killjoy alarm bots. She can get through it. Even to the point where, let's say she dies after Cypher's cages are up. When I went and tried to do it, I went ahead and got quiet there because you can't. You cannot hear anything. She just goes through it. She's basically non-existent. She is legitimately a ghost. With that being said, there are some weird interactions. So try to pay attention here. Let's say you get pinged. Because you die, the ping is gone, meaning I don't get pinged as I'm revived. If you try to shoot her with another ping after she's a ghost, let's say you haven't shot her yet, you try to shoot her with a ping, it won't stick to her because it's going to go through her, which makes it seem like she can't get revealed while being in ghost mode. But you'll see later in this video, that's not quite the case. So stuff interact differently depending on what agent. That includes blinds, which you'll see because that one kind of freaked me out. Anyways, from there, same idea. When the damage comes through, it's just going to go straight through her. She will take 0 damage. So she can definitely be aggressive. But as you can tell, when you come back to life, the bar is very, very, very short. Like, it's actually remarkably short to the point where, let's say you end up getting killed. This is why I wait for it here, right? Let the timer go down. You end up getting killed and then you revive yourself. If the Brim goes ahead and times it, even if it's a little bit off, you're going to still take some chip damage. That's the thing. So if the Brim knows where you are and hears a revive, they can probably get rid of you just by counter-altering immediately. It's going to be hard, and I don't know if it's actually going to be a good use, but again, same idea. This could be Sage Orb slow or Fire slow. You come back to life above something, you're able to move. Also, if a spike kills you, this is infinite abilities. I just tried to revive a million times. It doesn't matter. It bugs out. Like, you will insta-die if you try to revive after the spike explodes, so don't try to save a gun. It's useless. Also, if a Sage Wall comes up between you and your heal, it doesn't matter. Even if complete line of sight is blocked, you'll immediately overheal, which is insane. It's literally like what Reyna needed to be a really strong agent. Literally better than Reyna. I don't care what anyone says. This one is what surprised me. As you can see, revealed. As you'd expect. Boop, boop, I got revealed. Now, if I die and revive, I actually still get revealed. I will get revealed while in ghost mode.
Another
so
overheal
if you
character?
throw a Sova dart, you can still understand where Clove is headed because she is fully revealed. It's not what I expected, but yep, 1-to-1, fully revealed.
Yeah, but they made like
And
an
here are a
actual
couple
controller
things
that can
to do with damage, and you can kind of
aggressive.
expect what's going to happen.
This is the controller?
Yeah.
My ult is ready.
What does she do?
So
Something I realize is
After
with
she
decay.
dies.
So, for example, if you go ahead and alt and you're kind of hovering between the decay and
if
not
she
the
dies,
decay,
like her
you're
ult
kind of
is
decayed.
still
Like,
free.
the decay goes on, but
Where she
immediately
can,
resets.
like,
So let's try it again
revive
with the
herself,
altar. Like, if you go through
and then
a Viper
she,
wall, the decay hits
but
you,
but
then
it's like
resets.
that one thing in
If
League of
you're
Legends
inside
where
of the Viper
you
ult
have
and
like
go ahead and
15
ult,
seconds to
you
get a kill or
standard
assist,
decay that slowly goes up,
or
and then
you
once
just
it's
die
out,
again.
It goes back down. So it's a little bit.
If you
I don't
get the
wanna say
kill or assist, you
buggy
stay
with
alive?
Viper ult.
Stay
It's
alive,
not necessarily
yeah.
buggy. It's
Oh
working
my
as you'd
God.
expect.
Oh
When you're
my
invulnerable,
So it's gonna
your
be
health is
it's gonna
going
be
up.
so
When you're,
crazy
you know,
because it's
not
gonna
invulnerable,
encourage
your
just
health starts
jumping
going
in there
back
and
down.
dying, and then
When
your
it comes to
team is
raise,
gonna
the
have to
Boomba will
flood
follow
in,
but
and
not
then you
do
can
damage, but
revive
because of
and
how
get a
short it
kill
is,
and
you can
stay.
see here it did
It's gonna
chip
be
damage,
really
right?
cool.
Let's try it again. If I throw the Boombot immediately,
It's
it won't
a
take damage. So
champion
it depends
designed
on
to
which
die. I better buy it.
animation or
Yeah,
not. But
actually.
either way, the Boombot will at the very least track you. So if it does lock
and then
onto
yeah, they
you
have
as
like an
you're running
overheal,
away,
but it's
you're
even
most
better
likely
than
gonna
right.
take chip damage
Overheal
because
is
as you're running away, you're increasing the distance as the bar is going down, meaning the Boombot is going to damage you.
And
You
speed
can't
boost?
displace her at all. So when you're invulnerable, as
But
you
they
can
only
see here,
have,
no
like,
matter how
one
much I
charge
try
of
to
it,
displace
and
Clove, she doesn't get displaced.
it doesn't last
whatsoever.
half as long.
Not even
Doesn't
close.
last any.
And then what are
Reyna,
her
Reyna just gets like free.
Now, this one actually surprised me because
Oh, and
what
she has,
happens
like, a
here is
grenade
Clove can
that,
actually dodge the blind when it comes to
makes
omens.
people-
Now, again, if it's mid-animation when you're coming out of it, it's still going to hit you, but
A big
if it's
AoE.
thrown at the correct time, it'll go straight through you like nothing happened.
You can do crazy shit with it where you and it does so it does basically 100. It does 100 damage, but like as like a decay damage, like it'll tick back up. What you could do with
This
it, you
is
can
simply
literally
not the
throw
case when it comes
that
to
and like
any
a
other
right.
flash that is something like
And you'll just
Yoru or
one-shot, like, the
Sky.
whole team.
That flash is gonna go ahead and flash you no matter what point in the animation you're in. Both invisible, let's say
She
yours
can only
invisible and
smoke
you're
when
a
she
ghost,
dies?
you will bump into
No,
each
she can
other.
still before she
No one
dies.
will go through the other.
Oh.
So yeah, you'll just fully both be objects in that case. So it's interesting. Some
I
stuff
want
you're
a
just like a ghost
champion
going
who
through, in other
can
cases
only
it's
use
not. Also,
abilities
if you
after they
die
die.
and come back to
Literally
life and there's
only.
a stim beacon, you can go ahead and use it to close the gap.
Yeah, it
Meaning
can
you
use
can
your
like
live
come to
occurrence.
life. You can get Stim Beacon and attack the enemy,
Dude,
or
that'd be
get the heck
great.
out of there if you've already secured an assist, which is just something to note of. So it means any allied things.
That actually
will
be horrible
work,
because they would leave you.
as
They would leave you for
expected.
last
now,
every
there are
time.
a couple other things
Oh, yeah.
which
Yeah.
are they're a little bit
That would suck.
interesting, but nothing absolutely massive. So. With Fade, there's some weird ones. For example, the eye will not reveal, but, Sova's dart does reveal. The dog will chase, so the dog acts more like an omen blind. It'll chase, depending on what point of the animation. If it's at the very end, goes ahead and blinds her. But if it is in the peak of when she's dismissing, then it'll just go through, just like the omen blind, just as expected. When it comes to tethering them, if it's mid animation, it will not tether them. You'll just go straight through it. So I want to say you're like 95% invulnerable. There's just very few things that sort of clip you, but they won't kill you. You know what I mean? All ults are dodgeable. Like ISO won't be able to capture you if you jump over it. Astra can't suck you. At first I thought she could, so I had to try it twice, but it was actually just a small animation bug. But you can just move away. You can't like get sucked. There's basically very little outplay, but it's needed because the revive portion is so small, right? It is extraordinarily short. Also, as the spike's about to go off here, if I throw down smokes, just so you know, it's very easy to create one-ways. They will hover over stuff. They're absolutely even easier than Omen, to be honest, because it's a top-down view. It's just so easy to create one-ways. Any one-ways that you've created, I'm pretty sure should cross-work unless her smokes are bigger, which they might be slightly bigger, but for the most part, they work. Decay has absolutely zero things to try, and her overall kit is simple. That's the truth. Her kit doesn't have too many interactions because of how simple it is. Now, what we tried before is I died to Spike and then ulted. This case, I want to try something else. I die by a player and then I ult. So I went ahead and tried that, and at first it looked like I was gonna survive, but then you just die immediately after. At first I thought maybe I tricked it, but nope, I didn't trick shit. I just died immediately after. Also, if you try to heal while decayed yourself, it will launch your health up to 70. It'll heal you 70 before stopping, and the decay starts ticking back down. One last thing to note, the footage crashed, but if you are spectating someone and that someone gets detained or that someone gets suppressed, you can still smoke, just so you know. If you're spectating someone and they get suppressed, it doesn't count as... Dead Clove cannot get suppressed. Dead Clove is invincible as well. But let me know what you think down below. Okay, bye.
So when you revive, you can't see your body.
What do you mean?
Like someone could just be camping your dead body if they know you have ult, right?
Yeah, totally. But like when you revive, it's like you have like the Reina dismiss. You can like reposition.
Oh.
And you're like invulnerable. Like I think seconds.
There's no point camping the body then.
Yeah, not really.
In fact, you wouldn't be far away from the body because
I mean, it's one of those things where like you're probably like it's only good with a team. It wouldn't be good like doing it by yourself, really. Unless you could like get back.
South in the land of traders, rattlesnakes and alligators. Right away, come away, right away, come away. Where cotton's king and men are chattels, Union boys will win the battles. Right away, come away, right away, come away. We'll all go down to Dixie, away, away. Each Dixie boy must understand that he must find his Uncle Sam. Away, away, we'll all go down to Dixie. Away, 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 we'll all go down to Dixie.
Шаги как пружины, они делают джамп. Мои руки как базуки, я хуярю ими в так. Я родился со штрих-кодом выбитым на лбу. Я пришел на твою тусу и устроил пальбу. Ра-та-та-та-та-та, we don't need the violence. Ра-та-та-та-та-та, we don't need the violence. Ра-та-та-та-та-та, we don't need the violence. Ра-та-та-та-та-та, hot boy soldier.
It's another lockdown. Дай мне корону, give me my crown. We ally with the evils, and there's no race that we lose. The Russians are taking over Australia.
I was born in Russia, 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 Russia. I was born in Russia, 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 Russia.
我们心中的红太阳，照得边疆一片风。长白千里，歌声嘹亮，海蓝江畔风起飞扬。千条江河，归大海，万朵葵花香两
Вас хуячит, бля, как лом, ломаем дом. Вас Doppelwagen GTI.
I got invited to Riot HQ to playtest Valorant's newest controller, Clove. And let me just say, they're pretty freaking cool.
Oh, crap.
Left side marker.
I'm holding you, I'm holding you.
I'm back. Quickly, let's break down the abilities if you haven't seen them already, and then jump into my first game on Clove. First, we have Pick Me Up, which is similar to Reyna's over. Down the abilities if you haven't seen them already, and then jump into my first game on Clove. First, we have Pick Me Up, which is similar to Reyna's Overheal, but you don't have to maintain line of sight. You temporarily get 100 Overheal and a speed boost similar to Brim's Stim. You can't Overheal past 150, and it goes away fairly fast, but it still gives them so much potential to take more fights as a controller. Next, we have Metal, which is similar to Raze's Grenade without the paint shells, but instead of doing damage, it does 90 decay. This is going to be insane for combos, because if you hit anyone that has light armor with it, they're one shot to a Vandal. Next up is Ruse. Super similar to Brim's iPad, but bedazzled. You have 2 smokes that are on a 30-second cooldown, similar to Omen. But the crazy part is, after you die, you can still place smokes on the same cooldown. However, the range is limited to where you died. This makes Clove the first agent that is actually useful after death. Pretty cool. Lastly, this is probably one of the coolest ultimate abilities in the game. Not dead yet. If you have your ultimate when you die, you have the option to revive yourself. But you're not fully back yet. You have similar to a Reyna Dismiss to reposition and get away if you're in a bad spot. After that, you have about 12 seconds to get a kill or assist in one to fully come back. And if you don't, well, back to throwing smokes for you. Now, let's jump into my first game on Clove with a ton of other fantastic creators. If you're new to the channel here, please consider subscribing, as we'll be doing a Clove speedrun as soon as they officially release, and you do not want to miss that. Also, a few hours after this video releases, I'll be live at twitch.tv/Keo, playtesting Clove again, so consider checking if I'm live, as I'd love to see you there. Here we go.
Should I just buy everything? Pistol run? You could buy everything in a shorty, bro. Perry is gonna have a field day. Jim.
Oh,
This guy's getting shortied. I would be tilted if I was it. I'd actually freak out probably.
Oh, I could have knifed. I could have knifed. Wait, I can place a smoke now. Where do I smoke? Where do I smoke? I threw a smoke on her.
Ah!
That's so weird. Oh my gosh, right? That's actually kind of busted, I'm not gonna lie. If I get 1 kill with a shorty, I can just overheal and then sprint back stimmed in with 150.
Did you get 200 HP?
No, just 150. But like, I could just overheal. Clove is gonna be the biggest rat player.
Dropping smokes. Have one of these.
On site.
Spike planted.
Oh!
One enemy remaining.
I heard flash from main.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, Keo, is it a strat to get 4 smokes down by smoking immediately and then dying to get 2 more down?
I think they're still on cooldown. I think when you die, it keeps the same cooldown of when you died. I'm not 100%, but that's what it seemed like. What a perfect agent to come out right after completing the Brimstone speedrun.
I think they're going to door.
Yeah, catch.
Oh, I could have got him. I hit 4 with that? Or 3 with my mark? Dang, wait, I actually could have killed so many there if I didn't choke. Oh wait, I keep forgetting I can smoke on
Okay, Sova's on site.
Wait, where do you want smoke? I'm smoking your main.
Alright.
I can smoke market too.
Spike planted.
Smoke market?
That's definitely pillar still.
141 mid.
Wait, this is
I don't have
crazy.
blind.
102. Is that smoke next to you?
Ooh, Toki! Oh, Toki! Get your ace, get your ace.
Where is he?
He's in main, he's in main.
Oh! Alright. I have ultimate.
Have one of these.
I'm flanking.
Bro, this is Justin. Riot never makes Justin champions. They finally fuck. Let them slacking.
You had your fun. My turn. That's
Hey.
Back
I'm back.
Like I never left. Our spike carrier's down.
I'm here.
Spike down A. No peeking. Not ready yet.
Hello?
One enemy remaining.
Wait! I got an ace!
When
I
are
got
they
a
gonna make
6K
me
there. What? Yo!
When are they gonna make me a champion?
You're a champion.
I am a champion. Thank you.
Yep.
They made you Reyna. You just, you know, aren't that good with her.
What? Wait, is this champion out now already?
Coming out. It'll be out for next.
I wasn't invited to a wedding, so I hooked up with the bride's sister. I was the only one in our workplace not invited to my coworker's wedding, but nothing is what it seemed. I've been working for my company for 7 years now, 5 of which have been spent on my current team. There are 15 people on it and I'd say we're all pretty close, relatively speaking. I have a coworker named Jim, who joined the team when I did. During the pandemic he announced to everyone on a Zoom meeting that he was now engaged. Fast forward to this January and Jim says that his wedding would be held in September of this year at a really beautiful winery. About 5 months ago the invites started coming in for everyone on the team, but mine didn't. I waited a few weeks but nothing came, so I went to Jim and asked if my invite got sent out. He gave me a solemn look and then told me that I wasn't invited because of a spacing issue. He said he tried to make it work, but just couldn't, and hoped I didn't take it personally. He also said I'd be sure to get wedding favors and a piece of cake. He also asked me to keep it to myself and please not make a big deal out of it. I honestly didn't know what to say, so I guess I just said okay and walked away. I won't lie, I was upset. I hate feeling excluded, and it was doubly worse because everyone else on the team was going except for me. And honestly, I really like weddings. I wasn't invited to a wedding, so I hooked up with the bride.
誰それがお手元のスカイに夢中化け物の買い方学んでる選ばれるためなら舌を売る裏切られた分だけ測るAnytime you clock a butterfly, I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, me. Keep your eyes on me, keep your eyes on me, me.
Alright, muckers. Off we go. Coming through. One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead. Back like I never left. Spike planted. Dropped in a smoke. Not even sweating. Here, catch! I love this part. Here comes the party.
CSGO Crowds vs Valorant Crowds. Emotional.
Now, I wanted to make this video comparing the two games because the player bases are always arguing. However, after starting my research for this video, I just became very sad. I searched for Valorant crowd reactions, and I swear I got 2 results. 2. Not only that, but some of these reactions from the Valorant crowds look like how parents would react when going to their kids' school event.
What? Oh my god!
It's like the audience just...
Oh my god. Oh, that's the cringiest thing I've seen in my life. Or was it a high school esports tournament? These were actually the parents and family watching their kids play. Has to be.
It's like the audience just watched a nice round of golf. Or they watched one of their family members get a strike when they went out to go bowling. I'm not even sure why they posted this. I'm pretty sure this is Valorant's official YouTube channel.
POV? You're at Masters Copenhagen.
Even the comments on this video are not impressed. This one comment had me weak. Like, why are there so many screens? There's no way you need 4 screens facing the same direction, showing the same thing. What is going on?
Look how they're all watching. It's like a cinema, and they're scared to talk. And if somebody says something, it's like, shh, shh, shh. Huh?
What is going on? Actually,
Schwefel in dein Glas ist leer, doch im Keller ist noch mehr. Ha, 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 ha.
Hello YouTube! Today we are putting the CS Silvers against the Valorant Silvers in a Valorant versus CS GO garage match or Battle of the Silvers. I don't know which is a better title. I have no clue. I'm gonna title it on the day. But yeah, Battle of the Silvers sounds nice. So on defense we have the CS GO Silvers and on attack we have the Valorant Silvers. Alright chat, who do you think wins, CS or Valorant? I think CS is a mechanically intensive game, so people are gonna say that CS mechanics are better, but who knows, they are the lowest rank in the game, so maybe it will be different. So, attack Valorant. They have a Yoru, Raze, Chamber, Viper on Ascent. Why don't they run? Okay, anyway. On defense, you've got the CSGO players. You've got Kim Kardashian. Holy shit, we've got Kim Kardashian in our game. What the fuck is this? Keeping up with the Kardashians. No biggie. So, defense, CSGO. Let's go. So we have Izuru. They're playing Brimstone. Wait, the CS players have lineups. That makes sense. That one idiot is the guy who has 200 lineups, but is still hard to
jonesing
and
for
he
some
came
Rim
from
World?
CS, and he's playing on the CS team. That's ironic.
Is John jonesing for some Rim World?
Okay. Good util from team. Oh,
I don't think I'm going to do any more single player runs until
brings the knife out. Very interesting. We've got. Oh
Have a
my
date
god!
yet?
Abusing the right click.
multiplayer. What's up?
Does it have a date yet?
Yeah.
What is happening? This is an absolute cluster. I have no clue what's going on. But Team CSGO approaching site now.
Yeah, when they announced it, they said 1 month. So.
What the hell? Frenzy kill. Oh my god! Wait. Last player remaining for Team Valorant gets one. It's Yoru versus Yoru. Will we see a Yoru diff? Probably not. Here we go. Cat Gallia versus... Oh my god. Oh. Oh! Valorant Andes with a better util. So, Team Valorant takes the first round against Team CSGO. Actually, what's the difference between Valorant and CSGO economy now that I think about it? I heard that on round 2 in CSGO, people save. Is that true? People don't buy full buy on round 2. I never played CS, so I have no clue.
Sorry, but I'm still recovering. You guys want to play something?
I don't know, we could
think
spin up that multiplayer Rim World we were running.
Okay.
You're recovering from what, Justin?
We had an elite championship. Yeah. Valorant champion.
Okay. Okay, I'm also gonna go grab food, but I will switch to my computer and boot up real quick. Coming, thanks.
So what percentage of Valorant skins do you own now?
I don't let you see it like that.
the Odin's.
This unit complies with protocol.
Which RimWorld DLCs do you own now?
So I have all. I have the biotech and royalty and the other one.
Oh, okay. So you own all of the currently out ones.
Yeah, I'm not gonna pre-order the other one.
I
The
don't
biotech
think
one was
there are pre-orders for this one. I wish listed it, but I don't think there's a pre-order. At least not.
Oh, okay.
It looks super cool.
It does look.
Enemy remaining.
Valorant is a terrible game, and I want to talk about it. I really do, and I want to talk about the future of this channel. Not like most of you will care. I'm a little sick now, so if you hear me sniffling, it's because I'm sick, and I want to talk about my
Against Team
complaints about the
Spain,
new agent.
and we're
Not that I'm
starting
against
with where we
you know,
want to
trans
be.
people or anything.
Mimi, show us what
I think
you
it's just
got.
outright stupid that a trans character should
Yeah,
be
really interesting
in
different
a
buys.
video game. And I feel like the point is bad, right? Because not everybody wants to be
Last player standing. Spike down
all these
A.
trans characters and stuff. Like,
I love the judgment.
I kind of just I don't know how to care for it. Like, I
Instantaneous.
don't want to.
One has fallen,
I
however.
have a trans character.
Well,
Cool,
potentially.
you know, I'll save
Attackers
days
win.
now.
Banking on Mixwell to do some
Appropriate
damage
in
now.
a video
Show-
game where the whole point is just to have fun instead of it being more political, I guess. Now people are forced to say, you know, they are, you know, coming up, but then it's hard to specify which agent that is supposed to be a game. I think Valorant is a terrible game, and I want to talk about it. I really do, and I want to talk about the future of this channel. Not like most of you will care. I'm a little sick now, so if you hear me sniffling, it's because I'm sick, and I want to talk about my complaints about the new agent. Not that I'm against, you know, trans people or anything. I think it's just outright stupid that a trans character should be in a video game. And I feel like the point is valid, right? Because not everybody wants to be switched up in, you know, all these trans characters and stuff. Like, I kind of just, I don't have a care for it. Like, I don't want to be hearing that all the time. Like, if I have a trans friend, then, you know, that's cool. You know, I don't care. I'll say they, them, but I don't want that to be incorporated in a video game where the whole point is just to have fun instead of it being more political, I guess. now people are forced to say, they are, coming up, but then it's hard to specify which agent that is supposed to be. Like, it's just a regime that Valorant is putting on its community, and it's not like they care. They only are doing this for the money. That's the whole point of a company. They don't actually care about this regime. It's just so people, play their game more, and I'm all for that. I think it's stupid. Like, have the character say he or him, right? It's so much easier, and them forcing people to say that, it's just so much more complicated, and it's stupid. I see it so stupid. Like, what if I accidentally say he? Then everybody's gonna be going up and be like, "Oh my gosh, it's they them," and the whole point is just to play the game and have fun. It's not like supposed to be talking about pronouns. That shouldn't be incorporated in the game. The point is to have fun, right? And if you're a kid playing this game, which this game is meant for kids, kids shouldn't be knowing about pronouns yet. They should be innocent enough and not have to worry about sex and their identity yet. They don't need to be in this whole cultural thing. They still need time to learn. Let them be an adult where they can actually gain this stuff and actually like understand, and then have their own opinions on it. Like, I generally don't have a care like if you're trans or not. Like, if you're my friend, I'm being shown. Like, I'll say they them. It's just weird to push that on other people because some people just don't like that. And I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's just a weird topic. Like, I don't think that this would have ever been a topic I would have ever discussed. But I just find it outright stupid. Like, the company acts like they care, but they really don't. They really don't. Valorant does not care. Like, other than there's the lesbians like making out in one of their promotional things a while back, like a year ago. And I mean, I don't find it like, I don't find the point of it. Why do you need to add romantic relationships in a game? Like, it's a game. Why does this need to be all so switched up? Like, just in general, if it was a guy or a girl, like, why do characters need to have romantic, like, romance? It's just, I don't see the point of it all. I don't understand it all. I'm like a boomer, but I'm not because I'm really young. I just don't understand it. And in my viewpoint, I think games are supposed to be fun. It's not supposed to be like politically made, right? Because having pronouns and stuff like that feels way more political, and adding like pride flags and gay, like nothing needs to be gay. Like, not everything needs to be gay. I find it just super weird. It's just like, come on, I like, if I'm doing my math test, I don't want to be seeing like a pride flag in my teacher's room. Like, come on, I'm trying to learn, not like see pride flags everywhere. Like, there's a time and place for everything, and video games are not that place unless it's a video game directly just oriented for that community. But I just don't view it as this, because this is for kids. Kids aren't supposed to be learning this stuff. And even if it was for adults, it just feels super uncomfortable. It's just weird. It's weird, and I don't like it. And I'm a kid. I'm still learning all this stuff. Like, but just as a kid's point of view, I don't get it all. Like, I don't like this stuff. And people that like young kids that are forced into this like propaganda, like, oh yeah, it's completely fine to switch your gender, and find your identity and all this stuff, and they end up becoming trans and like chopping off their third leg to like get an inverted third leg. They end up regretting it in the end. They're like, wow, I wish I didn't do this. I was just so young. And politics are pushing this back so much, like the age back, and like you could be younger and younger and like get these organs switched out just so you can like be another gender, and it's scary. I don't like it, and it's just I don't find the need for Valorant to incorporate it. And I mean, it's not going to change anything. I guess it's just like a quick TED talk that won't matter, and it's probably going to ruin my reputation in general because people are so sensitive about this topic. But I mean, I'm just like spitballing here, It's not like I'm hating towards anybody, but people get so emotional over things. So I guess I'm just gonna get hate over this video or anything. And I mean, it's not like anybody's gonna watch this video. It's been so long. Just wanted to talk about my opinions on this game, and I don't know. I haven't played on it in a long time. And I don't like the community in general. Like, everything is so romanticized. Like, I'm just trying to play a game, like, in at least the content, right? Like, content is usually just like these romantic stuff, or at least that's what it was a year ago when I mainly played. I haven't really watched content now. Only content I've watched in the last, week is just like 2 minutes of tens, destroying players, and that's fun to watch. That makes my day a little bit, seeing some guy living his dream. And I mean, it's probably not his dream over anymore. He's probably like really irritated all about this stuff. He's like, what the hell am I doing with my life now? It's just, I feel bad for Tyson. But hey, he might genuinely enjoy this. I just feel like it's like could be very emotionally damaging after a while, just playing a game over and over again. I don't know. I feel like that's all I have to say. But the trajectory for this channel, I don't know. I'm just gonna do whatever the hell I want. I'm just gonna talk about my opinions on certain things. I'm gonna get a little bit political, I guess, and talk about my standpoints as a kid and how I view them. Because I find it all interesting. I feel like that there are some problems that shouldn't be problems, but if I get too into it, people are gonna get a little bit too emotional. And I mean, I guess politics, politics are politics. It's just something for people to get emotional about, and that's what people, you know, use to get, spend their time and just like have enjoyment, I guess. Like people just love to get mad at the other side, even if they're completely right. There have been a lot of studies where like people are only like voting against a certain thing just because the other side is voting for it. Like it's so stupid. Like why can't we all just work together and fight for something for the better? Like I feel like this change won't affect, like it will have a huge impact on kids because this whole thing is basically meant off of kids. Like TikTok is so bad for kids too, and I mean I understand, like, okay, now I'm going on a tangent here, but yeah, I don't really like this game. Like, I mean, I'll play every once in a while, but yeah, it's just like not meant for fun anymore. I mean, I guess it wasn't really like fun in general when you're playing comp.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. My God, we'll have our home. And now.
Are you on this server, John?
What's up, Justin?
Oh, I said, are you on the server?
No, I haven't booted it up yet. I
Okay.
can boot it up.
I said he'll be on.
Harbor's Cove, yeah, the ability that everyone clowns on and says needs a buff, just destroyed Cloud9. This wet paper bag of a smoke shield just knocked out one of NA Valorant's super teams. But how? This thing takes like 5 shots and it's broken. Did Cloud9 troll? Did they throw on purpose? Are they secretly cats and are just afraid of water? How did this powerhouse of a team lose to an agent with one of the lowest pick rates in the game? Well, Valorant's all about adapting, and when you refuse to do so, especially against DRX, bad things are bound to happen. In this round, DRX starts in a 3-2 default. Their plan is to create early pressure B main and rotate back to A to execute. This Harbor Cascade is great, as it blocks off almost every sightline from this right side of green. DRX also combined this with a Jet Cloudburst, an Updraft, and this greedy Viper Wall lineup. What this wall does when activated is give attackers an avenue to sneak through under green that defenders can't spot. This requires the enemies to either push through it, play off of it and give up the space, or put 2 people there. The pressure created in this default is high. Cloud9 are set up in a 2-3 hold. Jet and Viper are ready to fight for B main with a snakebite and a strong position from Jet behind these cardboard boxes. Kildra's in A-Link holding mid with her bots, and Sova and Sage are on A. They don't think DRX are going to play near mid, so they choose to stack the mains instead. They respond to DRX's default by blasting a snakebite into B main and spraying the Jet smoke. Cloud9 countered the Viper and Harbor utility perfectly here. If the enemy is playing lurk smokes like this, you need to counter it by playing someone in front of it or using Sentinel utility. Speaking of, Killjoy waits for DRX's Viper to pop her Poison Orb and then places his alarm bot in the smoke. All of this pressure that DRX is trying to create has all been for nothing. Now Harbor and his friends group up in A main and get ready to execute on A site. After the Harbor wall goes up, he takes a zipline, deploys his cove, and gets ready to plant on top site. But Zelsis has other plans. He gets one as they're trying to contact up into site and pops Harbor's bubble as he tries to plant. Now, the important part of this round is that Cloud9 now know that DRX is trying to plant up here. Keep this in mind. Once Harbor's high tide drops, trades come out and Cloud9 are now in a 3 versus 1.
Fall back to another plan as that wave is going to drop, and it does. Buzz with 1, looking for Marco to get the follow-up, and he does do just that. Maybe beyond that would be a little bit too much to ask for, but we look at
The odds are stacked against RB, and if Cloud9 doesn't throw, this should be an easy round. But they do. Now, because Ye pushed up earlier in the round and kept Cloud9 in a position to stack A site, he decides to flank late in the round to try and shoot Killjoy in the back. Mistake number 1. Because Ye doesn't group up with his teammates, he now is giving RB a chance to take isolated fights to work his way back into the round. This is exactly what you want to do if you're trying to clutch.
Could be worthwhile, but 10 seconds left now, might even just try and get the extra ult orb. No denial coming through from Cloud9.
Ye falls and RB gets his ultimate. C9 then fumbles again and makes 2 more fatal mistakes. RB activates his lockdown. Vanity swings out towards Generator to try and take him down, but this is another 1 versus 1. Mistake number 2. Vanity falls, and that leaves RB and Leaf in a 1 versus 1 duel.
the lockdown gets dealt with, and now Leaf in the 1v1. Time on RB's side! It's a...
Leaf loses, and C9 starts this game in a rough spot down 0-3. how are they going to bounce back? Cloud9 are set up in a 3-1-1.
Server's up.
I'm trying to join. Did you get another person yet, Dustin, or are you at 3?
I did. A slaver came by, luckily. Bought a slave.
Were they good for you?
They're a person, which for me.
Jesus.
Yeah, they have a heartbeat.
I'm about to trade dusters for a new person.
That's kind of crazy. I desynced already.
Nice. I think that's the problem. We were running fine.
Low food, low medicine. Oh, that's probably just because I need to play it, right?
I really need an exotic trader.
I just found a bulk goods trader.
No, I get enough of those exotic traders where it's at.
And somebody desync.
It's just in this time.
Oh, and I'm the problem.
No, you made him desync, obviously.
I know.
Jesus Christ.
I desync.
You both desync this time. Wait for you to catch up.
I'm still loading again.
Yeah.
And let me.
Oh. No, we're fucked. I think it's doing the thing where as soon as I start my map, it just kicks us. Yeah.
Lacked, and a lot of things that Justin Fields lacks as well. Pocket awareness and reading defenses and going through progressions and just the been there, done that phase of the game. Russell Wilson brings you a lot from that perspective. So if you're the Steelers,
Client doesn't take that long to start.
Watch my 9mm go bang. Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Watch my 9mm go bang.
My guy's called. Not my guys at Beretta. Beretta, hello, start being my guy. I got the Beretta 1301 M2. One of the things that the Beretta 1301 M2 does differently is they have this lifter gate Sin City, where the regular 1301 doesn't have the lifter gate. Comes with the Nordic, comes with the A300 grip piece. It also comes with the A300 stock piece back here where you can put a sling, so you've got to get that twisty sling thing in there. It doesn't come with one. Come on, Beretta. We pay a lot of money for these shotguns. Add that $2 sling swivel. The A300 came with this Velcro piece. Neither one of the 1300s did. That sucks. Like, if we pay premium for this one, add all the little nice little things and that make it even better to both of them. It doesn't cost you any money. All right.
The life of controller players in Valorant is not easy. There are not a lot of players that are maining these smoke agents out there. And I didn't really get that. Smokers are so important in Valorant and they are so strong. So why don't everyone wants to play these strong agents? Well, my friends, after doing a Road to Ascendant series with agents like Astra, Viper and Omen, I now understand the struggles of most controller players. And that's where we're gonna talk about in this video. The bad things, but also some good things about being a controller main. So sit back, relax and let's talk about the first thing.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on the implosion of the political left. The Anna Kasparian story continues. We've been documenting the TYT host's slow march away from the progressive insanity, releasing tons of videos like these, generally titled something along the lines of Anna Kasparian is officially done with the woke left. We've titled the videos as such because that's kind of the sentiment that she gives off, but we've never actually heard the words come out of her mouth herself. She's never said, I'm not a leftist or I'm no longer with the left. That is, until today. You know, as per usual, it takes some time for a lot of these big stories and a lot of this very valuable journalism that's happening in the world of independent journalism to reach young leftists. When you live in a highly censored Reddit bubble, or when your only sources of news are MSNBC and CNN, well, you're simply not going to get the facts, so it takes some time. But eventually, I mean, you can only cover up what's going on for so long. Eventually, the leftoids are going to wake up to what's really going on, and that seems to be exactly what's happening in real time on TYT during their live shows, as Anna Kasparian realizes that she may have joined forces with some pretty insane people, to say the least. Let me show you guys exactly what's going on as reality continues to slap leftoids in the face. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. Alright folks, so we don't normally do this, we don't normally play a clip this long, but I'm just gonna give the stage over to Anna Kasparian. Just take a look at what she had to say.
Sell a little bit,
dismembering a corpse and hiding a corpse after dismembering it. Not bail eligible.
Yeah, traitors,
not a serious crime.
Like,
I'm not even kidding, guys. Like when Joy Behar outlined that case, I was like, she's crazy. This isn't a thing. This isn't real. This isn't real. So I looked it up. It's real, guys. It's real. Listen, if being on the left means supporting this, then I'm not on the left, and I'm okay with that. So let me give you the details of the case.
It doesn't mean that.
Okay, I don't know. Let me give you the details.
On the left. We're all on the left. We don't want people dismembering folks getting released. Only a couple of lunatic.
Some do.
I know. What I was in the middle of saying is only a couple of lunatic activists are like, yeah, we're pro dismemberment guys being let go. Okay, whatever. You don't represent the left at all.
Dismembered bodies.
I had to arrest one of my guys.
Okay, let me give you the details of the actual case. Okay. So 4 people were arrested in New York after body parts were found in Long Island. Okay, dismembered body parts. The victims were 2 people from Yonkers, older individuals. Suffolk County Police say 44-year-old Stephen Brown, 38-year-old Jeffrey Mackey, 40-year-old Amanda Wallace, and 33-year-old Alexis Neves were charged with concealment of a corpse, tampering with physical evidence, and hindering prosecution. They have not been charged with murder. Prosecutors told a judge there was so much blood in the pipes, sink, shower, and toilet of the Railroad Avenue home in Amityville where the suspects were arrested that it was deemed uninhabitable. Police said they confiscated meat cleavers, butcher knives, flesh, and body parts. Attorneys for Brown and Mackey admitted admitted that their clients lived in that home where the body parts and all that blood was found, but denied chopping up the 59-year-old woman and 53-year-old man whose last known address was in Yonkers. Wallace also lived with Brown and Mackey in Amityville. Police said that Knives is homeless. Okay. All 4 pleaded not guilty. The judge released them without bail. They were fitted with GPS monitoring and must report in-person probation and surrender their passports.
I don't care about their passports.
Dude, guys, like what? Okay, so did further research because I just couldn't believe it. Here's more. With 2019 state reforms, mutilation and disposal of murdered corpses are among crimes that are no longer bail eligible. The DA said the 4 went to barbaric lengths to cover the crime. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing, Cenk? What are we doing? What are we doing? Someone tell me, what the F are we doing?
Yeah, look, no one signed up for this. I don't know how the hell any of these laws passed. I went to every progressive conference there was over the last 20 years. I never heard a single person saying, why don't we let the actual criminals go? Hey, if someone butchers someone and chops them up into little pieces, let's do the kind of criminal justice reform where they would be able to walk out free.
Yeah, come at me right now and tell me I'm the bad guy because I want these people who dismembered corpses and tried to conceal the evidence in prison. Come at me and tell me I'm the bad guy. Come at me.
Look, guys.
Insane. You guys are insane. Anyone who thinks this is okay is insane. And everyone else in New York has to suffer the consequences of this with random bag checks at the subway by National Guard troops.
She said it. She said, if this is what it means to be on the left, then I'm not on the left. And that statement right there, that appeals to me personally, because I had a similar experience in my younger years. You know, there's certain things that you simply can't reconcile. There's certain things that just cannot be justified. This is one of them. A lot of people are surprised, like, oh, how's that happening? Is it really happening? Is it fake news? It must be some sort of phony narrative. No, it's happening, and it has been happening. Once again, leftoids seem late to the party. This is what Soros Democrats have been doing for a decade at this point. It's now just becoming obvious to leftists. Let's stick to New York, for instance. The Manhattan District Attorney's Office has been implementing social justice reforms in the Big Apple for the last 2 years. Alvin Bragg promises not to prosecute theft to establish racial equity balance and crime of poverty. A lot of people don't know this, but Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg has downgraded over 50% of felonies to misdemeanors. I mean, it sounds almost unbelievable, but it really is happening. Even PolitiFact fact-checked that statement made by Ron DeSantis back on March 20th, 2023. And here's the PolitiFact Truthometer. In 2020, the first year Alvin Bragg served as Manhattan District Attorney, his staff downgraded 52% of felonies that were screened to misdemeanors. I've been saying it forever. The Democrat Party is the party of crime. It's the party of criminals. Leftoids love to pretend as if they represent the working class, they represent the little guy. But lately it seems as though the favored Democrat demographic isn't women, isn't men, it isn't minority groups, it's not union workers, it's straight up criminals. Leftists seem to be working tirelessly to get criminals out of prison, back onto the streets to reoffend again, all in the name of racial justice and criminal justice reform. It's the most insane thing I've seen in my 31 years of living. I mean, for Pete's sakes, 4 people were arrested in New York City for dismembering 2 bodies, and they were simply let out of jail. No bail to even be paid. Why, you ask? Well, because bail is racist. There is no justifying these policy stances. Democrats prioritize virtue signaling over criminals in an attempt to seem morally superior, in a weird fake-ass attempt to seem morally superior, but really all they're doing is harming people. Like I've been saying forever, the revolving door of the leftist justice system, criminals go in, and they come right out, right back on the street, ready to reoffend once again. We've seen Alvin Bragg's office release violent criminals back on the streets 10, 20, 30 times to get rearrested over and over again. The same repeating cycle. The only people here who seem to benefit are the criminals at the detriment of everybody else doing the right thing. Wake up and smell the coffee. The left has completely lost it. They've gone off the deep end. There's no going back from here. The more time goes on, the more these insane leftist progressives take control of left-wing politics. If you're an individual who identifies as left or center left,
why am
and
I
you're still trying to convince yourself that you're on the side of the good guys. Maybe it's time to rethink your worldview. Maybe it's time to jump ship before these pink-haired pseudo-intellectual academics steer that ship off an 1,000-foot waterfall. It seems like Anna Kasparian already has the life jacket on, and she's looking for the emergency escape vessel. Anyways, that's pretty much what I got. Just short, quick commentary. Hopefully you enjoyed it. If you did, make sure to leave a like and possibly subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you on the next one.
God damn it. No, I don't think I can do this quest. I think it's because it targeted your settlement. I think it's not doable.
Oh, for real.
Whoops. Alright. I guess I can go home.
Wait, John, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Why is this stuff degrading?
Which stuff?
On my ping.
Just says not refrigerated.
Yeah, but it's also like 32 out of 60. Or is that just from when they like carried it over?
Yeah, might be. Also, like, I guess this is inside technically, but you have that bit of wall missing there. But I think this is still considered inside. Yeah, I don't know why that degraded.
Is this dude just stuck cutting oak tree because he has 0 plants? Like, will he ever cut it down?
Eventually. It takes a very long time. You might want to have someone else do it, though.
Wait, this dude also has 0? Christ.
God damn it, and now I have all these dusters I can't sell. The trader went away. Fuck me. Nice food binge. Love to see it. Food binge while they have food poisoning.
I just hit a 2% chance back to back. Motherfuck.
Is it not a good 2% chance?
No, a shit one. Cooker. It backfired my spell. Like I activated the spell to make them backfire 10 times less, so it drops it to 2%, and then it fucking backfired both of them. This is very unfortunate.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the press conference. We are joined by Sentinels who have just claimed victory at Masters Madrid. We will start with in-person questions first and then move to remote media. First question.
Hey guys, Andre from Strafe here. First of all, congratulations. I am not in Sentinels Red today.
I release someone who I have imprisoned
but I'll make sure
be on my team.
But my question will be in Portuguese for Saci, okay? So excuse me, guys. Saci, parabéns.
I think he leaves.
Primeiro jogador
Yeah, he has resist.
a levantar troféu internacional.
I think you have to re-recruit him.
Feito histórico aí
my doctor.
para a comunidade valorante, né? E alguns dias atrás, na eliminação da Loud, né, a gente teve aí uma mídia social muito movimentada, onde, né, falou-se aí sobre principalmente a brincadeira sobre o poder da amizade versus o pessoal que tenta aí realmente ganhar.
Usually, if someone's mental break is bad enough, I need to stop it. Usually, I don't arrest them. I just beat the shit out of them.
Bravo, muito irritado,
which is riskier.
Realmente resolver tudo isso. A minha pergunta, você levantando mais troféu agora, é se realmente esse tipo de troca mais incisiva, mais assertiva,
that's not the
realmente
worst
o objetivo
thing
pelo
you'll ever hear me
objetivo,
say about
ele é
my
mais
RimWorld,
importante do que de repente
strategy.
bom clima, do que de repente
I think
você
it's so
evitar
hot
alguns
outside that
confrontos
2
mais,
coolers aren't
digamos
enough.
assim, agressivos. E a prova
For a freezer, yeah, depending on how big your freezer room is.
Cara, eu acho que é um mix dos dois, certo? De trabalho.
Usually heat waves don't
amizade,
last that
assim.
long, so sometimes it's better to
tem que
just
existir
let the
esses
food
dois, esse mix, assim,
deteriorate a little bit for a
conseguir
couple
fluir o
days,
time
but
também.
it depends.
Que é uma coisa que eles fazem muito bem aqui. Sendo sincero, é difícil comparar com a Loud porque eu não tô lá.
Nah,
Então,
I saw it
eu
hit
não sei o
zero
que
for like a
acontece
couple
lá. Então,
seconds.
tipo,
Not a lot.
Okay.
esse assunto
Remember that guy that we set that huge mission on to go recruit?
Eu posso falar
Died.
sobre o nosso time que existe um...
He just fell over and died.
Um mix, que nem eu falei,
Wait,
entre trabalho e entre amizade, né? Eles têm que existir
Steven?
juntos dentro
Yeah.
de uma
Dead.
equipe. E você tem que saber a hora certa de cobrar e a hora
What did he
certa de
die
brincar,
from?
vamos dizer assim.
He had an
Infection.
infection.
Nunca,
Oh.
tudo que eles falam aqui dentro
That you
nunca é
didn't
levado
treat.
pro pessoal, óbvio.
I did treat it, or I tried to treat it. I can't treat it because my doctor's dead.
No final,
My doctor's in jail.
Então todo mundo vai fazer o possível necessário pra isso.
Yeah, you can have
Mas é isso.
you
Acho
could
que a
change
única
to
coisa
have
que eu posso
someone
responder sobre o nosso time,
who's
mas
shit at medicine try to
deles
treat
não.
it, but yeah, it might not
Não
have
faço
worked.
ideia.
Legal. Obrigado.
Yeah, it would
Hi
have had
guys,
to
I'm
been
from Big
self-treat,
Gamer
or is that what
Agency,
you did?
and I have two questions. The first one is
Yeah, I
for
mean,
the
as far as I
coach.
knew, he was getting better.
Which is the weakness did
We
you
treated
observe
all
in
his
Genji to
damages.
get the comeback?
We wanted it more
So
than
how he
them.
got an extreme.
I don't know. I don't know how much they wanted it, but I refuse to believe anyone wanted it more than us. I think we had incredible resolve, and it was a really long series with really high stakes. And they were an incredibly hard team to play, and they came very prepared. And
At least he wasn't there long.
Just glad we had the resolve to take him down.
That he died.
Yikes.
And my second question, last but not least, where is the party?
Justin's getting the hard mode
Yes,
experience.
that's a great question. The
Well,
party's gonna
apparently.
start when we take a shot out of that trophy. No matter
Alright, is
where
there a
it is,
quest
it
to
starts
recruit-
with that.
recruit somebody else?
Drinking's bad. Don't do it.
I'm 26 years old.
Oh, okay,
bro.
never mind.
I'm old. All right, drinking's bad. I'm sorry. Don't drink till you're
But wait,
21.
was the duster to get
Thanks,
the
guys.
person in my
That's everything.
on?
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
So,
Hi guys,
fuck me,
congratulations.
I guess.
Tens, when you look back over the short tenure of this team and then compare it to those that have come before, at what point did you realise that this was a championship winning team?
I think when we were just playing and everything just felt right. Like you kind of just feel it out in game, out of game, just how you're gonna play. And when I started playing with this
Need a bigger
five,
base
it
to
just
fill
felt
the
amazing,
craves?
and I felt like I had my spot on the team, like a place that made me feel very myself. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Hello guys, firstly congratulations on the win today. It was a really great grand final, and I think you made everybody sweat equally, as much
Thank you.
if not more than you guys, but congratulations on the win. So my first question would be to Kaplan. It's been a very, very long run for you to get this far, whether it was through play-ins in America or that lower bracket run here. And of course, when you are going through that lower bracket, you're not going to have as much time to prep, especially since you were coming in from that lower final. So how were you like really negatively affected by that map veto, the double ban that Genji got today? And secondly, how would you describe your grueling experience so far through play-ins as well as that lower bracket? And would you say it's made a significant difference in your ability to lift the trophy today?
I would say it is the difference, and it is the reason we won and lifted the trophy today. My team has incredible hunger and grit, and that's why they can get back up and learn from mistakes and apply them so quickly and just move on. And so much came from learning from those losses. And there's just no way we would have won the trophy today if it weren't for the losses and the tough road that we had.
Okay, and my second question would be to 10. So this is the second Masters that you're lifting. The first time it was a very different road with you guys not dropping a single map. And this time it was pretty much the opposite.
You won't trick me again, game. I know
having
that
to go through
this
that lower bracket.
supplies
That
quest
said, though,
for settlement quest
is there like
is,
a difference in
crap.
the feeling that you felt with winning with that roster and winning with
Depends
this
which
roster?
one it is.
I think this one particularly
it's-
felt
it's
even
for one
sweeter,
of your
just
guys'
because
settlements.
it wasn't an easy
Uh-huh.
road. Without dropping the map,
So it's gonna glitch out.
it was
the
like,
same way
wow,
that one did.
that's it. Like at the time, I
How
think
many
the level of
components do you get
competition
from
has
mining
improved
compacted
significantly
machinery
since
in
then,
just one?
and so it feels a lot
it
better
depends on mining
to
skill.
be awarded for something you work even harder for.
Oh, rip.
Congratulations again, guys. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Elaine from One Esports, and I have a question for Zekin. So, as the primary duelist of the team and basically the best duelist in
I
the
can
world,
rescue an 80-year-old
how
actor.
do you keep a balance
all
between
that.
aggressive play and
Yeah,
going
send
and
them to me.
playing
80-year-old
more
actor,
safely
Justin,
to secure
with
rounds?
2 turrets. One
I
mortar
would say
and
for
2
me it's just
Outlanders.
experience. Like I've put a lot of
I
games
will
into both.
I will take
Raze and
anyone.
Rapture, the two agents I played
Um,
today, and putting in all
don't
that time,
take any.
I can understand situations a
We
bit
never
better
figured
than
out if I
when I
could
first
give you
started.
people.
So it's a difficult balance to strike between like being really aggressive and trying to go in and make space for your team and understanding when
I
you
mean,
need to
luckily
live
the
and when it's
base is
important for you to play your
built
life. But the more
by
that I
like
played, the better I got at it.
10
and now
people
I
before
feel
they
like
all
I have a pretty
die.
good understanding of it.
So
Thank you. And I have
there,
one
it's
more question for Zelsis. Hi. And
How
you're
many
no
people do you have
longer
now?
just a vibe merchant anymore, but
Including the one
but you are
that's in
a
jail?
master's.
I'm
How
trying to
does it
recruit.
feel, especially knowing that you guys had the
Those
toughest
12
and
resist.
difficult road to get to this point?
We're both, by the way. I'm both. I'm still the vibe merchant and a masters winner. I will take that to my grave.
Is there a way to
No,
make
this is
components?
a dream come true for me. I
Yeah.
feel like I've been chasing this since
Fabrication
I've
is the
started in
technology.
esports. I've had a long
I can make
career.
components at this
And
point. Do you
I
need
told myself I
components?
would never stop until I got a
No,
trophy.
I
And
was
now
just
that I have
curious.
one,
What
especially with these guys, I just want to keep
what level do you
chasing
need
them.
for that? Or like
And
what
you know, it
what
feels really
resources go
good.
into
Like
that?
we did this as a team,
12
but for
steel
me as
for
an
one
individual, it
component.
feels really
It's
good
pretty
because
good.
you know I have
a lot
of hate
relatively
around my
high amount
name
of
and like
labor,
as a
though.
player and stuff like that. And I'm glad that like I finally got to show that you know I do belong on a championship team, and I proved my worth for sure.
Awesome. Thank you and congrats.
Dude, the
Do you
way
need
you said
one
that, I thought you were gonna like
multi-analyzer
announce your
per
retirement. I
research
thought you were gonna be like, I
Can
wasn't
you
gonna
imagine
stop-
if I just said
Yeah.
I'm retiring?
Yeah,
It'll
dude,
affect all
you said
nearby
I wasn't gonna stop until I won a trophy, but then we won a trophy. I thought you were gonna be like, okay, that's it for me.
No.
And on that note, I'm
we need to
done.
continue.
Dude,
He'll never
dude, you scared me.
I will never be
know
done.
this guy. I'll never be
I will
done.
never be done. Champions feels good.
I'm trying to
too.
think what I want
Let's go.
next.
One Masters, 2 champions under your belt. Hope so.
Well, a few masters.
You Masters.
Masters.
Sorry. I have the regional. Okay. Ooh.
Me too.
Wait, we have the regional too. Kickoff is a regional. I want a trophy, right? I want a trophy. That is a regional.
Hey, bro, we
Yeah,
don't have that
get a
much
trophy
space.
for that. Huh?
We don't have that much space. We win a trophy every 2 months.
I don't care. I was MVP
Okay.
of the Sentinels Invitational. That's all I needed.
Okay.
Easy, simple, man.
Hey, congrats, guys. I guess Sin City is back. So my question is for Celsius. I don't know if you already knew this, but Leo Faria
What the freak
told
does
us
this need?
himself that
Plasteel and
Sentinels
gold?
is
Where do you get
the
those?
second team that
Rating,
has
mostly.
self-less
You can find
bundles,
plasteel
probably 'cause
on
of
your
your
map,
marketing
but it's rare.
strategies. So I'm sure that's one of many
Oh, so I just spent that
sacrifices
time
that you
getting
have
multi-analyzer for nothing.
for this team to get here.
Yeah,
to
I should have pointed out
Masters
to you.
Championship, so
normally, I
if
just
you
buy
tell me more
I buy
about
the
your
first
growth with this
gold and
team,
plasteel I can.
becoming
I mean, I was
That's
at
on
0
the
silver for a
resources.
while.
Yeah,
so
our
that's-
road was very long. I've honestly
How
coming
many is it?
in
It's
like
50 each.
I was very ready to just be the sixth man
20
for
gold,
these guys.
50
Like it wasn't
plasteel.
like I was trying to take a spot or anything like that. Like I was just here for them if they needed me. Honestly, Cap was
What
like
are
a
our
big
thoughts
reason why I came to Sentinels.
on
He was
using
a big
some-
reason why I'm here
What are our thoughts?
today.
Using some what?
And like
Console
I-
command.
it feels really nice to have a coach that believes in you so much.
Slash resurrect.
There's so much backlash from the community. There was a lot of pressure.
Which
coming
guy?
into
The
the
guy
team.
who died
The road
again.
wasn't easy,
I only have
and the
one
fact that,
person
like, all these
now.
guys had the resilience.
What'd
to,
he die
want to
from?
grind.
The
especially with
flu.
Bones and Saucy, like they've already won.
Oh
like,
my
they've
God,
been
and you
there.
didn't have
So
the
to
doctor
see
to
them
treat
like
him.
still have.
Yeah,
that
I mean, I was
hunger
tending
makes,
him, but
I'm
he
sure,
still just
me
died.
and everyone else feel really good. And we just had a really long off season. Like we knew it was never going to
Your
be easy.
doctor's malnourished,
The
too.
competition.
Yeah, because
in
he was the
Valorant
one
is
that
just
was-
getting better and better and harder. So we know that it's always going to be a grind, and it's just really nice that we showed resilience today in such a disadvantage in the finals.
Up to you.
Thank you so much,
I'll
congrats.
resurrect him.
We
if
love you,
want.
Jordan. I love you.
Resurrect her.
Well, no. Let's look over here at the gravesite. Let's start resurrecting some of those
I have a
guys.
couple of questions. The
Oh,
first one is for
no.
Kaplan. Before
Where?
the game against
The
K, you
zombies.
said it could be
Just ping
a
'em.
difficult game to plan on because of the time that you got to play
how do you
one
ping?
game after another.
Oh, okay.
And the time that
Four.
K-Corp had to see your playstyle. Here you face Genji for the second time without
I've never.
having more
I wonder
than
if it just works
24
on a
hours to
grave.
prepare
You
the
might
game
have to dig 'em
and
up.
having played
Yeah,
against
you're gonna have to
them
dig 'em
once,
up, and then I'll resurrect.
once right at the
God.
beginning of the playoffs. How was the process of planning this game, knowing that they
Is
had
there a way to
one
have
day
them prefer
for
to eat
take a
normal
break,
meals
and also
instead
that
of,
they have already
packaged
played against
survival
you?
meals?
It was
Yeah, you can
very hard
disallow
and
them
in a lot of
eating,
ways impossible.
packaged survival
There's
meals.
so much we're focusing on
Um,
being better at. That's not.
but
just
then you have to be
strategic,
careful to turn that
and
off
We won for a
when
lot of
they go on
reasons today,
caravans.
but the
Would you just
strategic
leave it on?
reasons we
Hopefully
won
they
today
sort
are
it out.
thanks to John more than anyone.
I usually do,
Drew and
yeah,
myself
I usually just
really
leave it
leaned on
on.
him to
Generally, they don't
come
eat
up with
all the
game
packaged
plans
survival
and
meals.
call
They
on the
just eat some
fly
of them
when we
'cause they're
needed it, which was a
closer or
lot
some
today. day, and
That's what it
he
comes down
just
to.
stepped
Are you
up
digging the guy
in
up,
an incredible
Justin?
way. So
Yeah, we'll dig him up.
that we won strategically.
John, based on this
Okay.
and
Oh, God.
your own declarations
Yeah.
about
Oops.
Ramadan maybe affecting your gameplay before playoffs and jet lag
Oh,
and a lot
it's
of
not working.
factors, how do you consider that
Do
you
you
may
Do you have to
have
restart with
skeleton.
dev
improved
commands?
in this week and
I
that
have
you
dev
made,
commands up.
make some more sense in your team for
But I
you to
don't know
get this
why I
trophy?
can't resurrect him.
I mean, as I said before, it's only the start that was going to be hard for me.
I can't
Obviously the first
resurrect
week was
your other
hard.
guy.
I think
Can
it was.
you allow him?
My worst game was against
Oh
Heretics.
no, you can't.
That's
You
when
don't
like
see
my
that.
first
that
game,
all your shit's
while I was
disallowed
fasting.
He's
but then after
allowed
that,
on
I was
my
fine.
thing.
I think
Yeah.
today, because
you
of
allow
the
him
lack of
for
prep
yourself, John?
and
Yeah, I
because of
can.
no time, I just had to like dig
I
deep
resurrect him?
and
feel like
make
that
stuff on the
shouldn't
fly.
affect it.
Just pull up new plays because
Yeah, it
knew
it
they would
didn't
be
make a
prepared.
difference.
So I just had to like be very
I
creative
might
with my
not be
calls
able
and like
to
bring new
affect your
stuff.
map
And
with
shout
dev
out to my
commands.
teammates. They make me look good.
It's okay.
Obviously.
We teach Justin
And
how to use the dev console.
yeah, shout out to Cap and Drew for trusting
Yeah,
me.
I just tried to blow up your
Doing
map.
some maps game plan.
Hey, wait,
like
how
an
do
A
you
to
use
Z.
it then?
Be great. He unpauses it and then it goes through.
Yeah, I think
Go.
at the end of the day, I
Oh,
think
I didn't even
this
think
was still
about
like
that.
my 70% form. I think I'm still
Yeah,
can
unpause
play
your
way
map,
better and like
Justin.
pull better. So you guys will see then, Shanghai.
Yeah, no, let's go.
Celsius,
Yeah, let me try.
again, right after playoffs,
let me
you
try
said that you
resurrection
wanted to
now.
play against Genji, that it was your dream to play against Genji,
No,
to
I
play
didn't think
against
so.
them twice,
You
losing
have
the
to go
first game,
to escape.
they sent you to the lower bracket, and now you just
Options.
came back for an amazing final,
then,
like the best final in
Is all
Valorant
there?
history, literally. How do you feel about that?
wherever that is. I forget. Where
I
it
feel
is.
amazing. Like
Oh, it's on the
it
general
felt really
tab.
good.
Yeah, turn that
It,
on.
it kind of felt good to lose them the first series. Like obviously
Then
losing sucks.
at the top
It
of the
doesn't,
screen, you'll
you know,
have
it doesn't like feel good. But like
fourth
we
from
kind
the
of needed
left.
like a wake up call, I think, within our
Open
team.
debug actions
Obviously we're
menu.
always like trying to
Okay.
learn and trying to improve and want to be
Then
the
type
best.
in resurrect
So
in the
the
search
only way you
bar.
can do that is by losing. And I mean, I really wanted to play them because I thought they were the other best team here. I won't call them the second. I know we won, but I'll give them their respect. Like they pushed us all the way to the limits and also took a series
Then
off of
click
us.
on the person.
So I just thought I really
It's
wanted to
not
play them
working.
because I thought they could have tested us and they did. But you know, we showed resilience and I'm happy about it.
And my last question is for Tens. A couple of years ago in the League of Legends World
Let's
Championship,
save.
there was a player who was engaged, and right
And let
after
me
he won the
go and
Worlds,
see if there's an
it
option
became
when I'm creating the game. I think
like
there might be
a
one
trend about
for
the wife
dev
buff.
commands, and it
So
might
is the wife buff true?
be off or set to
I
host.
mean,
only or
Kaide
something.
attended and we won, so must be.
Congratulations
Oh,
again,
the
and
other
thank
thing
you
you can
for
do
bringing
is when
the
you boot
trophy
up,
home.
John, just
Thank
pick
you.
Justin's faction, res him, save.
Just one more
Exit.
question.
Assuming the
This is
dev
for
commands work
Kaplan.
for me, because I don't actually
So,
know
of
if
course,
they do.
2023
Oh,
was a
true,
bit of a
true.
rough year for Sentinels. And
Oh yeah,
you,
dev
you
mode was
came in
turned
under
off.
fire, coming in as the new head coach. And
Okay.
since then,
So
you've
that's
been like
definitely
really
working as well.
refining this roster. So, if you could share a little bit about your journey
Dev
from
mode for
starting as the head coach
everybody.
for Sen, putting this roster together, and now lifting the trophy.
Till you've made Justin a
Yeah,
powerful enemy and he comes and starts smiting your map.
Sometimes I try not to
Smite.
remember
Explosions
2023.
everywhere.
That's the best thing I can do.
John's like, these lightning
It
strikes
was
are
really
getting
hard
really
to
close
come
to my
in as a
base.
head coach and be put under the spotlight and have a shot at franchising and
Yeah.
be in a really tough situation and be
game's
put
back
at the
up.
helm of a ship that I wasn't
Waiting.
familiar with, that, you know, I didn't pick the whole crew for. And it took a lot of patience and stress management to get through it. Part of being a good coach is adapting to your
You guys
team.
in?
And that was a
loaded.
really huge challenge
I'm loading.
on that roster. So I do think I learned a lot, but definitely was relieved coming into this year that I could bring in pieces that I felt the team as a whole really needed, both in terms of in-game stuff as well as intangibles and personality fits. And I'm incredibly grateful that Sentinels and the fans were willing to give me a chance to do that.
And
Okay,
you got the
think I'm in.
trophy, so I guess it's a happy ending for now.
Oh,
Congratulations
yeah,
again.
he did it.
Yeah.
It worked. It worked.
Hey guys,
Where?
this is Lou
Ping.
for MGG. My question goes to Tens and Zekken. Some people were doubting
Oh, I didn't even see
of
these
Tens'
graves here.
switch of roles when you arrived, Zekken, but you're now
Which one
a
is
duo
this?
of world champion. So
This was the
any
shooter.
thoughts
This
on
is the
that?
good
How
one.
was the process
Wait,
for
no,
both?
this is the wrong one. This is. Oh, this was.
Justin Johnson's person back
yeah,
in
it
the
was
grave.
something that
Yeah,
I should get used
kill
to,
him, kill him off.
it is a breath of
Yeah, I
fresh
thought
air
that was
to
weird.
switch my
Must have
role.
been Lumi the
I
one
feel like
that-
I'm able to be
But it's okay.
more impactful well and set up Zach for success at times. get some cool clutch plays playing on Omen. So
just res them
it's
all.
pretty cool.
Like it never happened.
Switching entry was kind of tough at first. It was a big like learning curve and a lot of like just getting like rocked in a bunch of games over and over trying to learn the role.
Not if you
But
res
I've got,
for commands.
Insane teammates.
There's an item that lets you
support me
res
the entire
people,
way with like the best
in-game.
utility possible, and they make my life really easy. So the transition was hard at first, but like now it's great.
Wonderful to see you all at the top of the world. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to remote media questions. First question from Camus.
Hey guys, how's it going? Congratulations. Big dub. I have two questions. My first one is for you, Zelsis. You joined Sen as a sub in the preseason, and you just raised your first ever Masters trophy. So I wanted to ask you, like, at that moment, like not when you started playing with the team a couple months ago, but at that moment when you joined as a sub, did you ever envision this moment like happening for you, especially this early on in the year? Like, did you think that you would be on the Masters winning team this early on?
Definitely not. I kind of came to terms with I may never play professionally again. Like obviously I wasn't like, oh, like I'm so bad I'm taking a sub role, I'm gonna retire type thing, but it was more so like if these guys made it work, which, you know, I wanted them to. It wasn't like I was coming in to try and take anyone's spot, like I said earlier, but I came to terms with like esports was in a tough spot,
Like,
and
try
I was
and
okay
tame
with,
the most
you know,
dangerous
being a
animal in the
sub,
game.
making content with Sentinels,
Yeah,
things like that. And you know, honestly, like I'm blessed that I was able to like come in and like show my worth, and you know, these guys allowed me to play with them and believed in me. Like I'm sure it was not easy me coming in being like the vibe merchant and all the energy and yelling at them and everything else. So yeah, I'm just blessed to be here right now.
What's your
Awesome. And then my second
Justin?
question is for you,
Should be pretty
Saucy.
low with all the
You
deaths.
have a really long history in esports, like a decade now. You've won CB LOL before in a completely different region. You switched to Valorant. You've won so many events. I've asked this to tens in the past, but I wanted to ask you as well. How do you maintain success for so long across so many titles, multiple regions, speaking multiple languages? Like, what contributes to your longevity? What are you eating, bro?
I don't know. Like, it's funny when people say that because they only remember the wins, right? They don't remember how many times I lost on esports. I've been here for like 10 years almost. I lost more than I won, for sure. I got relegated on League of Legends. You know, I lost a grand final on another Masters 2 on Iceland. You know, I lost a lot, but I also won. So I don't know. Every time that I lose, I learn, and then that's how I get better. That's how I'm here.
Awesome. Congrats again, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question from Fernando.
Hi guys, Fernando from Valorant Zone, straight from Brazil. First of all, congratulations on the boys for the first tournament win, Tyson for the second, and special congratulations to Sassi, the first ever Masters and Champions winner. My question is, of course, for Sassi. Sassizão, meus parabéns por escrever mais uma vez o seu nome na história do Valorant.
Obrigado.
Cara, acho que desde o começo, seu começo do Valorant lá com a Badarantes em 2020, naquele time que acabou virando a Red Kennedys, você é um dos jogadores mais influentes e impactantes do cenário brasileiro e do cenário mundial. Como você se sente escrevendo seu nome na história, conquistando essa marca de campeão do Masters e do Champions e trazendo o Brasil para esse marco no mundo?
Cara, é um sonho, né, que eu tô vivendo agora. E sempre foi um sonho desde o LoL. E percebi que no LoL já tava muito atrasado. Comecei muito depois. E logo quando saiu o Valorant, eu já meio que botei na minha cabeça que, pô, eu vou jogar esse jogo aqui pra ser o melhor. E eu quero ser campeão mundial, eu quero fazer meu nome aqui nesse jogo, que é um jogo da Riot, né, obviamente. E desde então, desde o Badarantes aí que você falou, desde da Red, eu não parei. Então, até conseguir o meu objetivo. Consegui. Venci o Masters, venci a Champions, mas depois de vencer, sendo sincero, eu só quero ganhar mais. Então, acho que ganhar... Ser campeão é uma sensação, como posso dizer, viciante. Ele vicia muito. Então é isso.
Obrigado, Sassi, meus parabéns e boa sorte nessa temporada.
Obrigado.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Next question from Raquel, Mice Esports.
Hey guys, congratulations on the victory. My question goes
Yes,
to
sir.
Sassi. Sassi, parabéns aí pela vitória. Você aí sendo o primeiro brasileiro a conquistar Master, Champions. Queria que você falasse um pouco como é que você se sente Em relação ao que você falou antes, né? Você teve 10 anos aí de experiência em jogos eletrônicos, etc. Perdeu aí muito no LoL, mas veio para o Valorant e conseguiu aí sair com muitas vitórias. Como é que você se sente sendo brasileiro para representar o Brasil aí dentro de uma lineup que é de jogadores norte-americanos? E também o que que você espera agora para o futuro da Sentinels?
Cara, eu me sinto, como eu posso dizer, honrado de uma maneira, né? Mas eu sou o pioneiro, vamos dizer assim, né, dentro do Valorant. E como eu já falei, acho que já te falei 1000 vezes, né? Eu sempre tive um sonho de jogar fora. E, pô, ser campeão mundial jogando numa org estrangeira é uma conquista muito, muito grande pra mim. Isso prova que, pô, os jogadores brasileiros, eles podem sim ser os importes dos outros times e podem somar muito para outras equipes. E eu me sinto, cara, eu sou o primeiro, beleza, mas eu também tenho a noção que, tipo, eu sou o primeiro, mas não vou ser o último, sabe? Vai chegar outras pessoas, outra geração, pode ser outros jogadores ainda estão jogando agora também, muitas pessoas novas, né? Como o Aspas, como o Les, que são os prodígios aí, o Kawanzinho também. E eles podem superar isso, mas que isso sirva como inspiração para qualquer outro atleta também. Não só dentro do Vaunt, mas em outra modalidade. E pro resto da temporada, né? Você falou?
Uhum.
Pô, é que eu falei, né? Daqui 2 semanas, acho que 2 semanas, a gente vai estar de volta, vai estar jogando de novo. Então meio que vai ser um breakzinho ali, né? Um pouquinho de velocidade, mas no final de tudo, cara, a gente quer ir pra Champions. A gente quer ganhar Champions. Né? Sempre foi esse objetivo. Então, a expectativa ainda, a gente temos a chance de ir pra ir em mais um Masters, né? Que é em Xangai. Mas o objetivo final é ganhar a Champions, porque a Champions é o que realmente importa.
É isso, muito obrigada. Congratulations, guys.
Obrigado.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question from Wesley.
Hello, everyone. First one, congratulations for the Masters title, especially for Saci and Thames.
Did we lose the other two?
My question is for Saci. Sacizão, já passou um grande tempo aí que você teve que se readaptar a uma nova cultura, um novo país, novos costumes, e ainda ter que lidar com uma temporada de certo modo de incertezas por conta justamente de uma campanha que não tinha sido muito agradável pela Sentinels por toda a expectativa que havia em torno do time. Só que agora, dentro da proposta de vocês de ter jogado off-season, de ter treinado durante o Champions, parece que vocês realmente se encontraram e esse desfecho agora com o título do Masters realmente fez com que vocês... A pergunta é se esse desfecho todo fez com que vocês realmente entendessem que esse é o caminho certo que vocês estão tendo para poder continuar aí a persistência de buscar o único título que falta para a organização, que é o Champions.
Got you.
Cara, como
What
eu
do you mean,
falei aqui
got
pra todo mundo já do time, né?
Got
Eu
you.
sempre falei, cara, os Masters,
this
eles
person
servem,
currently
obviamente,
has
né? A gente sempre vem pro
nothing.
Master querendo ganhar, né?
Probably
Não me
need to
entenda
get
errado.
that person to
Mas eles
something at some
servem
point.
muito como aprendizado, porque o objetivo final é a Champions. Pô,
Hey,
eu
John.
acho que sou muito chato
Oh,
com
you're
isso, né?
back.
Já falei isso em toda a pergunta. Mas, enfim, o objetivo final é a Champions, cara. Então a gente
Wait, did
vê
you
o
know I
Masters
was
como
listening to it?
aprendizado. A gente
No, it was on
ganhou,
my
a gente
YouTube
quis ganhar muito esse
recommended,
Master,
or,
muito
like
mesmo.
the YouTube homepage.
E
Oh,
a
literally, I'm
gente tem
listening to,
mais
like, a YouTube
uma chance
short
de
of it
ir
right
pro
now.
Masters, né? Xangai, que nem eu falei, e tem a Champions ainda.
Got
E eu vejo isso mais como
Like, the
aprendizado,
moment you said
ainda
that,
mais as
I'm
derrotas que a
like
gente
sitting here
teve, né?
listening
A
to
gente
it.
teve a derrota pra Loud no
Yes,
kickoff, a gente
you
aprendeu muito, a
determined
gente
that
teve a
he's an
derrota contra o
Eminem
Dindi aqui
fan.
no Masters também.
Good job.
E ensinou muita gente. E
Well,
essa
no, I'm like literally just
MD5
scrolling
no
through
final foi
YouTube
muito
shorts.
importante pra
So
nós
like
como
the
time.
fact that like
E
this
como
YouTube
devemos
short popped
reagir,
up
tipo,
and within
começamos
10 seconds of me,
perdendo, então a gente
that's like,
conseguiu voltar
is there a
atrás,
new
né?
song
Com
called Doomsday 2? And it's
uma,
not even a
uma
new
map
song,
muito
it's like 4
complicada,
months
inclusive,
old.
né? Contra o Dindi, por conta da vantagem dos vetos. Então eu
It's
vejo
his
isso
newest
muito como
song.
aprendizado. Então dá uma sensação falsa, né? Que a gente ganhou o Masters e parece que acabou, né? Tipo, dever cumprido, mas na minha cabeça não, na minha cabeça só começou.
The
Beleza,
opening is
obrigadão,
such like
cara.
it's actually
Marcha.
pretty fire. The opening of the song.
Next question from Julia.
Hi guys, congratulations on the title. My question goes to Saci. Bom, Saci, como já foi falado antes,
No, I got a
com o título
riddle.
de hoje você se
One
torna o
condition,
primeiro
you mustn't
brasileiro a
laugh.
conquistar um
What is the
Champions e um
opposite of
Masters,
benzina?
e com a Sentinels você
A
vem trazendo uma
giraffe.
campanha
Go his
muito
neck, how the
sólida.
fuck is that?
Eu
How
queria
can I
entender
go
no
with
seu
something he
ponto de
doesn't
vista
have? Arms
se
so
você
short he can't
acredita
even
que
touch
esteja
his
vivendo
hands.
aí
Well,
em
their
todas
buttons
essas
can't even jump
conquistas
jack.
um dos seus pontos mais altos dentro do Valorant,
What is the
e como
opposite
você
of
definiria esse
benzino?
seu individual
A
atualmente?
giraffe.
Terrible line.
Individual. Cara, eu
Would
tenho uma
that one
noção
went
que
over
meu
your
individual
head?
ele pode ser muito melhor, principalmente esse campeonato. Então
Way
eu
over
acho que
your
eu
head.
tenho muito a melhorar ainda, individualmente falando.
Is he getting
E com
rated
certeza eu
right
vou correr
now?
atrás disso agora
You
no
are?
próximo split. E sobre o nosso time, cara,
Oh, me
sinto que a gente
too.
tá muito bem. A gente meio que se encontrou aí durante esses meses que a gente tá treinando, né? Desde a off-season. E como eu falei, a gente isso aqui é só o começo. Então a gente tem que manter o pé no chão ainda, porque a gente quer vencer o
Line 'em
Américas
up,
de novo, a
boys.
gente quer vencer o Masters, obviamente, mas a gente quer chegar na Champions preparado.
Obrigada.
Imagina.
Next question from Sports Key to Esports.
Yes, first of all, congratulations on the win to you all. My question is for Zekin. Last year, you were revered as one of the players with the highest potentials, and you were finally able to tap into that during kickoff and now Masters Madrid. What is the one learning from this event that you'll remember and will continue to implement in your future matches?
I would just say like playing more. Like the consistency that I've kept like throughout my entire time competing, just keep playing, keep working, keep trying to find ways to improve. I've just kind of kept it consistent my entire time and try to do it in kickoff, and I try to do it here, and it worked out. So I would say just consistency and trying to play as much as I can and trying to improve at the same time while I'm playing. It's just it worked out.
Thank you so much, and I'll go put my money in the Sen bundle now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for buying the Sentinels bundle.
Thank you. Next question from Zen Strafe Esports.
Hello. First of all, I want to extend congratulations to all of you for winning this event. This question is for all of you guys, essentially, whoever wants to pick it up. But I wanted to ask, was there a specific moment within the series where you felt you had won it? Like you had won the Masters title, you had won the series, you had beaten Genji.
Can I answer? You want to?
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I thought we
No,
were
this
winning
person
it
was
on
good at
split.
mining.
There
that
was a lot
person
of
was
rounds
cracked
going
at
back and
shooting.
forth,
Oh, well.
and
What
we
you
were
gonna
just
do?
I don't know what like changed within us, but like I don't know if it was a timeout we took or like if something clicked within people's heads or not. But on split, we were so like no matter the round we lost or won, it was like. I mean, the energy was just so high every round. Like everything was super close, but like we were coming out on top.
Like that my two
and then
nurses
you know
are playing.
we come back after that map and Caps, yelling at us, not yelling at us out of rage,
My
but
two nurses are
yelling at
playing
us, like
horseshoes
keeping us
instead of
up,
treating the
making
person.
sure like even though our energy was high, which is what we needed to show we wanted it more. We were still like calming very well together in those situations, and I think on split like that really clicked for us as a team, and I think we just brought that into fifth map, and I figured I knew we were winning when we kept up the pace.
Wait.
Thank you very much.
I
Thank
don't
you.
see the trade option on any of these people.
Thank you. Periodista Gamer.
Thank you. Congratulations for this master, guys.
Is it possible the traders
My
not
question is for
caravan job?
Tyson. You were the first
No.
player that I
Oh, they're a
saw
little behind.
when I started playing Valorant, and I always hoped I could ask you a question when you won another big tournament.
I mean,
The day has come,
they're like
and I just
here
want to know
and here.
what was the most exciting and the most difficult moment for you today, and why?
I think the most difficult thing
Why is
for
this
us
person so
today, or just
slow?
me,
Frail,
it was
bad
definitely
Nice.
keeping our energy high throughout the
Okay, I need
series.
20
Sometimes it was a
gold
little bit volatile
and 50
because we
plasteel,
would
right?
be like really high energy some maps, and then sometimes like I might drop the ball on my
Would you
energy.
recommend
But
just buying
I
all the
thought that
plasteel
I
that they have?
did a really good job bringing it back on map 5. I was
No,
being
I would
pretty
probably buy a
loud
little
and yelling a
more
bit, which is
than
quite
you need.
uncharacteristic of
Like
me.
I bought 100
And
if you can afford
I
it.
guess the best moment was
but I
just
wouldn't buy
lifting the
everything.
trophy, seeing the fans around us, and
What about
Plasteel's
gold?
taking
only
all in.
for a handful of late game
Thank you so much.
things.
What about gold?
Are we having a pillow fight on stage?
Sorry. No, sorry.
Gold is similar. The only thing you really need
worries,
gold
okay. We're
for
gonna end with
is
one final
the
question
multi-analyzer
from Razor.
and then advanced components. Have it as
Oh, thank you so much.
when you can build those,
This
but
goes
you're
to Kaplan. In response to a question about the strengths of other regions, Alex over on Paper X had said that America's had the best mid-rounding, EME had the best trap plays, and China had the best aimers, but that they were just spread off across different teams. Would you agree with that? What's your thoughts?
I don't know which region has the best aimers, but I do think America's has the best mid-rounding. I think America's is the best region. It's an incredibly competitive region. The scrims are really good. Tier 2 in Americas is no joke. And the best way to learn things like mid-rounding are just playing against really good opponents. And yeah, I agree that EMEA probably has the best
Is
strat plays. I
glitter
think
world
EMEA is probably the
medicine?
most
That's like the crazy
pre-planned strategy
Yeah,
and
it's super
anti-strat
high tier
focused
medicine.
region. They really emphasize all that, and it
I
shows up
wouldn't
in the
use
server.
it except in very
Thank you.
dire circumstances for the most
All right,
part.
thank you very much. That was the final
I don't
question.
have that much silver
Congratulations
unless I
again,
start selling
and
some
we'll
animals.
catch you next time.
So I
Thank
don't
you.
know.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Like I can do the 20 gold and the 50 plasteel, but I don't know how much more
If you're that low on sellable stuff, I would just get the minimum.
Well, that's because they're an exotic goods trader, so I can't sell them rice or anything.
Up to you. I've been waiting for an exotic goods trader for a long time, so.
What would you buy from them?
Not to buy, I need to sell my boomalopes.
Oh.
And normal traders won't take them.
Well, I'll just trade for this stuff.
Oh god. All my animals are starving. It's gonna be fun.
The traders killed a grizzly bear.
It might have tried to hunt them.
Wait, when you trade, do they just drop the stuff? Or...
Yeah, they just drop it wherever it is.
Oh my goodness, okay. They dropped skill trainers?
What do you mean they dropped?
Like their Buffalo died, and it dropped an intellectual and a construction skill trainer.
Lucky you.
I mean, two of the things that I probably least need. I can give them to Justin though, right?
Yeah.
How do you build the transport pod things?
So you build a pod launcher, and then you build a pod next to it. You have to build the pod every time, but the pod launcher stays.
Where's pod launcher? Oh, you need biofuel refining.
Yes. And there's a specific pod launcher search.
Yeah, the transport pod. Does that mean
And
you need boomalopes?
You already need chem fuel. Which you can make from food. So.
What is a cochlear implant? I found one of those too.
A cochlear implant?
Yeah.
That's a real thing. That's the thing
It's
that
the inner
some
ear,
people
right?
get to be able to hear. Yeah.
So you only need one multi-analyzer, right? Multiple don't do anything.
Correct. Multiple ones will not do it.
Wait, Cloudflare has a wall of lava lamps?
Oh, for the random number generator thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if they actually use it.
That's really funny, actually, though.
Yeah, I remember hearing about that.
That's cool.
News or something. A fun stunt.
Yeah, it's good publicity. I mean, in the
Yeah.
tech community anyway.
Is a plasteel knife good?
Yeah. It's the best.
I just want.
The thing to build a knife out of.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so guess he gets to keep that for a while.
Yeah, a knife isn't the best melee weapon though. I think a longsword is for the most part.
Wait, they cut a Warthog run out of Halo 2?
If you transport pod me a boomlope, what happens, John?
I don't know.
Also, boom rats don't give you the stuff, do they?
I don't think so, no. Boom rats
If
are
you
just
hunt
dangerous.
them, do they?
No, they just explode.
Joey said if you hunt them in the rain, they don't blow up or something? Or
They
the
won't
fire
start
doesn't spread?
fires. They still explode, so you don't want to like melee attack them, but they won't start huge fires.
How do you know when people pass overhead, like the ships? Does it say?
Yeah, it shows up as a notification.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I'm guessing it was me because my computer is.
No, it's Justin.
Oh. Justin, buddy? Oh. Was that after you rejoined, or?
But it's saying
I have a debug log for some reason. Okay. Close that. Think I'm in. I don't know if Justin is though.
Yeah, I'm
You
back.
guys are both loaded. Oh. I didn't even start the map. Alright, I'll restart.
But yeah, like just horniness. It's not just for libs anymore. It's for conservatives too, provided it's woke free horniness.
I think that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I want to see wedding rings in my hardcore scenes, and the wedding rings
Good
shared
call.
by the couple performing. Not no cheating. I don't want to see any cheating
I
scenarios.
want to actually
in my
see the
pornography.
ceremony itself with an officiant who proves that they're legally able to marry couples, and then it gets onto the scene, you know?
That officiant, Bishop Lamar Whitehead of Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Moving on, Charles, the one thing we wanted to talk to you about, because I know, Unfortunate Kid, you guys are a big fan of the music producer and journalist Eric Alper.
Oh yeah, he's great. Well, he's not even a producer; he's just a PR guy.
Oh, yeah, right. He's a longtime Canadian music PR man who's, become sort of a ubiquitous presence on Twitter. He's, asking the questions that need to be asked, like, what's a song that makes you feel happy, or a
Yeah,
song that makes you feel sad.
Could
But,
you and your friends listen to an entire album for $10,000?
Yeah.
But like, I know, Unfortunate Kid, you guys have you guys have dipped into the Alper well before. But like, if you had to describe Eric Alper to someone who's not familiar with him, what would you do? How would you describe him?
I mean, the way he presents on Twitter is as just a complete cipher of it is just like, what's your favorite song about a hospital? And it gets really specific like that because he's already asked what's your favorite song that makes you happy, right? So it's like, what's your favorite song that happens on a wharf or whatever? And then he'll post like a picture of like
that would be sitting on the dock of the bay by
exactly, and 100 people respond with that, and like he's fishing for an answer like that,
Yeah.
And then like he'll just post a picture of the Abbey Road album cover and say the Beatles in 1969 and gets 10,000 likes on that. But as like the operation has evolved, I know me and Alex looked into this like a couple years ago, but it was at least twice every hour, 24 hours a day. He's automatically posting this stuff. Like it never stops 24 hours a day. And I don't know. Like obviously,
what would
the
happen
way he
if I did
portrays
this.
himself is as a very happy-go-lucky
no.
guy who just loves all music and he loves talking about music and whatever.
Wait, where
But
is it?
obviously, there's a
Oh,
very
you put it
cynical
in the pen?
operation that he's self-aware of, right? And
You
as a
bunch of
PR
babies.
person, our thought is that obviously he's trying to drum up
back
business
end
for his PR business by
problem
getting like
now,
800,000 followers on Twitter, right?
They're all
So me and
injured.
Alex kind of like went through and looked at his list of clients and everything, and we found posts
Dude,
where he
they're
is trying to
still of
promote
your
his
faction,
clients,
though.
and those one get like 10 likes.
Yeah.
And then he posts like Sticky Fingers album cover and it gets 20,000 likes. You know what I mean? Like if that's the strategy, it's not working. And also there's just like this cynical streak to what he's doing that he never really like admits, but I think he must be at least sort of aware that what he's doing is deliberately cynical. You know what I mean?
You know, like I think something that cuts against him being deliberately cynical
Would
is
you
how
recommend putting it in a
earnest and
separate pen?
open-hearted he is. By
no,
having one,
they don't,
you know,
like, start
by his guest choices
with
on
their
his
animals or
podcast. I'm referring, of course, would a cynical person invite Zionist warrior Eve Barlow on his show? I mean,
exactly.
This is we. I mean, like a cynical person would choose a guest that people like and want to hear from on a music-related podcast.
Think it
but no, he had to have his good friend Eve Barlow on the show. And this is like a month ago or something. But I think we should revisit it
Can
because
you release them to the
Eve
wild or
Barlow,
anything?
the last month she wrote up on her Substack, under the headline "The Me You Haven't Met." She is sort of decided to document her trip to the Eric Alper show and what a good time she had. So I was like, I want to read a little bit from Eve Barlow's
Are they just gonna
Substack
die
about
in here?
her appearance on Eric Alper's show,
well,
The
they're
Me
gonna
You Haven't
eat
Met
your
Yet. And then we have
grass.
you could maybe listen to the show because a theme on today's show is not knowing what people sound like. Like with Destiny, I was sort of shocked to find out what he actually sounds like. Eric Alper, I was trying to place this because I listened to a couple clips before the show, and I gotta say he sounds exactly like Stephen Root's character from Office Space.
But like he's noticeably Canadian a bit, but that's not what sticks out because his voice is so peculiar that it takes a moment to set in that he also has a Canadian accent.
But so this is Eve. She writes, "I have been burned to the ground recently." It's an interesting choice of metaphor given these the work output she's been engaging in lately. So she says, "I've been burned to the ground recently, and one morning I felt worse than I felt in ages. But I'd made a commitment to speak to one Eric Alper, and I don't let people down. I agreed to be interviewed by Eric for his Sirius XM show, That Eric Alper, which is one of Sirius XM's top-rated shows with more than 1 million listeners. Eric wanted to interview me for a whole hour to make me his entire show. And I just had no idea.
Hour?
A whole hour.
God damn.
Construction mining omega cracked plants.
And I had no idea if I could demonstrate in any way whatsoever that I was deserving of a whole hour of airtime. Well, at least she has some self-awareness.
Is mining really good?
But it says here, nevertheless, I logged onto Zoom and off we
That's
went.
a skill.
Eric blew
not
me
until later
away.
game when you have
He'd been reading my work for as long as I've been doing it. And no,
they're
not
also
this work,
underground
not the bulk of what I've done with Blacklisted. That's her Substack. My work before all this, my writing, my music criticism. He knew everything back to front better than I do at times. He quoted things back at me that I'd forgotten about.
Dude,
Before
okay, I
we-
gotta cut in there. Do you know what the thing that he quoted back to her is after I listened to this fucking thing? It's that she had claimed when she was younger that she wants to be the female Chuck Klosterman but more attractive. That's what he quoted back to her.
What a thing to aspire to.
Aim high.
Before we agreed to do this, we were talking about my interview with his former client, Sinead O'Connor. Eric is a publicist. He is based in Canada and an essential piece of fabric of the music industry going on. Okay, Eric Alper, a PR guy from Canada, is not an essential piece of the fabric of the music industry going back decades. I'm sorry.
I hope
he's based in Canada and is an essential piece of the fabric of the music
probably, like, next
industry
season,
going on decades.
when they get
He's represented
to
everyone from Jerry Lee Lewis to DJ Khaled, from Smashing Pumpkins to Snoop Dogg.
Eric Alper actually stabbed G-Unit at the Source Award.
Oh my god, this is.
And guess what else Eric is? He's a proud Jew.
And then I hope it
over
just
the
cuts
course of
to
an
them,
hour,
like,
Eric just gave me the
coming out
best
the other side of
therapy
it,
I
like,
could
oh, that
have
wasn't
right
too
now.
bad.
We talked about things I haven't
hope
been
that's-
granted the air to talk
that
about
would
for
be like a 10 out
years.
of 10 joke.
We discussed my early Tumblr days, my reaction to getting hired as a 25-year-old
that was like the
pretender who
episode,
would
like,
be
that was
at the helm of the music, the
from
biggest
years
music
ago.
magazine. What is it like being on the scene in London in the late 2000s?
Yeah.
the early days of Twitter and being a troublesome brat.
It was like
how
by
much I
far
miss
the
the
ra- you, like,
debauchery
look
and
at, like, the
ridiculousness of
ratings
it all.
of, like, each
We
episode,
talked
and it's,
about
like,
what
the
great
worst
music
rated,
journalism
like,
is, why the British
by
press was the
magnitudes.
best, and
It
what's
was
missing today in
absolutely horrible.
culture. And then, of course, we get into October 7th and why I'm doing all of what I'm doing now.
This sounds like a great interview.
I think it'd be great.
I just
God,
I
it was
love
good.
I love how antiquated
Just
it
skip the
is
whole
to be
thing
like,
completely.
yeah, I'm a rock and roll journalist.
Yeah.
Who's Hey?
She's
by
like
the
the
way? Was
she's
that
like the
mine?
kid from Almost Famous,
No,
but she started doing it at 25 rather than 14.
Totally.
She was that's how she's making
Yeah.
it sound. I was a
Yeah.
25-year-old music review prodigy.
No, you should just make it
I was
out.
a 25-year-old music listening
do that?
prodigy.
People were saying I was almost as thoughtful as Chuck Klosterman.
Build that biofuel refinery.
The interview is great though. Like it starts off so he just keeps giving her softballs where he's describing how I told a few people I'm interviewing you, and they all wanted me to tell you thank you for what you're doing. Do you get that a lot? And she's like, yeah, I do actually.
Hey, Chris, can we hear that? Can we hear just like the first 2 minutes of part one? Because that part was because I want our listeners to hear a little bit of Eric Alper.
He's That Eric Alper, and this is his show. It's That Eric Alper Show on Canada Talk, Sirius XM 167.
Welcome to the program. This is a special edition of That Eric Alper Show, because normally, if you've heard the show in the past, I have a number of guests on
He took
here.
my red stapler.
All musicians, or maybe talking about their music books. But this one is a little bit different because it's one guest for the entire hour. I first heard about Eve Barlow through her music and pop culture writing.
What accent
She was
is
the
that?
deputy
Pop
editor
culture.
of the NME in the UK and was a contributor to New York Magazine, The Guardian, Billboard, LA Times, Pitchfork, and GQ, among many, many others. And it was really her stories that hit home when she was writing about artists like Amy Winehouse and Sinead O'Connor.
His voice is insane.
It's wild.
Like
yeah.
he that is what the people who fought in the War of 1812 sounded like. How does he sound like?
Yeah, it's like some kind of Ken Burns voiceover. Kind
Yeah.
My
The
dearest Annabelle, I was
biorefinery
fondly
is
remembering before I lost my legs at Antietam, I was fondly remembering some of your wonderful daguerreotypes and interviews that you did with Stephen Foster Douglas. It made me laugh so hard.
It is sort of like
Basically
the
every kind
this
of
is a
field
Henway
you work
Forge
at, except for
Katana voice.
one that I can think of.
I think the best thing about this interview, though, is that I think that Eric Alper bit off more than he could chew with all the Zionism stuff, because they talk about music for a while, and it's pretty anodyne for about half of it.
Yeah, research and
But then in the second half, she goes on a rant, like seriously, at least 10 straight minutes without him saying anything more than mm-hmm or yeah. For a very, very long time, saying Zionism is extremely progressive, and just like all this stuff that's like hard to listen to because it's so just fucking absurd. And then maybe we should just play the clip. I don't even want to spoil it because it's so much funnier than I expected.
To completely take away all liberties, all freedoms. They represented life itself, and they were butchered because of it in the most vile, horrifying, mind-bending ways. And the music press should care about it, but that's why they don't.
Do you miss music writing?
Yeah.
When you have a passion for something,
That's one of the funniest
you
things I've
enjoy it.
ever heard in an interview in my life, man. So cool. Maybe it isn't to put on, maybe that's all he thinks about. Do you like writing about music? You still wish you did it? It feels like something he would post,
Thank God for thank God Eric Alper thank God Eric Alper chose the whole hour of That Eric Alper Show to donate to the formerly the top music journalist in the world, Eve Barlow.
I would love to know what he was thinking as she just went on this 10+ minute diatribe. Like, did he just bite off more than he can chew? And he's like, I have no idea what any of this means.
You want to
know?
near your stockpile.
No, yeah, Eric like thought he was a Zionist, but he realized he doesn't know what any of this shit is.
Yeah,
like
it took him 10 minutes to construct that question to get out of it.
Yeah, someone told him that like Zionism means that like cake could play a show in Tel Aviv, and he's like, "Oh, I'm bad. I'm whatever that is." And then he heard this. He was like, "I don't know any of this. I'm pretty
yeah,
lost.
like 10 minutes of Eve talking about like using quadcopters to snipe children in the Gaza Strip because they had it coming, and then he's just like, "Do you like this Search and Destroy by the Stooges? That's a great song."
Which bassist has the most attitude? Yeah. Is there any format on Earth as grim as satellite radio? It really depresses
snuff film
me.
radio.
I was kind of surprised just by how shitty the audio sounds. I kind of assumed he had access to like at least enough money to have the same microphone I have or something.
That's what's sort of amazing about it. I have been on satellite radio.
Did you do the?
I like
Hot Shot.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I just want people to know about it. But
look, Anthony Cumia is still pretty funny. Okay.
Yeah. A friend was filling in for like someone else's satellite radio show, and I like went there, and they have like a professional setup. He's like, they don't record their shows with the MacBook internal mic. I don't know how he makes it sound like that.
Well, it's the substance of what they're saying that really matters, I think.
No, it's just sort of a punk rock podcast. Doesn't need to sound
Yeah,
good.
that's true.
Well, Charles, I want to thank you for joining us today. But before we go, I know you're the creator, the man behind the scenes of Pixar Sodas and the great E1 podcast with Andrew and Branson. But you guys are cooking up something new and marvelous, and I'm wondering if you could give us a little preview. Of
Yeah,
what
absolutely.
The E1
So
boys
next
got
week-
some fire you guys got coming out.
I think the plan next week is on Wednesday night. They added some shit on Patreon where you can like kind of do the YouTube thing of having a live chat as you debut an episode. So we're going to try that on Wednesday night next week for the scripted episode called The Ballad of Brewer Grouse, which it started as a parody of Inside Llewyn Davis, but it immediately got so stupid that you can barely call it that anymore.
That's the E1 that I know and love.
Yeah. But it's going to be a lot of fun. We have like a half dozen songs in it featuring Branson. You love to hear Branson singing, you know. There's me on a few of them. We got the incomparable Nate Roos from Fun on a few of them. And then we also have Lisa Vitale, who she has a pop band called Terror Jr., and she's also sung on a Dolly Parton record, so you know she's cool.
Excellent.
And Dolly advocated for her to get on there, so you know she's got the Dolly cosign.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be on the public feed on Thursday next week. So.
Excellent. And if you're not already an E1 or Fortune Kit subscriber, please go ahead and do so. And also check out Charles's band Solops, which is also just a part of the panoply of his many talents.
Indeed.
But can you play us out with with a little preview, a little song you got cooking up?
Yeah. So we got a song from the episode. This one's my character, who's sort of a straight up Bob Dylan ripoff. But the song itself is like a pro-war early 60s folk song.
I'm going to assume that's Let's Start a War on Christmas Island.
Yeah. Way down south, there's some bastards on an island. And I ain't talking about Australia. They'll crucify you, they'll beat and jail ya. Like a street dog, they'll impale ya. They say that war is crazy, but I disagree. It makes the most sense to me. No one wants to know the truth and hear my brave message. Let's teach those bastards a lesson. We'll burn down all their jungles, we'll topple all their forts. We'll turn their beaches into glass.
Wait a second. Pause it for a second.
What's that?
Charles, is this a song about advocating going to war against the uncontacted tribes that killed that guy?
Well, no, this is a place that's like a territory of Australia nominally that has like 1,400 people living there. It's one of the smallest countries in the world.
Sorry, keep playing.
We'll dry up their rivers and block all their ports. We'll make them learn our sports. Our politicians won't take out this tyrant.
just 'cause it might get violent. But I refuse to remain so peaceful and silent. Let's start a war on Christmas Island. They've got a population of 1,402. Our big old bombs will turn them to goo. To protect the shores of Kentucky and Tennessee too. We'll turn their brains to stew. Our politicians won't take out this tyrant, just 'cause it might get violent. But I refuse to remain so peaceful and silent. Let's start a war on Christmas Island. No one wants to know the truth and to hear my brave message. Let's teach those bastards a lesson.
You know, Charles, like when I hear your songs, it's like sometimes they're so good they are better than the thing they're parodying. And I just gotta say that song is better than anything Bob Dylan ever did in his entire career.
More and more, I feel like that's necessary for them to be funny. You know, it's not funny if it's like not coherent enough. If it doesn't resemble the thing it's parodying enough, you know.
Transport pod launcher doesn't cause explosions.
Well, Charles Austin, I want to thank you so much for joining us today. Once again, the
Yeah,
podcast
anytime.
are episode 1 and Fortune Kit, and the band is Solops. We will have links to all of them in the show description. Until next time, guys, bye-bye.
Once the Patriots lie, waste to modern life. Although we'll die, at least we were right. Once the elements find a way to rewrite Earth without mankind, at least we knew it was nigh, an ocean of fire, and it's starting to rise. You're out of your mind, but your worries, you're right. That is the end in sight.
How much fuel does it take?
What'd you say?
I said it takes 75 fuel to.
It depends on your range, how far you're gonna send it.
Mm.
I'm surprised Justin's base isn't more painted.
Right there. We have just restabilized.
Yeah, that's fair.
Do you res everyone, Justin?
Almost.
Is there something you need?
I mean, I feel like I'm. Like, people are not making.
Uh-oh.
Who died?
No, just plants. I said uh-oh because of the transport pod message. Guessing someone's gonna get a surprise.
Justin's is Femboy Island, right?
Yes.
Justin, I sent you some goods. How do I see how much fuel that took?
Your people might have refilled it already.
Oh, it's only like 70 or something.
Probably a lot less than that.
Do you see what I sent you, Justin? Very good.
Here's it.
Sent him some herbal medicine and the skill trainers, John.
Nice. What's your guys' wealth at?
How do we see?
It's the book, right?
Book. Yeah, book in the bottom right-hand corner.
I still don't know why my creature's wealth dipped and came back. Maybe because the
The
pen
well?
was broken or something. 45,000.
80. Yeah, we got the cash money, which is not a good thing from a raid perspective.
Yeah, I had my first raid of 2 people recently, but I get the feeling it's gonna keep going up.
Yeah, I'm up to 3, which is ridiculously easy. But
Until
I don't
it's
know why
not.
Justin got those crazy fucking beavers. That's so weird. You shouldn't have gone such a hard one. They were very angry.
I like these transport pods.
Yes. I just I wish they were round trip purple.
That'd be great. Like, you send a transport pod, send your people in, and then use my transport pod, send your people back.
Yeah. Might be able to do that.
Wait.
I don't know how it would work though, because they're your pods. So I don't know
Does
if I'd be
Ambrosia
able to
go
load them.
back?
No.
Yeah, it does.
It does?
I harvested these already up here.
Oh. I didn't think it did.
And then
I
if
use
you
a
look-
mod that lets me grow it in hydroponic basins.
If you look down
So I
here,
let you pay attention to it.
I just harvested these and now they're growing back.
Oh, nice.
But I need the geothermal spot.
Oh.
Oh well.
I mean, you'll only lose like 4 of the ambrosia plants from the geothermal.
Nope.
Fuck me. It's gonna get on a desync loop again. God.
And there goes me.
All right. Time to save and reload. I know how this story goes.
All right, everybody. It's Thursday, March 21st. It's Chapo coming at you. Let's get right into it today. Felix and I are joined by our old pal, Mike Racine. Mike, welcome back.
Thanks for having me.
You know, we got a lot to talk about on the show today. Particularly who's more annoying, celebrities mad at Jonathan Glazer or normal people mad at their DoorDash delivery driver. But I've got some breaking news coming across the transom just as we begin recording. We've got new writing on Sydney Sweeney's boobs.
Okay.
If you've been following the show, you'll know that this has been roiling the culture wars. This is Richard Hanania has a new article out on his Substack. Headline: Sydney Sweeney's boobs are anti-woke because they cause physiological reactions in men that make leftist delusions impossible. So if I could just read this for you now. It says, all this brings us back to Sydney Sweeney's boobs. The more attractive women around us are, whether in real life or fiction, the less one is able to maintain two important leftist delusions: that sexes are or can be made interchangeable, and that sexual selection either is or can be made an unimportant part of human affairs. If Sydney Sweeney's boobs walk into a room, even Chris Hayes.
Clove is here, the brand new agent bringing a fresh and exciting approach to the controller category in Valorant. I'm your host, Awesome Joey. Be sure to like, subscribe, and leave a comment below if you think that Clove is OP or balanced for a shot at our $100 giveaway via PayPal. Now let's break down this new agent, starting off with what exactly it is that they do. First things first, Clove is going to completely shake up the meta. We're currently in a double controller meta, and having an agent that is a controller, but also on the aggressive side, almost secondary duelist leaning, is going to be a huge asset to the squad. The way Clove's set up is interesting because, yeah, they offer smokes pretty traditionally, but they stay up for the shortest amount of time compared to the other smokes agents, which in my opinion balances out the agent's attack leaning kit, but more on that later. Now first up, let's talk about Pick Me Up, Clove's C ability. When you get a kill or an enemy dies that you damaged, you'll gain haste and temporary health. It's actually a sizable amount of health. It'll temporarily juice you up 100 health points, which in my opinion can give you a lot of confidence on the agent while playing solo or secondary fragging for the team. Next up, let's talk about the default Q ability, Metal. It's a refreshing take on a decaying ability from an agent like Fade. When you throw the metal fragment, it'll detonate after just 1 second and do a thick amount of decay to your opponent. It decays them for 90 damage, which would put most pistol round players with no armor down to 10 HP. Kind of busted if you ask me. To balance the early buy, it does cost 250 credits, so it's a bit hefty for a one-time use piece of utility. One more note I'd like to add is that it detonates no matter where it's at, so you can't do skyward lineups with it. Now this agent does have smoke, so for all of you wondering how Clove is a controller, here we go. The ability that ties them in. The smokes ability is called Ruse. When it comes to placing smokes, the process is almost identical to Brimstone's iPad, but with a more Astra-esque color scheme that's very otherworldly. The smokes themselves look sort of like omens with some cooler visuals in my opinion. To circle back to what I was saying at the start of this video, the smokes only last just over 12 seconds. They're by far the shortest lasting smokes in the game. That said, they do regenerate, and you can throw another one in only 30 seconds after, which is a huge plus if you're playing with a team that likes to fake smoke or rotate a lot. The extra smoke costs 150 credits, which puts it right even with the Omen smoke. Not bad if you ask me. Another thing to add is the post-mortem gameplay from Clove. After death, Clove can still smoke for the team. The only constraint is distance. Wherever Clove dies is where the center of their smoke range goes. So if you die lurking, you're not going to be much help, forcing you to die strategically, if you will. Last but not least, the ability that makes Clove fresh and exciting, the ultimate with a new mechanic that we haven't seen before. It's a self-res called Not Dead Yet. I absolutely love the name, as I can hear a caster screaming Clove is not dead yet over some Fierce Sentinels gameplay at the next Masters. After dying, Clove can activate the ult to resurrect themselves. Once self-revived, you'll notice a glowing form similar to the Reyna Dismiss, and that gives you a small amount of time to reposition and get safe so that you don't get instantly popped immediately after ulting back to life. There's a timer that'll appear in the middle of your screen, and if you get a kill or damaging assist, your resurrection will be permanent. If not, after the timer runs out, well, back to the Shadow Realm you go.
It needs to be adjacent to.
That about does it for abilities, so let's take a look at Clove's agent contract. Some very neat sprays, and an agent card that looks pretty hype. The Metal Wings Gun Buddy at tier 6 is awesome. I'm a sucker for Gun Buddies, so maybe I'm alone on that. I don't know. There are a few titles that are pretty neat. My favorite's tier 8, the Undying title. The tier 9 Metamorphosis card looks clean. And last but not least, the skin. Clove's agent skin is the Flutter Ghost, which has butterflies to the back that actually have a micro flutter animation. I'm a big fan. We are super excited to see what Clove is going to do to the meta. Definitely let us know what you think about this new agent, because we love to read your opinions. Hit the like and subscribe before you go, and make sure to leave a comment for a shot at that $100 giveaway. With that, have a wonderful rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one.
Planning on doing that for a while. Finally happened.
Do you trim your home area to be inside the walls, John?
Yes, and then I turn off automatically expand home area.
So like outside your walls, you don't have it on?
No.
What if there's a fire that's like on the wall?
If you have stone walls, it won't matter. They can't catch fire.
Where's the automatically expand home area button?
Bottom right hand corner, second from the left in the second row.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Simultaneous Mad Animal and Raid. How big is the raid? 3 people.
Oh.
You okay, Justin?
People that showed up with flamethrowers.
What? Why are you... Okay, first of all, why is your person all the way over here?
Oh, that's a
Frag
skill issue.
grenades, revolver, machine pistol, flamethrower.
Oh.
Why is Justin getting such insane raids? Do you make some enemies or something? Are you going to need reinforcements? No, you have how many people? 1, 2, 3.
I have a lot of
5,
people.
6, 7, 8, 9. You have 10 people?
Yes.
Oh. I think your goal is to try to get these people out.
Both do have guns.
You could try to shoot and kite, but one of them does have a gun. That's the thing. Are you sending reinforcements to meet them?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Oh, I forgot he's a wimp. Wow.
Yo, that person's actually so good. Might do that one. Got more ambrosias in my base.
Oh, you got 4 people attacking you.
Yep. Oh, I'm stuck in melee combat, aren't I? You're fine. You're fine. You're going to need some emergency tending. Unwaveringly loyal, so it doesn't matter. Would you do rescue or if somebody's like bleeding out, is rescue or tend better immediately?
It depends how close they are. So 10 the you're talking about the 10 without medicine option?
Yeah, like death is 5 hours.
If you can get them to a bed, it's much and get them medicine, it's much better. If not, if they'll die otherwise, then you have to use the other one.
Okay.
But tending without medicine is slower and is more likely to result in like scars and shit like that.
I think we should be close enough that it should be fine. Yeah.
You're finally gonna get to re-recruit your doctor, Justin.
Yeah. It's snowing.
In the game?
Yeah.
Okay. I think everybody's okay. Hospital bed OP. So He's good. He's good. You will go rest soon, hopefully. Oh yeah. Is it worth getting this carry person, do you think? Selling to Noskubaram. They're really good at shooting and really good at melee. But they're also 77. Oh.
Yeah, I would say not.
Dang.
Yeah, the people it's sending us has just been dog shit. I still don't have a proper cook or an artist.
Inspired creativity. Does that mean I need to make another another sculptor? And
Yeah,
do I make a
that's the right time.
Do I make a large one or a grand one? You get the most value out of grand, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know if I have room for it. You know what? We'll make it work.
Oh my god, I'm never gonna get my fucking what do you call it, trader? the exotic goods trader. It's just not going to happen.
Oh wait, between like marble, slate, stuff like that, is there a difference?
Yes. I don't know all of the differences. Granite is the strongest and sandstone is the weakest. There's and I think the construction speed is flipped. So sandstone is the fastest to construct and granite's the slowest. I don't know where exactly the other ones in the middle lie. It's usually not that important.
Do you know for sculptures what it matters?
Oh, I don't think it matters for sculptures, but I could be wrong. You're usually stuck with 2, maybe 3 rock types on a map, so I don't fret my different uses of stone that much. There's usually not an ideal one that you could use.
Marble is slightly better.
Oh. Okay.
So
That
it's
makes sense, I guess.
granite and limestone are 400. Sandstone and slate are 440, and marble is 541. Uh-oh.
What?
Did my dude finally do it? Wait, hold on. Who and who? Two of my people are levelers now.
Nice.
Is a slate double bed better than a normal bed?
Oh no, I think stone beds are less comfortable.
Oh,
which
so
would make
wood
sense.
is the better.
Yeah.
Is it worth trying to roll beds? Like if you make a normal one, try to rebuild it and make like a good one?
When you're making them out of wood, yeah, for the most part, it's worth a shot.
Hmm. Yeah, because I made a normal and deconstructed it, reconstructed, and now it's good. So I probably just leave it.
Yeah.
No.
Oh no.
Yoru, are you kidding me?
Yoru sucks. Change my opinion. Yoru is the.
Okay, I think I'm back. Or not.
Just kidding. Oh, I think
What's up?
I think this happens. Yeah. Okay.
What happened?
I think I know what caused it this time around because it happened before. It's when I try to load animals into the transport pods, it doesn't like it.